Warning: the information shared in these conversations and videos are intended for general knowledge and entertainment purposes only. It should not be considered as legal advice or professional guidance. Additionally, any documentation or references to specific content are solely for the purpose of discussion and understanding. It does not imply endorsement, promotion, or support of said content. The views expressed in these videos and/or conversation are those of the individuals involved and do not represent any official stance or opinion. The content you are about to experience may contain strong language, including explicit words and phrases. This language is used for artistic expression and may be integral to the storyline or character development. It is important to note that the use of such language does not endorse or promote offensive behavior. Viewer discretion is advised, and please enjoy the show responsibly. Disclaimer: copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. The Canadian Copyright Act, Section 29, allows an individual to use copyright-protected materials when creating a new work, such as a mashup, and to post the new work online on a site like YouTube. Fair dealing provision for specific purposes like research, private study, education, parody, satire, criticism, review, and news reporting.
Step up, step up! Yeah! We clash! We clash! We clash! We clash! Yeah! Step in the arena, mind locked and loaded. Truth on my blade, every line's exploded. You swing your words, I counter with precision. Battle of reason, this is my mission. Raise your fist, let them know. No. Raise your voice, let it blow. Woo! We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Step back, I'm a scholar and a fighter. Every claim you throw, I strike tighter. Logic and power, I never fold. In the war of words, I'm solid gold. Raise your fist, let them know. Whoa. Raise your voice, let it blow. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Every thought a fortress, every claim a storm. We forge a truth where chaos takes form. Ideas ignite like lightning through the night. In the war of minds, we bring the light. Step in, feel the heat. Truth is my weapon, never beat. Raise them high, break the ceiling. With a fire, with a feeling. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason.
Welcome, everybody, to Swords of Reason right here on the Speakeasy Show, Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. This is where logic meets passion. If you're new here, the format is simple. Each debater gets 10 minutes for their opening statement, followed by 5 minutes of uninterrupted rebuttals. After that, we enter the arena for a full hour of back and forth debate. This is where the arguments clash and the iron can sharpen the iron. And then finally, each side delivers a 5-minute closing statement to lock in their case. When that's done, we move into a 30-minute Q&A. I'll drop the Q&A in the chat for you guys there. But keep in mind, Super Chats, PayPals, and Cash App questions, they will get priority. So if they fill up the entire 30 minutes, we may not get to the free chat questions. So if there's something you want guaranteed to be asked, make sure you send it through one of the priority options. Once the formal debate wraps up, we open the doors for the Chaos and Chill open panel. This is where the community can hop in, challenge the debaters, or ask follow-ups if the debaters choose to stick around, because that part is optional for them. But it's always where things get wild regardless. Today's debate prompt is: the Artemis mission was a legitimate space mission. And for the affirmative, we have Emmet, a familiar name across the open panel scene, known for not just showing up and jumping into debates, but also hosting his own panels as well. And if you've been around long enough, you already know this is also the man behind the forced karaoke show where the chat can literally pay for him to sing anything they can come up with. So whether it's a debate or entertainment, he's no stranger to being put on the spot, and you can find his link in the description below. And for the negative, making his debut on the Swords of Reason, we have Rowdy Goudy, someone you might recognize from around the panel circuit, known for balancing a regular 9 to 5 with some creative takes over on Verbal Combat, plus the occasional random YouTube shorts he likes to upload. But beyond that, he's built a reputation for showing up, jumping into debates, and being open to learning new topics and sharpening his views in real time. And you can also find his link in the description below. With that being said, we're going to move into opening statements. We're going to be starting with you, Emmet. So, Emmet, whenever you are ready, I will start the timer up with your voice.
Okay. So it will be a short and sweet, I believe. Thank you very much to Speakeasy for allowing me to have this debate. Thank you to Rowdy Goudy for accepting it. The topic was Artemis was a legitimate space mission. I was a little bit confused because I thought it was going to be more of whether or not was a real mission. But if we're talking about legitimate, I would say that there are many ways that I can say it was legitimate. Even if it was completely fake, simply by the reason that the American government decided to make it legitimate and use whatever resources they wanted. Or else, I would say that that in and of itself makes it as legitimate as it can be. But in fairness and trying to be good faith, I will come to the conclusion, come to the idea of whether or not it was kind of fake. And thinking about that in that kind of logic, I would say it's completely legitimate, simply because it was done thanks to the sacrifices and long life achievements of Christian engineers. This amazing endeavor that happened in the 60s, the end of the 60s, 69 and 70s, was done on the back of Christianity. All of the people who actually work, I'm not talking about the dumbasses at the top in the CIA, I'm talking about the guys that actually work on creating the rockets, which is not that complicated. It's just a little bit more complicated than, a car. But these guys were the guys who, thanks to their Christian ethics and thanks to their metaphysics and thanks to all of the capacity for them to be able to live as Christians and work in this world that has been given to us in a sense, they were able to go to the moon. So, in a sense, it's very interesting that I see a lot of people, especially Christians nowadays, that go against their own accomplishments. Like, God give us a world that we can explore. God give us a world that makes sense. God give us all of these different ideations, and instead of believing more in Him because of the miracles that we see every day, it's like we deny His power because apparently we have to be literal in every single view that we have of Him. So with that, I will ask him to let us know a little bit more about what it means about legitimacy. If we want to go about just the legitimate part, I think that's over. I think I won that already, simply because legitimate, I would say that by force it is. But if we want to talk about whether or not it was real, we can go into the metaphysics of it, and we can talk a little bit more about it. So as I said, it was going to be short and simple, but thank you very much, Izzy.
No problem. Thank you for that opening statement. With that, we're going to hand the mic over to Rowdy Goudy. So, Rowdy, whenever you're ready for your opening statement, I will start the timer up with your voice.
All right, can you hear me? Everybody good?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir.
All right, sweet. Well, as Emmet said, thank you, Emmet, for taking this debate. Super excited. Win or lose, easy. Thank you for hosting. This has been a favorite topic of mine ever since I was a kid. So never really to have some formal education or information on it, but always just been a huge fan of space travel. Same thing. Okay, I had an idea that this could go a million ways. So I picked the top two that I thought it would end up in. One being, where does the truth come from? How do we decide on belief, what we believe, trust, who do you trust? And how do you actually gain the knowledge to know if we went to space, if we went around the moon? I think both of us would. I think you would agree it would be a lot of incredulity. We would just be assuming, my video versus your video, my expert versus your expert. Probably end up just competing on who has the more believable points, or like you said, could convince an audience, even if it was with force. Then that would make that truth legitimate. The other one I thought maybe you would go down was the science and like the data, the math. Uh, so I'm going to try to cover a little bit of both of these. Easy, if you could pull up the PowerPoint presentation that I sent. Oh no, I'm just playing, bro. Ain't nobody got time for no PowerPoint presentation. All right, we're just gonna wing this shit as we go. First thing, do you trust the government? Is NASA affiliated with the government? Tuskegee experiment. We could go over, one of the worst atrocities I think most people would say from government lying to you standpoint. They're gonna say, why would they lie about this? Why would they make this all a secret? Just for funsies, I guess, because that's what it seems like due to other experiments. Those are the kind of things that I've seen in the past or heard from, right? I wasn't there. I couldn't actually tell you if that was a thing, just from the data that I've collected from the witnesses that had a part in it. We could go to the 9/11. What's the truth about 9/11? Oh, man, I think there's still like a wide debate about it. We could talk about Operation Mockingbird, who controls the media. How do we even gain this information? How do we even go about it? Operation Paperclip, MK Ultra, Oklahoma City, the Gulf of Tonkin, COVID-19. We could talk about all these examples of information or misinformation directly from the government or these people in charge of these programs, in charge of these industries, in charge of literally everything you think they're in charge of. So I was kind of excited. Maybe we could even touch on a little bit of those things. The science and the math, obviously, I'm totally uneducated. I'm a cook, if that gives anybody an idea of where my career has led me. Doing good, support a family, got a wife, 2 kids, and we're doing all right, paying our bills on time. So I'm going to give myself a pat on the back for that. W's in the chat for those that know what I'm talking about. So I guess if that's the point, we're going to go about it. I'll concede the rest of my time as well, and look forward to the rebuttals and opening the panel, the floor.
All right. Thank you for that opening statement, and that is going to wrap up opening statements. So we're going to get into the rebuttal round. So this is where each will have 5 minutes to respond directly to the opponent's openings. So not interjections yet. And then after the 5 minutes goes to the next person, then we'll get to open floor. So with that, we're going to hand the mic back to Emmet. Emmet, whenever you're ready for your 5-minute rebuttal, I will start the timer up with your voice.
Yeah, well, he said about the 2 things, right? The first one was, if I'm not mistaken, we could go into what is the truth. I believe we have kind of the same epistemology when it comes to the truth. He listens to Jim Bob. I have the same idea of epistemology. It comes from the church. It comes from God. So we can both agree on that as the basic idea, right? When it comes to the government, I always find this very interesting, especially with people who are kind of libertarian-minded. Because whenever I see that they say, oh my God, how is it possible? We can't trust the government. Also, there's a crime going on. Let's call 911. So it's a big contradiction that we see most of the time. It's very unlikely that you're going to see somebody that sees anything going that is, against the law, and they will not act, appealing to the authority. In this case, it will be the government. So I understand that it's very fun. I enjoy my Jerry Springer, and if my Jerry Springer has a little bit of JFK involved in it, it's even better. And the cool thing about those kind of conspiracies is that it doesn't even matter if it's true or not. Yesterday I was listening to one guy from NASA, most unlikable motherfucker ever. I wish he would just shut the fuck up and never open his mouth again, because he sounded like he literally sounded like the worst person. Like you just want to give him a swirly. He opened his mouth. It's like, nerd, you're going into the surreal pod because whatever you say, it doesn't matter. You're fucking annoying. But that doesn't mean that what they're doing when it comes to space exploration or when it comes to how physics actually work is wrong. In fact, it just shows it's a phrase that I've been thinking about, right? There's people that look at the stars and they marvel at the miracles in the stars, and then they deny God. And there's people that look at the world, look at the Bible. They profess to love God, and then they look at the miracles on the stars and they deny them. Like, we cannot do that. We have to be able, especially as Christians, to understand that there is a regularity in nature, that we can actually have those ways of understanding reality. And I think it's very likely, and the fact that I don't trust some men doesn't mean that what they do and what we've learned and what we have been incapable of doing, especially on the backs of Christian engineers and ingenuity, is false. With that, I end my rebuttal.
All right. Thank you for that rebuttal. And with that, we're going to hand the mic over to Rowdy. Rowdy, when you're ready for your 5-minute uninterrupted rebuttal, I'll start the timer up with your voice.
All right. Yeah, I kind of hear you on the contradiction part, where you have distrust in the government for running NASA and creating this space exploration program where we flying around the moon to prove that we can, or to build a base there, whatever the reasoning may be. And then compared to, calling the police when somebody's like breaking into your house or whatever. I think the only thing that would separate those two is just like the logic and reason, like the reason for doing that. One of them seems a little bit more of a higher priority than the other. Therefore, I would call it more legitimate to use that as like why they're actually not the same. That would be what I would say to the contradiction of that. The appeal to authority too is still a little tricky, because if you had Christian-based laws and were appealing to the cops that were enforcing them, or the government that was creating them, then you would still appeal to the law, you would appeal to the police, you would appeal to those systems, especially if they were founded in Christianity or had whatever your worldview was. Doesn't even have to be that one. You could pick any worldview. If the cops and government abided by it or helped control the society to that standard, that would then make it the most legitimate version, I guess. When you say space in these things, it's like I still have a little bit more questions on, like, what is that? What do you actually mean? The data, the science, the technology that we have, the disbelief in the stars and the miracles that we have here. It's like, well, you say stars. It's like, well, actually, what is that? I actually don't know what you mean by stars. And then as far as the Christianity one goes, I struggle with this one because I'm not actually well versed in the greatest history book of all time, as some people would call it. I actually don't know what the Bible says about it, other than space is separated by a firmament, the waters above and below, and those kinds of things. So if the Christianity was the foundation of the men that created these amazing things, and by putting them down for the things that they created, you're somehow putting down Christianity or the God that they followed. I don't actually understand if that actually tracks, or if that's what that means. If you hate or you disavow somebody, but then they hold a set of beliefs in something, that you're disavowing those beliefs as well. I don't know if that would be a good comparison to the guys that you don't trust in government. And I think that's pretty much all I got for the rebuttal as well. Make it short and sweet.
All right. All right. Thank you for that rebuttal. Great rebuttals from both sides. Before we move into the open hour of back and forth, let me talk to the audience real quick. If you're watching right now, make sure you hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and subscribe to tonight's debaters. Okay, the links are in the description. And we host all kinds of debates here on Swords of Reason: politics, culture, ethics, internet topics, anything where reasoning and passion can collide. we throw it in the arena. So if you're enjoying the format, make sure you stay locked in because we have a lot more coming. And also, if you're interested in getting on a Swords of Reason debate, head to the Discord, discord.gg/bearcave, and you can message me or Tiny Pink Nuggets directly, and we'll get you set up. Also, a reminder for the live chat: after the closing statements, we're going to be doing a 30-minute Q&A. So I've already put the Q&A in the chat for you guys there. But remember, super chats, PayPals, Cash Apps, these questions will get priority. So if they end up filling up the whole 30 minutes, we may not get to the free chat question. So if you have something you really want answered, send it through one of those options, and we'll make sure it gets asked. And finally, thank you to both our debaters for being here tonight and bringing your perspectives into the arena. Whenever one of you is ready to start up the open floor, just go ahead and jump in, and I'll start the timer up with your voice.
Well, first of all, you remember to open your wallets to our host so that we can continue to have these debates. I would like to start with why NASA is funded and why is it that we have it. Well, it's very simple. We have a party that's called the Democrats, okay? And they like to buy a lot of votes. And what they do is they make a bunch of programs. Most of them are completely dumb. Some of the I will absolutely say that space exploration is not on the priority of things to do, but we fund people that are quite literally just breathing. So at least these people are doing something. And what they do is they go on, besides breathing, sometimes they throw things to the sky. Okay, but that's what they do. That's why it exists. What it exists is because the Democrats fund things to get votes, and they funded the space program pretty much because they wanted that to happen. They wanted to get votes. Do you disagree with it?
I don't think so. As far as the fake companies, shell companies to create their secret agenda or something.
Well, I think it's
that
very
angle of it-
open. But wouldn't you
Well,
say it's a
so-
very open agenda? It's like, hey, listen, vote for us, and we'll give you a bunch of cash so that you play a spaceman a couple of times a year.
Well, right. So then the argument is, if I pay them to do the things that I'm like, oh, I wonder what would happen if we launched, 4 people up into outer space and whipped them around the moon real quick and brought them back. Then we should all be totally down for that. So I think
Well,
what
you're
happens
making
is
you're
everybody's
making a
okay with.
Yeah, I get it, but you're making a conflation here. You're making a shoot statement. We're not talking ethics. We're talking about reality. I can say what they're doing is
I'm
wrong.
not saying
I
it's
don't
good or
think
bad.
I don't I
I'm not
don't
saying it's
I
good or
don't think I don't think anybody should buy votes, but what they're doing is that they're buying votes. Right?
Well, votes for what? To keep going to space? What do you
No,
mean?
because the Democrats is a part of the government. They want to be in power. So the
Okay.
more they're in power, the more their families get rich, the more that they can subvert, the more that they've been able to install their own families at the top. There's a lot of
Okay.
people that think that communism's, the communist ideas is not materialistic, but they're very materialistic, and what they want is their family at the top as dictators. So that's what they're
Well,
moving for. They want to have as much power as possible.
But how would you demonstrate that? Is NASA, they start a fake company called NASA, and they're going to shoot a bunch of fake rockets and pretend to send
Well,
a bunch of people to space to gain a bunch of voters being totally blind and okay with their tax
no,
money
no,
going towards that?
they're not fake. It's a
What?
government agency funded by the Democrats. They hire a bunch of people. The bunch of people know that the people who are going to give them money are the Democrats. They vote for the Democrats.
Okay. But is it because they believe they're going to space?
It's if they go to a space or not at the end of the day.
No,
I'm giving you the
that's the
reason as to
breakdown.
why
Is
it's funded, right?
they pay to
They-
do that. Like, I would chip in money if I knew that that's what they were doing, right?
Yeah.
Everybody's okay with giving tax money as long as they get a receipt at the end, right? As soon as you give them a
No,
receipt for things
no,
that,
I'm not okay to pay tax money at all.
as long as you get a receipt,
No, I don't care.
you,
I don't
you
want
don't.
a receipt.
You don't
I
like
want my
roads and
money.
bridges?
I don't
Right?
like I don't like being taxed. Do you like being
You don't,
taxed?
you pa- well, I'm actually okay with it in a small form, and then you
Li-
expand that upon a larger society. I think
I
the idea of breaking bread with your homie and helping your homie out on, hey, you got car troubles
yeah,
and I can help you, and let me help you get your feet on the ground.
I
Why wouldn't you expand that wealth to the roads and the businesses? No, you don't support local
no, I
businesses.
don't. I love giving to charity. I love giving to charity. Whenever I go out, give to charity. It's
Yeah.
amazing. Giving to taxes. Why would I want it to give it to a bunch of people who are
A
gonna
bunch of
misuse the
Christians.
money?
You don't like giving your money to a bunch of Christians?
A bunch of Christians.
Yeah, let's say
No,
the government is all
you're
Christian and
misunder.
they're taxing you.
Yeah, but
They
you're
keep taxes, but they're all
misunderstanding.
Christian based funded.
Even if
They
that was
only
the
spend it on
case,
their morals and ethics. You
yeah,
wouldn't pay taxes.
even if that was the case, I don't know if you listened to my debate with Manar, but in Christianity, the way that it works is you give as the least amount of the least amount of taxes possible to the government and give as much as you can in charity. In the way
Yeah,
that you do it is the church takes care of charity, they take care of social problems, and the
right,
government is just there to be a cudgel. They're just there to use force against whoever is misbehaving in accordance to the ethics. Okay,
right.
so
But
no,
if they were all
even
Christian,
as a
that would be a
Christian,
good thing.
nope. Even as a Christian, the good thing is to give the least amount of money possible to the government and give the most amount to charity within the church. So even as a Christian, I would not be happy
But
to pay taxes.
even if the government was ran by the church,
That would not be Christian.
is
You would
is
be
Christian
against
nationalism? Is Christian nationalism Christian?
Christian nationalism doesn't mean that the church gets. You have to understand that the way that Christianity works. Like you have Chalcedon. In Chalcedon is a council. The council says that the church cannot take control of the government. The government has to be its own thing. The church has to be its own thing. So you cannot have a priest that is also a king. You cannot have a priest that is also a president. You have. Oh, sorry. They are
But you could have a
completely separated.
Christian president, right?
Yeah, but you would give to the church the charity, and you would give to the Christian president the least amount of money possible when it comes to taxes.
Well, okay, so is it because it's by force? Like if let's say that the amount of Christianity on both sides of donating your money and charity to the church and whatever they spend it on, whether it's food or shelter or
Hmm.
supplies or uh,
Yeah,
literally whatever they spend their money on, if you're okay with that by giving them the large percentage, and the government and the president and the courts and all of the people that are in charge of all of the things that you don't like your taxes going towards held the exact same standard of like morals, values, ethics. Are you saying that it wouldn't be the same if you just gave
yeah,
the
no,
majority to them and or
no, it
even
wouldn't be the
50-50?
same. It wouldn't be the same because they're different. You have different odds, right? You have different things you should do. You should do as
No,
a
not according to Christianity, right?
no, yes, according to
You
Christianity.
just you it's one set of
Even
odds
as a
that don't
Christian,
change.
the institutions are different and the way that you ought to act are different. You're talking about
Not if
different axioms. Yeah.
well, no,
So
I'm just saying not if
let
they
me
were
put it as
ran
an
by
example.
Christian
I am
ethics,
not a
right?
priest, so I'm
Okay,
not a priest, right?
okay.
Okay. The way that I ought act when it comes to giving you interpretation of the structure of a scripture is by not doing it. That's how I ought act. I should not give you interpretation of a scripture. But if I go to my priest and I ask him, "Hey, what does this mean?" He can actually tell me what it means, right? He give me the interpretation.
Okay.
Do we have the same moral axioms? Like we are under God and trying to follow His will?
I think so.
Okay, so the difference is the structure that we are under, right? He is working within the church. He's acting in accordance to what he ought do, in accordance to his position in church. If I'm acting as a president, and my idea is I'm going to do this as a president, I might follow the principles of Christianity, but I will be acting differently than if I was a priest, because we have different odds in a sense.
Well, not necessarily because you could hold the same awe even absent Christianity, right? Like if you went to a random president or senator or governor or whatever, and they were like, or let's say you go to your priest and you're like, hey, I'm having a problem with this. I have this
Mhm.
issue and I have an addiction to a certain thing that I know is bad, and they go,
Yeah.
you shouldn't do it. Like, here's what the Bible says of why you shouldn't participate in that. And then you go, okay, man, that makes sense. I know now that I ought not do that. But then you go to a governor or a president and they're like, we're going to make that thing that you're talking about completely illegal and lock everybody up that does it.
Yeah.
Which is still the same as like, you ought not do it. And then you can also arrive at the same conclusion and be like,
Yeah, but
okay,
you see how the odds were different. In one place, it's like, hey, we're gonna make this as part of the government. My responsibility as the government is to use force, and the other person in the church is like trying to help you through your problem that you have. His odd is towards you. He's trying to help you achieve the fact that you get out of that sin. That's what I
yeah,
mean.
but
They're completely
okay.
different.
Well, but you have two people. One of them's holding the thing that you're addicted to, and they're like, "You ought not take this," and you're like, "Oh, but I could just grab. It's just right there. I could just grab it." But then the other guy is like, "You ought not take this, so we're gonna put it in this box and lock it up." You still not ought not take it, but now at least you can't just grab it, right? That would actually be, is it because it's locked away and you're not allowed to get it that makes it more bad than being able to get it and just mind power? This is what they're going to say, right? They're going to say, pull yourself up by your bootstraps and just don't do it. If the option is you only use your personal willpower to overcome those things, even if the priest is saying don't do it, but you could do it if you really wanted to, that seems way worse than being like, you now know how you have no access to the thing that you want to ought not do. How is that a worse outcome?
No. It's different, right? The fact that you can.
I'm not arguing if it's different, but it wasn't.
Yes, but
Was the idea if
you're
it was
saying,
good or
well,
bad? It was bad if the government was all Christian based, Christian ethics, Christian morals, Christian values, and
you're
they made
still
laws based upon it, and that's
no.
bad.
That's what we
Versus those
want.
same exact rules, but
But
you're not required to follow them.
that's what we want. We want Christian nationalism. Well, I want Christian nationalism. I want Christianity to be the one telling me what not ought to when it comes to the basics. And it's not even what I not ought to, right? There are things that Christian nationalisms will allow that
Sure.
would be seen. But what I want is them to be able to use those principles to say, this is what society will not do or else. That is the point of the government. You're not going to do this or else. That's the point. Now, when it comes to the church doesn't have that. The church is there to help you understand where it comes from. Now, we've moved away from Artemis like very, very greatly.
Well,
I would prefer to go a little
science
bit back.
and data and math, or God is the truth and only way of figuring out if we know whether or not we can even go to space.
Well,
because
let me put it this way: have you ever heard? Let's finish that argument real quick. Have you ever heard of the argument of foreknowledge?
No.
Okay, so when it comes to, have you ever heard of epistemology? This is something that Jim Bob talks about.
Yeah, and I get them. They're all blended together with like epistemology, etymology. Yeah, I get them all tangled in there.
So when we're talking about Christianity in a big way, the way that we do these, the way that we talk about knowledge, or about all of the metaphysical things that we use every day, that we think that they're just there, and a lot of atheists think they are subjective. We consider them to be objective in the mind of God, right? There are subjective things, but when we're talking about the metaphysics, they're objective things, and they're based pretty much in the mind of God. And if it was the case that God wasn't real, it would all be subjective. And if everything is subjective, right? If there is only subjectivity of my mind, if my knowledge is just according to me, then I can't be wrong, but you can't be wrong, but everybody is right, but nobody is right. There is no such thing as knowledge. Knowledge is whatever I prefer at the end of the day.
Plus force. It's preference plus force.
Yeah.
That's what knowledge would be.
Yeah, so I would be right in saying, it would be completely right on my end to say Artemis was a legitimate space mission, simply because the guys in power, because they have the force, said it was. And even if it was completely false and it never happened, it would still be completely legitimate because the government said it was, or else.
Well, I will caveat it with But is it reasonable? It still has to remain reasonable and
No, it
honest.
doesn't.
Yeah, literally
Let me give you
legitimate
an example of something
requires
completely.
honesty.
Let me give you an example of something completely unreasonable that has happened. Okay,
Okay.
and that it's horrible that that it happened, but it's completely it happens. And it's legitimate in a sense. So the United States have deleted about 60 million unborn babies, and they've done it legitimately in the past about 60 years.
Yeah, honestly, they have. Like
Yeah,
their honesty is a part of that.
yeah, but
If they
legitimate
were
and it's
lying about that
horrible.
number, it would no longer be legitimate, right? If it was like, ah, it turns out it was only 50. There was 50 of them, but they said it was that many, even though with force and propaganda and convinced the whole populace that that was the number, it would actually be not
Yeah,
legitimate then.
but it's not honest because what have they say about these babies? They call them bunch of cells. They
Well,
call
but you
them
didn't say
not
that part.
human.
You said
They
got
they
rid of
call them
that.
not
They deleted a
human.
bunch of them. Yeah, they deleted a bunch
Yeah.
of them. That is honest.
Uh-huh.
That is
Yeah, I'm
true.
being honest on what I'm saying, but they will say that they have
Okay.
not done nothing wrong, and they were not babies. They were fetus. They will call them that. They will say that they were just a bunch of cells. There was a clump of cells. They will say that they had no humanity. They would say that they're not humans. They will say a bunch of little things
Okay.
to enmascarate the actual horror of that situation, and it was done
Right, which would be
legitimately.
unreasonable, which is also another requirement of legitimate. It has to
N-
be within the
No,
reason, which if you're listing a bunch of like
but it's
psychopathy or
reason.
whatever, then you
It,
now have removed you have removed reasonable. You can keep your
no, it
honesty
is.
or whatever, like they believe those things, even though it's not,
It is
they're delusional or
reasonable. It
whatever.
happened, and it's been
Well,
legitimized by the
just because it
government.
happened doesn't make it reasonable. The
It was
murder was
legitimized by the
unreasonable, even though
government.
it happened, it was still unreasonable. Like OJ Simpson or whatever. You could bring up any example and be like, well,
Yeah,
they
O.J.
do that, it did
Simpson.
happen and it is honest, but it's like there was actually no reason. It was an
No,
unreasonable
but we're talking
outcome
subjectively.
or
We're talking
action, I guess.
subjectively, right?
Well, no, because then we're back to force and whatever I decide is
Yeah, but I
uh
told you
what
if we are, I'm giving that. I'm granting that it's subjective. It's only force. If it's only force and subjectivity, it depends on force. If that depends on force, it is
mm,
completely legitimate simply because the people with the force did it.
uh no, because then you're back into unreasonable and dishonest.
Yeah, but
I
there's no
believe that
reason.
just for funsies, pulled it up. Merriam-Webster. Pretty sure this is going
Hmm.
to be appeal to authority or whatever.
That's fine.
The
It's just
definition
it's
was lawfully was the first one.
uh-huh.
Having full rights and obligations, being exactly as intended or presented. So maybe they're saying a thing, but it's being misrepresented or presented incorrectly, which when now you're not legitimate again. You're now illegitimate. Cross that off the board. It's
Well,
not
yeah,
legit.
but do
It's
you
not
see that the
legit
first thing that the definition does is appeal to the government?
to the law. Yeah. But if they were all
Uh,
Christian, that would be a good thing. You would want the definition to be like Christian ethic, fundamental
yeah, yeah,
value, basis,
I
biblically.
agree.
The first definition would say whatever you wanted it to say,
Yeah,
which is now
you
we're
can
back to
say in my system that
the
makes
same
perfect
thing.
sense, okay? But if I'm granting the idea that it's just power, it will be completely legitimate because the people in power did it.
Well, no, because you already conceded that using force would be unreasonable, and you wouldn't use
I never
Christianity
considered that it would be
plus.
unreasonable. I'm a force doctrine baby, okay? I love it. In fact, I want a bunch more force to be enforced in a lot of people. Speakeasy can attest to that because I'm gonna appeal to the moderator, but he knows that I'm very pro death penalty, so he can attest to the fact that I'm not against the government using force.
But as long as it's for like Christian morals and values and reasons, right? Reasons like reasonable to
Yeah, if you want to
Christianity.
appeal
If
to
they were
my
doing death
system,
penalty, if it was a bunch of atheists, right? You would then death penalty no bueno if atheists are in charge of it, right?
yeah, but you're appealing to my system, right? You're appealing to my moral and my ethics. You're saying, hey, look, listen,
Right.
I want, according to your morals, you don't want this to happen because you know they will be doing something bad. But I'm not talking about moral or ethics at all. I'm talking about force. If I'm going to say everything is subjective and it just depends upon, the legitimate action is only based on force, it would be a legitimate mission simply because the government did it, because they have
Right.
the force.
Yeah, so it sounds like what's going on
Okay.
is we have like kind of two definitions of legitimacy going on here a little bit. So one's
Yeah.
tied to whether the mission seems like Rowdy, yours is whether the mission has actually occurred,
Yeah.
where
I'm on the data and science
Emmet
side.
is whether institutions can establish the legitimacy through the
Of a thing.
authority.
Yeah.
Um,
There are 5
so
lights.
maybe a way
Government.
to do this is if you maybe both of you could answer. I don't care who goes first. If there's two like identical scenarios, right? One where the mission truly happened, but no one believes it, and then one where how would it be? One where the mission never
Everyone
happened, but
believes.
everyone believes it. Under your definition, which one of those would be legitimate and why?
The one that no one believes that they actually did go and do the thing, right? uh, did OJ murder those people or whatever? It's like legitimately, no, according to the findings in the case, but illegitimately, yes, because everyone believes that he did. Everyone, there's even people that say, I know that he did, right? Which is like, well, I don't actually think they know that, but they do believe it. So then I'll go back to the belief part. I'm gonna say that if the idea is that a spaceship left Earth, broke through the atmosphere, got all the way around itself, I think once or maybe twice, and then around the moon and then back, uh, and then that did happen, that's the legitimate one when it comes to, is Artemis a legitimate space mission?
I would say, and just quoting Rowdy, it would be it would be legitimate depending on the government, since OG legitimately didn't do it because he wasn't found because he was found not guilty.
Yeah,
But the point of what
internal critique. That was an internal critique, I swear.
yeah. The point of what I was going to make is I agree, right? That's what I was talking at the beginning, the opening statement. If I'm just talking about legitimate in the way that it's done, so who has the force, that would be the governments. Thus, it would be legitimate simply because of that. But talking about the truth of the matter, which is what I believe he wanted to actually speak about, whether or not it actually happened. That's what I gave the idea, the other kind of idea. So it is, we're not talking about the truth of the matter, we're talking about legitimacy. It's just about who has the force to say that it happened or not. That's the way that I look at it.
So it's true. So it doesn't have to be okay. So let me see if I can like steelman the idea of like the version of legitimate. Truth. Um, truth isn't required to be legitimate.
Yeah, no.
You can be legit, but without being true.
Legit, when we're talking about legitimacy, it's just about who is giving it legitimacy, right? You're appealing to a government, you're appealing to an authority. So the authority is what gives the legitimacy of the thing that you're talking about. It doesn't have to be true. So even if I granted that it didn't happen, it would still be true in accordance to the force, so the government.
No, even if you granted me that it wasn't true, it would still be legitimate.
Yeah, it would still be legitimate just by force.
Even though it's not true.
Yeah.
Okay.
But if we're talking about the truth of the matter, did we go there? I say we did. And the reason why, as I said at the beginning, is because we, as Christians, not only have access to knowledge, but we have the capacity to understand, the world around us. And the world around us was given to us in a way to, to explore it, to make the most out of it that we can, to not be nihilistic, to actually go out there and try to understand the mind of God, try to live in accordance to God. So if we go to the moon, it's not against the principles of what God wants us to do. In fact, it would be us acting in accordance to what is true, right? We can actually put a bunch of fuel on a rocket, ignite it, get out of this force that attracts us to the center of the planet, go to the moon, come back, use math, make all of the little distinctions, and it will be thanks to the grace of God that we can even do any of that.
Okay. Well, then it's like, I'm assuming you have knowledge of what the Bible says about going to space and or space travel, the moon, that sort of thing.
I mean, you can bring up any passages if you want to.
Well, I thought you were the one that was going to prove to me that the Bible says that we could totally go to the moon and around it and then come back.
I don't use the Bible as a cudgel as to tell you what can happen or cannot. The Bible is a system, it's a belief system that allows me to know that God loves me, that there is a creator, that there is a capacity to redemption, that the church is true. And whenever I have questions about how to interpret the Bible in accordance to the world, I will go to my priest. But I will not be like using the Bible as a cudgel to tell you anything, to be honest. It's not my place.
Okay.
So
And I
just
think I can
just
respect that.
reel us back into the Artemis program. So like you both have your standard on the legitimate part, like
I think so.
with Emmet being that authority can make it legitimate, and Rowdy saying that unless it like actually happened, it's not legitimate. So just like when we're talking about like the Artemis program, what would be like the criteria or evidence that you would be using under your definition to determine legitimacy? And that's for
Yeah, well,
that's for both of you.
Well, the what I would say is that you can actually go and see the rocket. There's beam, there's if you actually want to, you can go to different NASA places. You can go over there. You can see the rockets. You can see the space modules. You can see the rocks. There are different experiments that have been done. There's obviously like the super skepticism, right? If you want to be a super skeptic, in a sense, is like nothing makes any sense because you can just go back and make ask questions and questions and questions. But at the end of the day, is those are the things that I would look towards. Like what kind of is it? It's like what kind of fuel that we're using. Is that thing make sense? What kind of rocket do they have? Can I go see the rocket? I've seen the rockets. You can go see the rocks that they were bringing forth from the moon and talk about all different things. I don't know what kind of evidence would you use to say that we never went.
Well, that's why because it was the burden of proof was on you. So when it's like,
Yeah,
you say like rocks and stuff, it's like, does that when you say they brought back, or you can go see
yeah.
the
There's
ships or
so
the
near
rockets?
me, yeah. The
Yeah,
rockets,
I'm
there
not
are
I'm not
different
a
museums.
rocket denier, if that's kind of the thing. It's like I do believe there are rockets, boosters, that sort of thing. But I
Okay.
still don't actually know if that's the there are rockets, therefore we went up and around the moon and then came back. And it's
No,
like, I mean,
yeah,
we could get into, I got some of the data here, I guess, if that's kind of the thing.
yeah. You want
As
to go
far as
there?
where my questions come from, um, do you know do you know how fast the SLS is the name of the whole rocket itself that actually launches the little
The
capsule
capsule.
Orion and
Hmm.
the service module that's attached to it. Um, and I'm going off of all of the data I could find from like NASA, and I'm looking for the truth in the information that they're giving me. But what happens is I come across a lot of speed bumps, which then leads me to having these conversations where I'm like, can you help me get over this? There's like a little speed bump right here, and I just need maybe a little more clarification on what this means or how we demonstrate this or something like that. But do you know how big the rocket itself, how much it weighed, uh, the whole thing at liftoff?
Okay.
Do you know how much it weighed?
I'm not entirely sure about.
5.75 million pounds.
Uh-huh.
fueled, and that's wet. It was like 3.75 dry, loaded up with fuel. It now weighs 5.75 million pounds. Requires 8.8 million pounds of thrust. Do you know how fast it gets going to break through the atmosphere? The
I'm
answer
not.
is 3,100 miles per hour, 3,100 miles per hour. They get to about 30 miles up. It takes 90 seconds, and then they release the boosters, and the other part goes off into the distance while accelerating the whole time, allegedly. I don't know if you've ever been on a roller coaster,
Yep.
but every single time that thing accelerates, I don't know if you've ever been in a Tesla, every time and you can't move. Some of the rides, if you're little and you got your head down, I've seen kids get stuck on the roller coaster like this and they can't get their head up because the acceleration is continuing the whole way.
Yeah, that's correct.
If they were going to increase acceleration into zero gravity, which all of the data I could find says that acceleration does continue into zero gravity due to Newton's third law or something like that. If
Velocity
you
continues,
were locked
acceleration does.
into your seat, you would be locked into your seat the whole time. There wouldn't be no, oh, we're in zero gravity now. Guess we can just unhook and float around now and throw stuff.
Yeah.
And watch
So
it do the
it's
thing.
like
You're still accelerating. So that I just want to go over a couple real quick. Well, actually, let's do one at a time. What acceleration in zero gravity? What's that?
Yeah. Well, first off, that's a misunderstanding, right? The acceleration is not continuous in zero gravity. Velocity is.
No.
So when you are outside of atmospheric conditions, and it's not even continuous all the way through, but that's
No, it does
a little more
continue the whole way
complicated.
through.
No,
they get up to
it's a little bit more complicated.
25,000 miles per hour.
Yeah, they go 25 miles. Yeah, they go 25,000 miles per
25,000
hour.
miles per hour.
Okay. So
Accelerating
they
the whole time
accelerate
up
to that speed, but then it doesn't keep accelerating because acceleration would mean
Okay.
it would come to 25,000, then we go to 30,000, and
then
then we go to 35,000, then we go to 40,000, then you would keep on going faster and faster. Okay, what
so you slow
happens
down a
is
little
you go
bit.
to 25,000. No, you usually stay at around 25,000 miles per hour. So imagine that you're on a train.
No.
You start on a train.
Not
It
true.
goes really fast, and then it's still going really fast, but you can move. You have
Right.
okay,
They're no longer
that's just-
accelerating. Yeah,
they're no longer
you're
accelerating.
at speed.
You're at speed and you're moving in the speed in the place.
Yeah,
So
but they don't
that
just
is.
magically stop at 25,000 miles per hour because that's just how fast they go. They have thrusters, which then slow them down to 25,000 miles per hour because they would run out of fuel if they kept increasing their speed all the way through and wouldn't be able to make it around the moon and back home. So they slow down to 25,000 miles per hour because that's the sweet spot where they'll have enough fuel to use corrective thrusts as they navigate perfectly through all of those meteors and all of that space trash and all of they just magically don't hit any of it. You don't see any of it. I totally believe them. And not a single star up there. So everyone will bring that one up. That's an easy one. And then what happens is,
I mean, that would be dependent, right?
Dependent on what?
So have you ever taken what you're saying is you cannot see stars, but it's usually because of the camera lenses. So have you ever taken a picture with your camera to the sky? What happens with most of the time when you take a picture of the starry sky with your camera?
I could get a picture of the stars and the clouds.
It looks black. It depends on the amount of time you allow the lens to capture light. If it's really fast, it usually looks black because it doesn't have enough time to capture the light of the star. And the same thing happens when you're like taking a picture of thing. That exposure is very important when it comes to that. It's just how it works. It will depend on whether you are on the amount of light too.
Are they taking long exposure videos up there? Long exposure photos?
No, they're not. I don't know if they are. Like, I don't think they are. Why would you? Okay, maybe this is the problem, right? Do you know what exposure is in a camera? Just asking. I'm not trying to be mean to you or anything.
No, yeah, dude, I promise.
Okay,
I don't know.
you have the lens. You have the lens of the camera. Okay,
Yeah.
And there are three things. You have the ISO, which is the amount of light that is reflected on the sensor.
Okay.
You have the aperture, like how much of the lens is going to be able, how much light is going to be able to enter the camera at a single time. And you have the
Yeah.
exposure. The exposure is the time that the sensor is
stays
going to
open.
be accepting light.
Yep.
Yeah,
Okay.
and stays open. Most of the
Generally
time,
have an idea.
you don't have like high exposure times on photos. What you do is you click and you get the picture.
Freeze frame.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's usually that what you want. You can have like high aperture, like high exposure times in some cases. The problem is that the light of the stars is very, very far away. It's very dim, and you need more exposure so that you can actually see the light, or the sensor captures the light. It's not a problem with the light of the star. It's a problem with the sensor of the camera.
How far away is the
I don't
closest
know.
star?
Depends on about 4 light years, I think.
4 light years. Huh,
Yeah.
that doesn't seem like that far. How many
It's
miles is
dude.
that?
That's incredibly far. That is like 30 trillion miles or something like that.
How long would that take?
Forever. We're never gonna do it. Okay, I'm not a person that believes in interspatial travel, like interstellar travel. It's not gonna happen. If anybody
Is the
here that
moon
is like,
local?
yeah, we're gonna go to another star in our lifetime, strap on, because you're not gonna do it. It's not gonna happen.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, it does sound pretty illegitimate to believe that would be the case, right?
It would be the case. What would be the case? That there is
That
a
the
star
mission to go to those stars would be an
Yeah,
illegitimate mission.
yes. If that was
Okay.
if Orion was if Artemis was saying we're gonna go to the nearest star, I would be the first one outside being like, you know this is bullshit. This not only smells like bullshit. This is just bullshit.
Okay. I like the answer. This is bullshit. I'm gonna go back just a few steps real quick because I
Let's
want
go
to finish
back.
this one. Do you know about the SR-71 Blackbird? It's like a stealth bomber kind of, not the B-2, but it's like got the big turbines and then gets really skinny.
Oh, the one that went
the
super fast, that around like 2 missiles, supposedly.
the fastest recorded piloted ship aircraft ever, reaching a top speed of 2,193 miles per hour. Went Mach 3, I think like 3.2. These are all I'm just chicken scratching on my paper here for what my notes are going to be.
Yeah.
It reaches about 600 to 800 degrees at the nose. The front edges get about to 800 degrees and actually expand the aircraft itself because they get so hot.
Because of friction.
Mach 3. Do you know how many pilots are qualified to fly this plane at Mach 3?
Probably 1 or 2.
It's 86. There's about 86 qualified to hit Mach 3, and then there's a few dozen more that like rotate in and out, and they hit Mach 3 all the time. It's totally normal. They don't have any side effects. Do you know how fast the SLS, the Orion, and the whole ship itself gets going before it breaks the atmosphere?
It's about Mach 32 or something like that?
No. Yeah, that's a fake number that is out there as far as misinformation to get the flat earthers all like caught up on how like ridiculous the numbers are. It's actually Mach 4.5, which is just a little bit faster.
Yeah, but you're not you
realize 4,000 miles per hour. Do you know how many pilots are qualified to hit Mach 4.5? Just a quick question.
None. But you know, let me ask.
It's
Rowdy, just a second.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let me explain to you something real quick, okay?
Yeah.
You're not piloting that.
Okay.
What does
piloting mean? You're holding the joystick and making decisions, or just sitting there like this?
They're pretty much sitting there like this, because you're not doing any, like, that's the point, right? That's the point I'm making.
But if you're holding the thing and driving it, all of a sudden you can handle up to, do you know how many G's? Probably not.
You
the
cannot
F-15
hold it.
rocket in the 1960s was the only plane that ever hit Mach 4. And there are no operational aircrafts that have taken a pilot that fast. Now, when it says taken
What
a
does it
pilot,
mean to pilot? You're asking the question.
go
You
that
answer your
fast.
question
How
for yourself.
about go that fast?
No,
What
you
does it
can
mean to
go that
drive a
fast.
car? I get in a Corvette and I go 201 or 205 or whatever they can go. If I'm just in it with my foot on the gas, am I still piloting the Corvette to 200 miles per hour? I
If
think
you can,
I
if
think
you
you can
can
count it.
move it.
Yeah,
Okay,
well, let's just
put it
say it
this
goes on
way.
a straight line right to the moon.
Yeah, it just goes. That's
It
the way
just
it
does,
goes.
yeah.
Yeah. Do you pilot? Wait, do you pilot a roller coaster?
No. Does
Okay,
it
you just
go
sit there
the
and do
speed that it
this.
goes, even if I'm not in control
You
of
go
it?
there and you just do these.
Am I going
It's pretty
60
much
miles
what's
per hour?
happened.
Okay, so you would agree.
Yeah,
You
maybe,
agree. You go the speed that the roller coaster's going, right?
but you're
You
not
would agree.
piloting it.
Sure. But
Okay,
are these
once
people
you're being
going Mach
thrown,
4 even though they're not
once
driving the shuttle? Are they
yeah,
going
when
Mach
you're
4.5?
when yeah, you're not
Okay,
piloting it.
there's a dozen people that have ever made it through a Mach 4.5, and it's been since the 1960s on the X-15 rocket plane. And there are no operational aircrafts that can allow a person in them to go to those speeds.
Well, except for the Artemis, right?
Magically, except for the Artemis. No
Well,
communication.
no, magically, because there was one in the past, which
Well,
happened in the 60s, and we have
Can you-
one now, which is the Artemis. So it's not magically. We've done it before.
the X-15 didn't go to outer space. It was just
The-
a engine test
the-
to see how fast they could get the X-15 rocket.
Perfect. They
It
could
was on a plane.
get it to Mach 4. So they did it in the past. They've done it again.
There were a dozen pilots. Coincident? You believe the coincidence that these four just happened to be able to qualify for Mach 4.5?
I don't
Did you-
think
oh,
you
wait,
qualify
actually-
for that.
actually-
I think all
actually,
you
did
do
you
is
see the
sit
video?
there and pray not to die.
Did you
It's
see the
like,
video
what
that
you
NASA?
do? You just stay there and it's like, oh well.
Wait,
I'll
but
do what I
didn't you see the video of NASA and they had all the pilots in those like that machine where it spins around and they like test them to go like a certain speed? Oh,
They're not testing
I've
you.
never
They're-
seen that
they're
video
trying
because there
to
isn't
prepare
one.
you.
Yeah,
They're trying to prepare you. No,
that video
there
doesn't
is
exist.
there is what there is there this is well known. There are different things that people do when it comes to just spinning around and being in Mac and all that. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter because you're not preparing yourself to take decisions. What kind of decision do you think they can take when it comes
doesn't-
to them
you
being at
can't-
Mach 4 at the beginning of the flight? Nothing. They can do nothing. If
You can't even
last time,
breathe. Yeah, you can't.
yeah,
It's difficult
the
to
last
breathe.
time it is the last time anybody had to make a decision in those conditions, it was the Challenger, and let me tell you, they didn't make much decisions at all. All they did was pretty much say bye in a very flourish way.
Well, no, because aren't like 6 of those people still alive or whatever?
In the Challenger?
Yeah, the people that were in the Challenger.
No.
Aren't tho-
What
they're
are you
not-
talking about?
those people aren't still alive.
No.
Huh. Okay. Well then, yeah, I must have a
The
different.
Challenger explosion? Have you ever
Yeah.
seen the Challenger explosion?
I think so.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
killed the seven.
I must
Killed all the 7 crew members.
all 7. What were their names?
I don't
Doesn't it usually
know
has a
their
list right
name.
there?
Dick Scooby, Michael J. Schmidt, Ronald McNair, Ellison Onizuka, Judith Resnick, Gregory Jarvis, and Krista McAuliffe.
Yeah, I believe people. One of them has a twin or something. They've
Did
been
Jesus
found. They found 6 of these people. One of them's a teacher at Yale. The I don't have that list right here, of course.
Wait, are you telling me that the 7 people that died that day are not actually
not 7.
dead? I'm
Not
gonna
7.
need a little bit of evidence for
I
that
can't-
claim, my boy.
Well, it'll be the same claim as yours that the spaceship went up and around the moon. I saw a
No.
video, and there was a guy that looked into the information on all the people that were on that thing, and they have found those same. So I can actually provide it because I believe there's court cases involved with this. People are being subpoenaed due to some of these circumstances, but they have found a lot of these peoples with the same name, the same face, the same age, the same teeth, and
Let's
have
see. The
asked
same
about getting.
teeth.
Yeah, well, do like photos, right? You take
Ronald
the photos. You
McNair
get,
is
get
alive. No, NASA astronaut physicist Ronald McNair is not alive. He was killed
is
at
this?
age 35.
Are you on Google?
I am on Google. I'm trying to figure out if you have any of this, because
Here, let's see.
listen. Let me put
pull
it
mine
this
up.
way: NASA fake mission to the moon. Okay, and I can have why conspiracy theories may say deep fake. I see a lot of different places that I can find information, at least. It even says why do some people believe this, but I cannot. When it comes to Ronald McNair being alive, I would be like very surprised if we don't just come up and be like, yeah, this guy survived the Challenger explosion. I would be very happy that he was alive.
Right.
Yeah.
But yeah, see, this is where I come with the conspiracy theories and the speculation, because what I have found is every time I do this and I have this conversation, is it comes down to being like, well, hold on, my credibility or the people that I have looked into or the research that I have done is just actually too unbelievable to accept as even being possible. A lot of these things is just, well, hold on, but I've seen the video of it explode. I know that it did, and it's like I'm the person that's just like, how do you know that? Have you actually verified that? Do you actually
Yeah,
know
the
that
preponderance of evidence, right? And it wouldn't be the
yeah,
way that I would do it would be the preponderance of evidence. I would
but
do it through
this is
that
back to
place.
legitimate. Yeah, this is back to it's going to be legit, but you already said that
No,
it could
we
be
moved away from
untrue.
legitimate, dude. We moved away from legitimate. Legitimate is whatever
Well,
they
I mean,
say. The government says that is legitimate, if that is the case. But
right,
we're
which is
talking
I
about
think
if
where
it's
this is going.
true. This is true. The way that I would go through it is through the preponderance of evidence. I would look at the evidence. I would look at the possibility of the evidence, and I will say, hey, due to the fact that, for example, we have the ISS. The ISS is a thing that we can find, we can see. We have had
Yeah,
different missions.
just
The fact that it's possible and it's not hard to put to make a rocket, to send the rocket up, to get out of it. The point would be that would be kind of the evidence I would go to. I would go to the preponderance of evidence to find an idea of whether or not this is a true thing. But the
yeah,
thing that I would not do is be like, yeah, I think it was Ronald McNair is now the jail professor, and I heard that in a video, and that is the reason why I know that the Challenger did not happen. It would be that's kind of
no,
I
yeah.
need a little bit more proof
I'm
for
just
that
asking the
claim.
question. Yeah, and I agree. That's what I thought. I just had the idea that was. I was interested to see if you had heard any of such story. Um, but then that
I
just brings us back to like the ISS. You said like, what's that? You said I can see that. Yeah, you're right. I have an app that actually tracks it, and I can find it in this telescope, and I can
mhm,
watch a little light go,
mhm.
and I go, oh, that proves it. There's a bunch of people up there swinging around and
I
observing
mean, get
or
a better
taking
one, and you
pictures.
can see it better.
That's true. Are there any
It's-
videos of that? Are there any photos?
yeah,
There's photos and videos of
there's photos
people
and videos of
tracking
it.
the ISS.
There's a very famous video of an astronomer. He's not part of NASA or anything like that. He's just an astronomer. He was taking a video of the moon, and the ISS passed in front of it. And you know when I saw that one, oddly enough, I saw that one Jim Bob's stream. And it was very cool because even Jim Bob was like, well, I think I have to look at this new evidence.
Okay. Would that demonstrate that they were in outer space, or could I make the argument that the moon is
No,
closer than you think it is, and
they're in
we went
lower
there?
or
Would that
they're
still
in
be
lower
legit?
orbit. They're in lower orbit. I don't think I don't know how far away the moon is. Like I can speculate about the distances of the moon. I
It's
don't. It doesn't
200
seem.
200,000 miles is what they say. Uh,
So,
200,
but the point I was gonna make is that according to what I know of physics and the way that physics work, and I think you agree with me on this, is if you burn a bunch of fuel to go fast, you get to think faster.
Uh, yeah, that's why I was curious as to why don't they just go? I believe the Raptor or whatever the one Elon's working on, I believe
Yeah,
it goes 100,000 um, miles per hour.
maybe.
I could be wrong.
It
And
sounds
you
a
brought
little
up the
bit. It sounds extremely high, to be honest.
and
We can look at it. Raptor, Elon Musk, rocket speed.
yeah, I believe that he wants the Starship to go 100,000 miles per hour. That way, it only takes like 28,000 years to get to the newest or the nearest star.
No, that would be false. Cannot be.
What? Why not though?
28,000 years, you said?
Yeah, I think it was like 28,000 years.
Okay, that makes
Yeah,
a little bit
at
more
a
sense.
hundred at 100,000 miles per hour, it would be
Yeah.
28,000 years, and we would hit the first star, and then figure out like there's nobody
Yeah,
here, or oh
that's
look,
what
it's
I
a
told you that I don't
planet.
agree with any kind of interstellar
Deep.
flight. 28,000 years
Well,
is way too
but you
long.
do, because isn't that where the light that you believe you see is coming from?
Well, the
Is
light can travel.
from an infinite. Okay, what happens when I flash a flashlight at you? Does the light laser beam for trillions and trillions of years to get to your eyeballs as a perfect
No,
little illuminary,
no, because
or
we are not
does light
trillions and trillions
expand
of years apart, right?
from the star?
When
I thought
you
you said that.
use a flashlight and you point it at me, we are not
Mhm.
trillions and trillions of light years apart. We are probably, I don't know how far away you are from me.
Sure,
Probably,
but let's go with the 4 light years away star.
yes.
How light would this light have to be to
It's an
make it from?
approximation, and what they're saying is you know that there's a speed of light, right? It's a constant, about
I've heard of this.
300,000 miles per hour, something like that. Miles
I
per,
think so. Yeah. Yeah, that's why the delay thing where they're like, "Give me a thumbs up," and the guy's like, "Oh."
Wow. Sorry, I read that
Wait.
super chat.
Oh, I missed it. Uh,
God damn it.
um,
Uh,
the delay. Yeah,
so
light
Well,
speed.
with like 8 minutes here, let me see if I could just like kind of tie it back in, or if you could tie it back in for us a little bit, Rowdy. Here,
Yeah.
this light thing you're talking about and the speed of light and everything. How does this tie to the Artemis being legitimate or not?
I think just mainly because there's this weird uh, miscommunication or misunderstanding on the idea of seeing stars in outer space as it is. This is where it started for me from a long time ago when I was in high school and learning this stuff in science class. And I
mhm.
literally, I'm talking even seventh grade, eighth grade type stuff. This is before we had smartphones, before we had Wikipedia and all of the technology in our pockets. And I remember just being like, it just seems kind of crazy. And then you see the interviews with the astronauts that like have this weird reaction. And I'm not doing the like, oh, see, this proves my side. It just proves the idea that I don't think that they're actually either A, being honest or being legitimate in the story that they're telling, and or
Mhm.
you could just come up with any assumption you want, and if they can't refute that, then actually what makes you wrong, you know? um can can you see the stars in outer space? Every single time you catch these people on camera, they can't answer it. They're like, well, in the original one from the moon landing, they were like, I don't actually remember seeing any. And they like look at each other and they're like, yeah, right, Bob, right, Bill, right, Jim, we totally one two we don't remember seeing the stars.
Uh-huh.
And then the next people, they're like, yeah, we could see so many sometimes if there was the right, like, because the light and stuff, and we're like, so far, and it's
Yeah.
like crazy. Like, we don't got to get into all the science and
Yeah,
stuff. Like, I'm not
maybe
even
they're
gonna-
dumb. That doesn't mean anything. Have you ever heard anyone from NASA talk? I told you I was listening
Yeah.
to one last time, and all I wanted to do was give him a swirly because of how unlikable he was. And it's like
So, back to
I
the
agree with
preponderance of
him, and
evidence.
I didn't want to agree with him because of how unlikable he was, how pedantic he was.
So on the preponderance of
Preponderance of evidence.
preponderance of
Mhm.
on the evidence, I'm totally justified in thinking that they don't actually know what they're talking about. I don't actually think that they have a right answer, because either A, they're in on it and totally like, oh shit, I messed up the script and I was supposed to say that we could totally see stars, even though we didn't get one single shot from a GoPro or any sort of camera, or
Because of
maybe we
exposure.
CGI'd them in later because of exposure and the refraction and the angles and stuff, but we could see the back of the moon perfectly with no sun facing it. Did they have
Because of
lights on board of the Orion? Or were
well,
they
yes,
just
they
close
had
enough?
lights. You remember
Yeah.
that they had lights?
They did have lights. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And we could like light up the. How close did they get to
Even
the
if
backside of the moon?
okay, even if it was a set, they would still have lights,
Still
wouldn't
legit.
they?
No, I don't think. I actually. This is where you
It-
have to tell me that it wasn't.
yeah,
a
I
set.
can show you that they had lights. Give me a second.
Okay.
There's
Let's go with.
there's some things that I can do and there's things that I can't, but I can show you that they have lights actually.
Okay. I'll go back to the original one of why I just don't think it's legit. The service module that's attached to the bottom of Orion allegedly went with them the whole mission, and then they break off of it right before they break into the atmosphere at 25,000 miles per hour or whatever. And I guess if you hit the atmosphere at that speed and then reduced to 16,000 miles per hour, I don't know what the increase or decrease of that is, but wouldn't that be violent on your body as far as like velocity and deceleration? So actually, I have some questions with the math on that as well. But the fact that the service module doesn't have any heat shields, and that's why it can't come back through because it gets too hot. The fact that it can break out at Mach 4 going, I think it was 17,000 miles per hour or 25. Let's see. 3,000 miles per hour at 90 seconds separates from the boosters. Let's see, I got 20,000. There's just
Could
a
you bring
lot of
that up
math that I think doesn't
real
actually.
quick?
Yeah.
I just wanna show something. Oh. Yeah,
Yeah, I'm moving my
you
over
see?
there.
It even if it's a green screen, there's still a light. It's coming from the top.
From the top, but what about the
Yeah,
right side
just
of his?
yeah,
right side of his
just
head.
well,
What about the backside
yeah,
of her
I
hand?
think there this is a light too, right here,
Okay.
and I think there's another source of light probably here. Since I cannot
Oh.
see all the since it's a very big set, and there's a
Yeah.
lot more. Yeah, but
Yeah,
I mean,
and
even if it was a
I'm-
big set, you would still have lights, right? That's what I
I'm-
wanted to show. That light was still there, and they had lights, in fact. So
I do want to clarify that was my bad. I was meaning on the outside, shining on the backside of the moon that you could see perfectly from their photo.
it would
That's what I meant.
depend on. But
Did
well,
they
the
have,
backside.
did Orion have headlight? Did they have lights shining onto the backside of the moon,
I
or
don't
would
think
you
so,
be
but
able
I
to
don't
see
know.
the backside of the moon?
You can.
with no
I mean,
light source?
if there's light coming from the sun that's hitting the backside of the moon, yes, you can see it.
No, because on the backside of the moon there is no light. You're on the backside
No,
of it.
there is light.
Where does it come from?
You would call it the front side and the back side, right? But do you see how there's phases of the moon? Sometimes the front
Yeah.
side doesn't have light. Okay,
Yeah.
when
So
you
when
don't
you have-
see that, yeah,
You have a Earth and then you have a moon, right?
yeah,
And they're allegedly
tidal
doing
lock.
this, right?
tidal lock. Uh-huh.
And so dialogue, does that mean the moon rotates
Tidal-
on its own
tidal-
axis?
no. Tidal lock. It means that the face this is the moon. This face
yeah.
is facing the Earth, and it's always facing the Earth. That's what it means.
Okay. Does that mean that the moon's spinning on its own axis, just at a wider angle?
I'm not
To
entirely
maintain.
sure. I think they're
So
locked.
watch.
I don't know
Watch.
I don't know the
Uh,
actual
I'll do a little.
movement of the moon. I haven't seen it, but
We only got
they
a minute, real
always
quick.
facing each other.
I'll do a little experiment. I'm gonna write a
Mhm.
number 1 on
Yeah.
this side of the moon. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Let's see if we can see that as a
Yeah.
makeshift
I
number
can
1.
see the
Okay.
one
Okay. And then we're gonna write a number 2 on an
on
estimated
the back side.
backside. Okay. Something like this. Let's see,
Yes.
number 2. Okay, we got number 1. Okay. If we have Earth and we have the moon, and number 1 is always facing us.
Uh-huh.
If I rotate around Earth, would I have to spin the moon as well to keep it on number 1, so that it
Yeah,
would be 2 would be
yeah, it would
facing
have.
away the whole time?
Yeah.
Okay. Because if the moon didn't rotate, I would get to here and we would then see the backside of it.
Yeah, that is
Correct?
correct. It's rotating with us. Mhm.
Well, it's okay, but on its own axis to maintain
Yeah.
that
What it
side
means is
facing
that
us
the
the whole
front
time.
face was always facing the Earth. Mhm.
Okay.
But that doesn't
So
mean
when
that the
you
back
so when you
face doesn't get
fly,
any light.
sure. So let's say sun is you. You're the sun.
Yes.
You're hitting this side of Earth. You're hitting number 1 on the side of the moon right here.
Yes.
And I fly over here and I come around to the backside of the moon. Can I see the backside of the moon?
But why do you think that happened? That's the question that I have.
Uh,
Were they
uh,
doing that specifically?
Orion
Because
flew
the
around
picture that I
to
have
number
of them
2.
doing that, it doesn't show anything. It doesn't.
So there's no photos of the dark side of the moon from Orion?
There's
All
no
right,
dark side of the moon. There's the front face and the back face.
real quick. So that
Okay.
would be open hour there of the open floor. Usually though, when there's still some little spice in the meat going on. I like to ask if just a reminder that we still have the 30-minute Q&A, that if both people are open to it, if you guys want another 30 minutes of open floor.
Well, I'll say, are there a bunch of super good questions? A bunch of super chats? Are there a bunch of super chat questions?
Well, not yet.
Then maybe we go another 15?
You never
Yeah,
know what's gonna happen.
We can finish this real quick and we can
Okay.
just talk
I'm
about it.
down,
'Cause-
yeah.
here it is.
Right.
Here it is.
You
So
guys want 15 minutes then?
yeah, 15 is fine.
Yeah, I'm cool with
Okay,
that.
okay. Let me get
So if
oh, you want me to
sorry
pull that up for
sorry
you?
easy, but yeah, this
no
is.
worries.
So this picture is a picture of what you're talking about that was taken from Artemis 2. And it's the I don't even know which side of the moon it is because we're not talking
Well,
about
you
Earth.
do.
It's not taken from Earth. No, we don't know. I don't know where Earth is exactly. That's
fair.
the thing that I'm saying.
Okay.
But if you see the picture doesn't capture any of the light on the dark side, right? On the side that is not light up by the
Right.
sun. But
Yeah.
that doesn't mean that
Okay.
when they took the pictures of the far side that it was no light coming from the sun.
Okay. Do you know how far away they were from the moon when they took this photo?
No, I don't know exactly.
I guess
how far away
I'll
they
just
were.
make it easy, I guess. Do you believe that this is a legitimate photo?
I believe this is a legit. Why would I? Okay, yes, I do think it's a legitimate photo.
Do you think it's a true photo?
A true photo? Yes.
Yeah,
I
do you think they
it's a true
truly
photo.
took this picture? It's like a picture, right? Like with a cell phone camera, or what did they use to take pictures? Did they have a Nikon? All they had to do was get a Nikon 1000 and shoot the ocean stuck to the bottom of the globe. That was it. They had one job. Take a picture of a plane flying upside down. And we go, holy shit, guys, look, we're live streaming. We're here. Look at us, all of us, just the
Yeah,
four
they're
of us,
not as
all
Mongold.
four walls in the thing. Look, we can hold the GoPro up to the window. Look at all those stars. Holy cow, this is the craziest thing I've ever seen. That's how you would act if you were on Orion flying around the moon.
It
I'm
would
just saying.
depend. It would depend, right? If I was this tiny and I was on Orion, I would probably be taking different kinds of pictures. Just saying, it would depend on who I am and how I want to act. I don't understand. It's like how exactly is you say that they don't
It's
act
not
like
legit.
streamers? That's why they you don't believe them because they're not streamers.
No, I'm just saying that. Let me ask you this: why do you think that they film any of it? Why do you think there's photos of any of it? Like, what do you think the reason for that is?
Because it's a great PR movement because they
To
want
prove it?
people
Is
to
it to
be
prove to
there.
you that it's really happening? Do you think that's the number
Yeah,
one goal, is to convince the population that this is what we're actually legitimately doing?
that they want to show off their work. Yes.
Yeah. So number one reason, prove to the population, dude, imagine the trillions more dollars we could get if we just convinced all of the space denying, moon landing
Yeah.
denying, flat earth
So that they
nonsense
can
people.
vote. Yeah, yeah. So
It would
next
take
time they vote for
15
Kamala, right?
seconds for them to take the GoPro or whatever the camera is. Where the do you remember the shot? You could probably pull it up easy or whatever. I don't want to derail anymore, but he's got the shot where he's like, look at that. He's doing this move and he's like, you could see Earth right out this window. Do you see out this window? We got Earth right out there. That's crazy. All right, guys, and then that's the end of the 2-minute video, and not a single like look for yourselves, assholes. For all you denying hater, anti-intellectual Joe
Yeah, I
Rogan
know.
PMP nobodies, look at it.
Yeah.
Why
They
wouldn't they
didn't
do
act
that?
like a streamer. That's the point. You want them to act like the streamers.
I want them to do. I
You
want them to
want
prove
Planet
your
Peterson.
point of convincing the population
You
that it's
want
really legitimate,
you want Planet Peterson to go to the moon, so you're
dude.
convinced. So the Planet Peterson's
I
like,
would vote.
hey, imagine this, you flat earthers. Look where am I? Yo, selfie. Is that what
I
you
think
want?
I think he would be, even he. I'll go out on a limb here. This might be crazy, but I think I would believe him as being more legitimate than whatever
Planet
information I get from
Peterson?
NASA. The photo you just showed me, I believe the estimated distance from that backside of that photo to Orion would mean that the moon would have to be this big in the photo. You wouldn't be able to see around the moon, let alone the corona, the magic corona of the sun, where you can see the light as it's perfectly eclipsed once again with not a single star in the sky. It doesn't actually make any sense. And it's not because of like, oh, I'm arguing from incredulity and I'm just not smart enough to get it, therefore it's not true. It's
No, I'm
like,
not telling you that. I'm not
no,
telling
I'm
you
not
that at
saying you.
all.
This isn't for you. This is for the audience because I'm gonna get a lot of haters. But if I could, there's gonna be one fan out there, and if I could say this,
Oh, you have
I
a
want
ton
to
of
make
fans
sure.
out there.
I want to make sure that my point on this is not to prove you wrong, is to convince somebody in the audience to think for themselves, break out of the idea
Yeah,
of
be
like taking
libertarian.
this, take, take,
Yeah,
take. My
let's
grandma
be
did say,
libertarians.
my grandma did say, don't open your mind too much or it'll fall out or whatever, right? That's everyone's heard that one before. But no, but the idea is to think for yourself so that you can
Uh,
actually determine that Christ is king and Christianity is the one, the way, the true, the
yeah,
light, whatever. Yeah, I mean, we could.
but one is
You
not
would
against
have
the
to. You
other,
would have
right?
to try to get them to believe you. And if the idea is that we weren't wasting all this time convincing them to believe things like we're flying up and around the moon and just
Well,
take our
Rowdy,
word for it, give us
Rowdy,
your money.
is one? Let me ask you this question: is one against the other?
Okay.
You think the moon and the fact that the moon exists goes against Christianity?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, it's the fact that a rocket exists. Let's say that. Grant me this for the first time. Let's say that it is true,
Time
and
travel. Oh,
we went to the moon. Okay, say that we
yeah,
went to the moon and
totally,
we took that
totally did.
picture. Would
So
that be
hard.
against Christianity?
I actually don't know. I'm going to go with, I lean towards no, because I would
Okay.
entertain that the moon is still local and you could actually still go there maybe, but it's not
Okay.
not what you think it is.
What is it then? Is it a rock on space, or is it like a magic, the magic eye of God that's looking at you at night? What
That
is
would
it?
be that would be the question for me to ask the person that's like, I know that it's legitimate, and here's why. I know that it's a rock that magically reflects light at a higher
It's
frequency
not
than any other.
magically. There's no magic here.
Well, it would be magic
It's thanks
because
to the grace
magic's
of
not
God that we
true,
have a
but
moon
hold on. Magic
that
is
is able to
not
reflect
true, but
light to
legit,
us.
right? Is magic legitimate?
Magic is untrue.
But it is legitimate, right?
No.
Yeah, they legitimately pull a bunny out of the hat after they crinkle up the
No,
toilet
it's
paper and
not
they throw it in. And
legitimate. There's
it's
nothing saying that you ought to believe in it or make you believe in it, right?
I don't think legitimate has anything to do with like you ought believe legitimacy. Just the
Yeah,
idea is if
or
the
else.
government force can trick a population into believing that we went around the moon, then it is legit that we did. Would be
Yeah,
the
because the
same as the
government
guy
did
that
it, and the government, if you let's say that the government doesn't want anybody to say that, they can go ahead and put them in jail, right?
sure. I
Okay,
mean
so that would
would
be legitimate.
legit.
There's nothing that would be like, oh, you didn't put this thing out of the hat, so you go to jail. That's the point.
No, the idea is the magic trick itself is legitimately happening. They're legitimately tricking a bunch of people into thinking they pulled the rabbit out of the hat, even though it's untrue that there was a hat with a piece of paper that magically turned into a rabbit. That would be untrue, but still legitimate. The idea of going in a spaceship
Okay.
up into
Well,
space and flying around
fine.
the
Then
moon
you're
would be
then
illegitimate.
okay. If that is the case, then you're just still debating for me on my side. It will be still
No,
legitimate. This will
it's,
be a
it's
legitimate mission.
illegitimate.
It will be
No,
completely legitimate because just like the magic trick, the fact
didn't-
that they pull it off,
didn't
and there's a
work.
bunch
Yeah.
of people that believe in it. That means
It
that
didn't
it's
work.
legitimate. Okay,
It
it
actually
works.
that actually makes my argument. Nobody believes it, therefore it's not legit.
It actually works. What part of
No, they did.
it doesn't work?
Well, if they cut the lady in half
What
and
part of
everyone
all
goes,
of the
this is
no, what
fake.
part of the space
Not a
moon?
legit magic
You know, whenever you go to the numbers, whenever you go to the capsule, whenever you go to the rocket, there's a
Mhm.
lot of speculation of things that may have happened. But do you have
Well, no, it's like
any actual evidence of
yeah,
it
they
not
walk out on
happening at all?
stage. They walk out on stage the day after
Uh
and do
huh.
their little speech or whatever.
Yeah.
Totally fine. And then like what was a few days after that, they show them like stumbling in the thing, and they're like, they can't even walk good because they're adjusting to gravity. It's like, well, okay, doesn't prove flat Earth or whatever, but it kind of makes me ask a question about whether or not the story they're telling me is actually legitimate or not. I have a few questions. Can you see stars from space? You would be able to give that answer so fast, be like, yeah, like more than you could ever imagine. And we took long exposure photos to capture them. We took short exposure photos to capture them. We took a Nikon 1000 up there to get a good zoom shot of Earth and Australia hanging on the bottom of it with uh, satellites and space debris. And oh my gosh, you can't imagine the things that you can see up there. Look at all this evidence. If they have
You
none of
have to
that,
understand. You have to
why can't I
understand
think
that.
that it's not legit?
Well, you have to understand the vastness of it, and people
How
understand
vast?
how vast it is.
Yeah,
Yes.
but we already talked about 4 billion or 4 light years away, which is a made up number that you don't even know. So it's like, I actually don't think you
It's
know
not a
if
made
it's
up
legit
number.
or
I
not.
can tell you exactly what it is. 4 light years
Yeah,
in
how many? Yeah.
distance, two
Oh my gosh.
miles, and
How many miles?
is
Something to the 23rd.
yes,
X
20,
error.
23rd.
Error.
It's not error.
It's a bunch of E's across.
5.88 trillion miles.
5.88 trillion miles.
Yeah, so that's a 1 light year. So if we
That's only one.
4, yeah, that would be 23.52 trillion miles, right?
23 trillion miles.
Yeah.
Okay, if we went 1
23.5.
mile, let's say we went 1 trillion miles per second.
Yeah, you
How
can't do
many?
that.
Let's just grant me that we can
23
go
seconds.
Okay. Yeah. So when you get into the numbers of it, right? We agreed that that conversation just actually doesn't make any sense.
Well,
23
when you're talking about
trillion
distances that
miles.
are that long, it doesn't make any sense, right? Because you cannot
23.
conceptualize it, and this is why people think about interstellar travel is just like taking a train to Busan, and it doesn't make any sense when you do that. But when you're
Okay.
talking about, I'm talking about
If nobody believes
numbers
it,
that
is
can
it
be
illegit
understand.
or is it legitimate, even though they don't believe it?
That's not the mission. The mission is not going to the nearest star. The mission is going to the moon. Okay, but
Okay.
the moon, even the moon, and even how far away it is.
Okay.
Okay, every time you move away from it, you're adding volume to the space that you're gonna be on, right?
For sure.
When you have a cube and it's this big, and then you make it
Yep.
this big, you're adding volume, right? So imagine a
I
sphere the
believe so.
size of the
Yeah.
Earth, and then
I
you
understand.
add volume to it. Okay, there
Okay.
is, if you have a grain of salt on a beach and you take a picture, are you gonna be like, why didn't you see every individual grain of salt instead of calling it sand? You see what I'm talking about? You're like,
I
oh, I'm
think
able
so.
to see all of these little things, but in reality, it's not that easy. The way that you take pictures of stars is different than when you take a picture of yourself. Just
Okay.
because of exposure, the way that you do all of these different little things that you're talking about, right?
Okay.
It's like, well, they're not
Well,
doing it like the streamer I want. You understand, and I'm not saying that the people in NASA are likable, but that doesn't mean that they're
yeah, no,
lying
I don't
about
I
doing
don't
what
think
they're doing.
well, even if they were even if they let's say
And
it
it's much
was
less.
if it
Sorry.
was true, but nobody
Mhm.
believed it, would that make it illegit? Like
No,
if so
because I'm
it
talking
would be
the legitimacy in my worldview would come from force. That is what makes it legit. And the people who did it are the people that hold the force. But when we're talking about whether or not it will be true, if they did it and nobody believed it, it will be true. And if
I
they didn't do it and everybody believed it, it would not be true. But the
do
point
you
is, I
think
don't
that
see any evidence. I see a lot of evidence from their side when it comes to pictures, when it comes to
pictures
them being dumb, when it comes to whatever they're doing.
agreed.
Okay,
We can agree on that.
when it comes to radio signals, when it comes to when it comes to different things, I see a lot more evidence of that being true than I see evidence of that not being true.
But based on your belief, right? Not your actual like you haven't done any like you didn't know any of the math, you didn't do any of the study, like you didn't do any of the experiments. You didn't observe them going and breaking through, right? You just watched the videos of that happening. But if I watch
I mean,
videos,
even if I
uh,
knew and if I made all the experiments, you would still be asking me if I saw it directly, right?
well, I
Because
mean,
I've made
yeah, I would
experiments
ask
of
you
the
if
I made few experiments. It burns pretty brightly. It's very nice when you see the
okay,
experiment of it, but it doesn't mean that I saw directly it burning on that specific Artemis mission going up in space.
right, that's fair.
And you
Or
would
if there
ask
were,
me for the
you
same
can
kind of thing.
actually verify
Yeah,
if
but
there were
I
people.
would ask you the same thing, right? Have you like went to do you think tomorrow the sun will rise?
Dang it, I forgot what this one is. Um, I do. I believe it will,
Okay. But you don't have any evidence of it,
but I
right?
don't know that it will. The people
Uh
I know that this is a legit mission
well.
versus I believe this is a legit mission.
Well, but maybe maybe you should.
All right.
Maybe
That
you
is
should act like
gonna
the sun will not
wrap up
rise.
the open floor back and forth. I want to say excellent exchanges from both sides tonight. All right. So now we're
Yes.
entering the final phase of the debate, the closing statements. Quick reminder to the live chat. The Q&A is already up there. So if you've got a question for either debater, make sure you drop them in now. But remember, super chat, PayPal, Cash App questions, these will take priority. So if it fills up the whole 30 minutes, we may not get to all the free chat questions. So if there's something you really want guaranteed to be asked, send it through one of those priority options. With that said, we're going to move into closing statements. We're going to start with Emmet. You're going to go first for closings. It'll give Rowdy the last word. So, Emmet, whenever you're ready for your closing statement, I will start the timer up with your voice.
Well, when it comes to the legitimacy of the space mission, as I said, we're usually talking about what is giving it the legitimacy. In this case, it will be the government because we're talking about force. Even if I were to brand that is not true, it would still be legitimate because the government is the ones who are doing it. When we change it to what it was not, what it was true or not, I see a lot more evidence of it being true. I don't see any evidence, especially when it comes to I don't see any reason to believe that it's false, especially when it comes to who did it. Because most people think that the people who did it is the feds or the CIA. These dumbasses cannot even tie their shoes most of the time. But the engineers, which were mostly Christian, and all of them are almost entirely Christian, are the ones working on these kind of missions. They're the ones who were able to get all of it. They use all of the presuppositions of Christianity. They follow Christian, they follow the logic, which is a Christian idea. So all of it comes from Christianity, and I'm not willing to take any of the achievements from our civilization and our, for our forefathers and what we've accomplished away from Christianity because, maybe I gotta open my mind more. Maybe I just gotta open my mind more. Also, I don't believe in the, I don't believe in the government. Oh no. This is just, most of the time, it's just a little bit of more libertarian prattle in my mind. And it's kind of annoying because I kind of enjoy them when they're talking about the economy. But every time they have to, start ranging about anything else, about the government in general, it's like everything has to be a conspiracy. Nothing can be just a thing that happened. It's very easy to explain. Yes, NASA is a little bit of a scam because Democrats want, votes. Yes, it will be better for them if everybody believes them so that they can get more power. And yes, it would be better if only private businesses did all of these instead of wasting our tax money. That doesn't mean that we didn't go to the moon, or that we couldn't go to the moon, or that a rocket doesn't exist, or that we cannot send a rocket up to outer space and take a bunch of pictures. Even if the people doing it are a bunch of unlikable freaks that we truly don't like, and they should probably get a swirly once again because they probably did when they were in high school. With that, I will say thank you very much to Speakeasy for allowing this debate to happen. And thank you, Rowdy Goudy, for the debate.
All
No
right.
problem.
Thank you for that closing statement. And with that, we're going to hand it over to Rowdy Goudy. Whenever you're ready for your closing statement, I will start the timer up with your voice.
All right. Yeah, I'll close with just saying I apologize for my lack of knowledge and my I don't know what you want to call it, confidence in being able to figure these things out on the fly. Just trying to freestyle here. A few things I wanted to touch on, which was the it can be legit without truth. Simple analogies and stuff I struggle with a lot. So it's like the idea is if there were four lights and I said there were four, but the government forced me to say that there were five, would there legitimately be five? That'll be up for the audience to decide if there are legitimately five lights now all of a sudden because Big Brother says there are five lights. So we're the truth versus legit. I don't know how you could separate those. And if I were going to choose the side of the truth versus the side of, well, it's legit because I said so, I think I would still prefer the truth, even if it meant the whatever your scenario would be. The Bible still didn't really quite get a clear example on what the Bible says about like just space travel in general, the heavens, whether or not we are alone, and like these kinds of ideas when it comes to the idea of just breaking through the atmosphere and going to space. So not sure what the Bible says about space travel. Proof as far as look at this photo I got from NASA. Well, that proves it. Evidence as far as no evidence for believing that it's illegitimate or to make a case that it's illegitimate as far as evidence goes. You could go all the way back to the guys like bouncing around. If you believe that footage of people on the moon falling over and stuff with the flag waving and like all of that footage, was that footage legitimate because the government like made it in a thing, even if you're granting to me that it was fake and we didn't actually go there, but the footage is legit because the government made it, then that means we did go to the moon. Seems kind of silly. The cables on the shirts and all of those videos, are those videos that I found not legitimate, even though there's like a lot of people that have expertly, gone over them. The AI people looked to see if they were AI and they weren't. They found archives through old, museum stuff. Uh, would that not be legitimate? Um, Back to and so as far as evidence goes, the little plushy thing that they had floating around all the time, the red dot on the tinfoil pack that almost hits the guy's face, no steam from it as it hits the ground, no issues with the ropes or whatever holds the parachutes melting after they just were going 25,000 miles per hour, slowed down to about 17,000 miles per hour, deployed the parachutes, no issue, perfect 6-minute blackout for no communication, no video. We're going to show you virtual reality version of what we believe, what we want you to believe is going on up there. Where does the vacuum start? What does a compass do in space? I thought it would be cool. What an easy experiment. The astronauts, look at what a compass does. Hey guys, I'm Mr. Streamer here. Don't forget to smash that like button, hit subscribe, turn on your notification bell for all the moon updates while we show you cool things like shrimp cocktail that we have to rehydrate, and look at all of our cool bracelets. And we're like, you here to talk to you, Mr. Trump. Don't forget about the delay time that it takes because we're so far away from you, but also audio and stuff like that travels at light speed, whatever that is. Uh, I'm not even going to get into MK Ultra and all that crazy stuff. But like, what does a compass do? We could go back to the Go Fast rocket Red Bull shot up, the fastest rocket, I believe, amateur or what is it, like a private industry, not government affiliated launch. And you can see it has two videos of it hitting the atmosphere and stopping, or hitting outer space and just kind of getting stuck there, while also being at the same elevation as the sunlight, but also at noon or something. So there's a lot of evidence to where I could go, something about this doesn't seem legit. Let me ask questions and figure it out. And yet every time I do that, they all have the same answers, which is it just happened. We know it's legit because they forced us to believe that it's legit, so then it is. Um and I just can't get past that. A lot of people, I'm surprised I'm going to hurry real quick on this one. Surprised you didn't ask why I believe that. Control, power. I think it's to get people to reject God. If you believe you're a spinning ball in a galaxy millions miles of light years going on forever and ever, why would you believe in God? There actually is no answer for wanting to believe that. It would make no sense. Or either that, or it's just an IQ test on the whole world at once, kind of like COVID, 9/11, Gulf of Tonkin, Tuskegee, all of those other items that I listed earlier. But thanks again, Emmet, for letting me be a part of this. Super stoked. Thanks again, Easy, for hosting. And I'll end it there. Cheers, chat.
All right. Thank you for that closing statement. And that concludes the closing statements. Great work from both debaters tonight.
Spartans! What is your profession?
If you're enjoying what you're seeing tonight, make sure you like the stream, subscribe to the channel so you don't miss any of the debates we host here on the Swords of Reason. Okay, we run all kinds of matchups, political debates, cultural, social issues, philosophy, internet beefs, trending topics, literally anywhere there's a conversation worth clashing over. We bring it into the arena. And also, don't forget to subscribe to tonight's debaters as well. Their links are in the description. Make sure you show them support for stepping into the arena and sharpening their arguments tonight. All right. Now, before I start the timer for the chat Q&A, I always like to ask a question or two to each debater myself based on things I heard, arguments I want clarified, points I think missed and deserved another pass, things like this. And then once those questions are answered, we'll get to the official 30-minute Q&A from the chat. So for my first question, it's going to be on the I'll start with the negative side. Um, Under your truth-based definition of legitimacy, does institutional authority play any role at all in establishing legitimacy?
I don't think it plays a role in establishing it. It just plays a role in upholding it. I would say, like establishing the truth, and you say institutional authority, institutional being like the government, law enforcement, upholding the truth. Um, I would consider that as legitimate, as far as depending on who's who's in control of that apparatus, who the authority is, institutionally. If the church is the ultimate authority, then yeah, wouldn't they would uphold everything as legitimate, even if it wasn't true.
Okay. All right. All right. And did you have something you wanted to say to that, Emmett?
Only that I'm an idiot. Oh, sorry.
You're an idiot. No, I don't understand your answer. I'm gonna be honest. I just don't get that. It's like, yeah,
Well,
if it was a good
does that
authority, I would believe in it. But it's like there's a lot of presuppositions on that. I would say that. I would say that. Wait. I would say that legitimate comes from the authority, and then we can talk about whether or not it's good. But it's just like the way just in the definition of it. It was a. Maybe
Because-
it's me. Maybe it's a me problem. I need to learn more. That's the problem.
Probably not. It's probably not. I'll give you this one. But I just want to make sure I steelman the question, which was, do I use any institutional authority in determining or
In establishing legitimacy,
what is
does
legitimate?
institutional authority play any role at all
It-
in establishing legitimacy?
So it's like I have to answer first before I ask my question. I think I say yes, because my question is the church, or is God an institutional authority? Is the church an institutional authority? And it's like, if the church upholds the truth first over force, if we're not here to force you to do the believe in the thing, but we do, you know, if the church is an authority in the truth first, not force first, then yes, an institutional authority by the church, based on the truth, would be legitimate. They would be able to establish legitimacy because they would be based and founded in the truth, not force or whatever we make you believe now is legit.
Okay. I think I kind of understand what he's saying. He's saying that the only authority he trusts is pretty much the church, because the church allows you to come to truth voluntarily instead of forcing you to get to truth.
I
Right?
think that's
Offering. Yeah, they
Okay.
offer the truth. They present the truth, and then it's up to you to accept it or not. I could.
I mean, I still
think
want
I
an
agree
emperor
with
that
that.
if you don't agree with the truth can throw you the fuck out. But that is
Yeah,
just
but
my
if you agree
opinion.
with lies, yeah, if you agree with lies, then that would be totally fine as well.
It depends, right? It would be
Yeah, on
this is
who
what I
the
want.
emperor
This is
is.
what I want an emperor because it is in synergy
Yeah.
with the church.
Okay, so then yes, institutional authority establishes legitimacy, as long as it's the one I want.
Yeah,
Okay. Okay.
very
Um,
libertarian of you, Rowdy.
So my next question would be, what? Let me ask you this way: if direct personal verification is not possible, what role should expert consensus or institutional authorities play in determining legitimacy, if any?
I would say it would be their job as the experts to lay out all of the information, right? Transparency. We're talking, oh my God, Anthony wants us to fucking hold a GoPro and shine it at the window. Okay, fine. How quick? He's on our side. Instantly, we do that. The experts could just do that. Why wouldn't they do that? Why wouldn't the videos of the capsule leaving just be constant? Does live stream not make it through the atmosphere, right? And then it's like, okay, yes. Well, what is that? And they go, well, we don't really actually know. That it's like somewhere around here where the magic vacuum of space starts and isn't, and where it is and is where it isn't. They're just there to give us the information, just like the Bible and Christianity. That's just the information. Now you can either choose to follow it or not. The consequences and the outcome, that's up to you. You're gonna have to find out the hard way, or unless you want to create an establishment that just runs via force, regardless if you believe it or not. But I think the experts' consensus is their job should be to provide the information, let everybody use their own way to find out whether it's true or not. Because here's the bad thing you're going to say is, well, then you end up with a bunch of people that are like, well, I think if I marry 10 dudes or whatever, then the outcome is going to be good because we all said it was. I think then you would end up creating these lines between the people that were correct and the people that were incorrect, whether it was based on expert consensus or not, or outcome, good outcomes, GDP go up, all of the metrics that you use to determine those things, I think that's how it already is. Or it's the experts' consensus that makes you believe a certain thing, whether it's true or not. That I think the experts' role of consensus can only go two ways: providing the information and letting you decide, or making you believe the information, whether it's true or not.
All right. All right. And Emmet, did you have anything you wanted to say for that? Oh, you're muted. You're muted.
Oh, drink.
Yeah, I learned today that we need to pitch to NASA that they need to get OTF and OTK mission to the stars so that every single flat earther will learn, because we need all the memes in space for them to learn. Okay, we need the selfies and the hit the like button and sub. We wouldn't be doing this moon mission without your support. Remember, click that like and sub to my channel.
Keep paying your taxes if you like what you see here.
Exactly. That's what I've been learning. That's what I've been learning today. And I don't.
But logically, doesn't that make sense?
For me,
don't you think you'd be able to connect with? No.
No.
Convincing those people to join your army would be a not good thing.
Well, the point of the space mission, besides that, is not only to be streamers, right? They're supposed to be making experiments and doing stuff in space. That's the whole point of doing it. Besides going there.
No, I thought it was to prove to you that they can. I thought that was the number one goal.
No, what the fuck? Who cares if I believe they can or not?
No, that's what you said. I said, isn't the number one goal to convince the population that you can do those things?
No. That's not necessarily that, okay? It's a stunt for the publicity of the people funding them, which will be the government, and the government gets votes out of them. So that part is true, but they have other things that they want to do. Most of them are supposed intellectuals with big brain ideas and,
aren't they mostly
very unlikable personalities? So I would put them in the spotlight for 5 minutes and no more, because some of them are likable, most of them are not.
Do you think that NASA is mostly atheist, or more?
At this point, yes. At this point, they are. Okay. This is why it took them 30 years to decipher the blueprints from the Christians that designed them. It took them 30 years because they're atheists. Yes.
That's crazy. Yeah. Totally.
Yeah. Imagine having to piggyback out of the work of the Christians. It never happened before.
So my first question for your side, Emmet, is so under the authority-based standard of legitimacy? Like, is there like a limiting principle? Like, what what would prevent like a completely fake mission from being considered legitimate?
Um, I would say that the thing that would prevent it to be is you have to follow, proper logic. So thanks to Christianity, you have access to the logos, and you are able to understand and make predictions and have access to numbers and all of the materials that we use, right? So if it makes absolutely no sense, like the idea of going to a near star because it's light years away, it's makes no sense to ever go. That would be the point where I will be like, yeah, this is not possible. It's what we're doing makes no sense. Um, but you have to be able to look at the evidence and use the logos and ask questions if you need to, so that you can make those kind of those affirmations.
All right. And then Rowdy, did you have anything for that?
Yeah, because what would the authority does the church authority do they tell you to trust? Are there other experts that they tell you to trust? Like, does the church ever say like, we don't actually have any info on this one for you. You're gonna have to you refer to these people, or is the church the ultimate authority?
Yeah, they do sometimes. For example, if I need a surgery and I go to my priest and I say, "Hey priest, I need a surgery." My priest is probably not gonna say, "Hey, lay on this table as I take the power of God in
Tie
my
you to
hand and
this
perform the
boat.
surgery on you." They're gonna be like, "You know what? There's
go
a hospital nearby, and you should probably go there."
Okay.
Yeah.
Probably like a Christian based hospital. I believe those are
I
things.
don't think they think about it that way. You'll be like, no, go to the hospital. They will take care of you.
The emergency room. Yeah. Okay. Like, because logically that makes sense.
Uh huh.
But like not.
It's logically
Okay.
that makes sense exactly.
Okay. Okay. Just
All right, all right. And then
just tracking here.
my next question would be what would be how would I say this? What would be like, is there any like one specific like action or verification uh that to you makes the Artemis program legitimate beyond just the public acceptance?
Well, I see this all as piggybacking, right, from a different space mission. I see this as a continuation of what happened during the 60s and 70s, and the whole point of it is like there's not that much difference in what they're doing. They're taking a big rocket, they're pointing it at the sky, they're making calculations of what are the orbits and what kind of thing they're gonna do, and then they come back down. So I don't see it's mostly, and you can say that this is my bias, which I agree with. But it would be more from the side that this is just a continuation of what I see logically possible, and that has happened before. So none of the things are new. They're taking the big rocket, pointing at the moon, coming back, calculating distances and orbits. I don't see any reason not to believe that they're able to do that.
All right. And did you Roddy, did you want to say anything to that?
It's like, do you believe that they called the president from the moon the first time?
Yes, I believe they edited the video too.
But you believe there was like they had live communication from the moon to Earth?
Yeah, so they
On the
had
mainland.
there's supposedly, and this has been said before, and like there's a lot of people who know it. They had the live communication, but the video that was shown to the public was edited. So it
Okay.
was
Yeah.
they were not, yeah, it was not live as they were doing it. They made it seem like very seamless, so
Right.
that people will not be waiting like 30 seconds for an answer or stuff like that. It was very back and forth.
Gotcha. Okay.
All right. All right. So now we're going to start the official 30-minute Q&A. So remember, chat, we're going to start with the super chats. They're going to have priority. And if they take up the whole 30 minutes, we may not get to the free chat questions. So if you have a question you really want guaranteed to be asked, send it via one of the priority options. Okay. We're going to start here with Sempiternal Chaos sends $2, just showing some support. Thank you, Sempiternal Chaos. I appreciate that big time. World Radio comes in for a big 20. Thank you, World Radio. Says, question for both Goudy and Emmet. You're both men, human beings with superior intellect. What evidence, if any, that has transpired about the current Artemis mission that leads you to believe it is not legitimate mission?
It's to both of us. What evidence, if any, was there transpired about the current Artemis mission that
Well,
leads you to believe?
I will answer this real quick. I think the one that is that made me believe that it might not be legitimate is when they were saying that it's the first time a black man and a woman were going to space. That one was like, oh, yeah, no,
Yeah, and a Canadian.
and it's not because it was a black man. It's mostly because of a woman. No, no, it's just virtue signaling. It's the thought. I think virtue signaling is really dumb.
Hopefully, we don't have to parallel park there. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh God. Oh no.
Hey, just jokes, just jokes. Yeah, I would say, I mean, all the other things I already listed. The fact that there's 12 pilots that have ever been recorded going Mach 4.5. That's like such an easy one to be like, wait a second, how did they go 3,000 miles per hour, which is faster than the Mach 3 R71 Blackbird, which only 86 people are qualified to pilot. Once again, pilot, I get it, remote controlled from a person down at Space Command or whatever. But the fact that the human body doesn't matter whether you're like making conscious decisions and pushing buttons on the little joystick or whatever, the fact that your body is in there going that fast seems a little bit suspect. And then I would just go over all the other things. The idea that they never show a fourth wall in the shuttle. Where's that camera? Is it stationary? Why wouldn't they turn it around? When the Nutella comes flying in, it's like, what? Why is there Nutella flying around in here? Shouldn't everything be secure? Why did their bracelets change? How many bracelets did you take up there? There's no video or audio of the launch process. I like the idea that they're in it on the roller coaster going up and they're going, oh my God. You know, they've never been to space before. They've trained in the pools and they've done all the tests and the 0G and they've gone all through all of the tests to make sure that they can hit Mach 4 without like collapsing their lungs and losing vision and stuff like this. Why couldn't we get some audio of the liftoff, right? This is every roller coaster. When they got their hands up, they're doing the thing, right? Why not? Like there's just so many questions there. Yeah, it just
Because
doesn't make any sense.
they're unlikable pricks. That's why. Also, it's very
I don't
noisy.
think, I don't know.
It's
I don't think
extremely
that counts.
noisy.
I don't think that counts. I
Okay.
think you could be a very unlikable prick and still like go to
I know.
space,
We'll get
do a
Pokemon next time.
legitimate thing.
We'll get Pokemon next time, okay? Just for you.
Dude, how does Mr. Beast not have his own rocket up
I
there
know.
with 50 GoPros and Insta 360s filming the whole time, mapping the constellations and showing us Orion's belt from what it looks like over here
That's
behind
going to be
the
his
moon.
next thing. He's sending people to space.
Yeah.
Dude.
Next time what we're gonna
The
see
fact
is
that he hasn't
Mr.
proves
Beast.
my point.
wait. Next time it's gonna be Mr. Beast, last one on the spaceship gets $1 million. That's
Dude.
gonna be the next video by Mr. Beast. I
First
assure
one to
you.
let go of the moon loses the moon. Yeah, that's exactly how I see it. I'm waiting for Fast and the Furious 14 in space, right? It's
Yeah,
like they would already have that movie. Dude.
Yeah, they already did in space.
Gosh,
World Radio
I am a
comes
boomer.
in for $5. Rowdy Goudy, cool story, bro. You're not a rocket scientist.
Oh, got me, dude. Oh, dude,
Gotcha.
what gave him that idea? That doesn't make no sense.
It was the tattoo.
That's his day job, folks. Come on now. Toe Knuckles comes in for $5. Says nothing, just showing some support. Thank you, Toe Knuckles. Crazy name. I love it.
One of the best. I agree with you. Yeah.
Section 230 says Q&A super chat. If space, why Emmet?
Is this like an inside joke?
Yes, so there was I was talking to someone once and I pissed him off and he was trying to steel man against his own like position in life, and the only way he could do it was by asking the question, if God real, why Emmet? So,
Okay.
that is the joke.
Well, shouts out.
Makes sense. And World Radio coming in for another 10 over here.
You didn't have to cut me off. I could never know we were nothing.
I had to do it. And then it says, now and then I think all the times you screwed me over.
Needed your love, but you treat me like a freak, and I feel so low.
Shit. I had to.
I appreciate
That's a
it.
good one.
That's good. Bars, dude. Bars. Fire emojis in the chat.
Rule over 2 comes in for 5, says, for Rowdy, where does light only come from the sun?
Where does light? Why does light only come from the sun? Where does light only come from the sun? I'm told, or I'm under the idea that the light source is the sun. However, they also say, but also those other suns that are just that whatever that magic distance away is, that like we're not even going to discuss about it because it's just like too far. We wouldn't even be able to comprehend. It's like so many seconds and stuff. So we don't have to really figure that out. So we're going to go with the sun because that's the one we can like, we have a good story about. So we're going to go with the light comes from the sun. How would light hit the back of the moon? And if it wasn't the sun that lights up the back of the moon and it's other stars' lights or something like that, then from the dark side of Earth to the moon at half crescent or half moon or whatever it is, wouldn't you then still be able to see the dark side of the moon? There's not a lot of
dark side of the moon.
Isn't there a dark side of the moon? Is that not? Am I messing up the whole time, or am I misunderstanding that there is a
dark
side of it?
Let me put it this way: there's a front side, there's a back side, and there's a light side that is being hit by the sun, and the dark side that is not being hit by the sun.
No.
Those
The
things
back
are
side.
not. No, those
Back
things
side.
are not the same. So, front side faces the Earth, back side faces away from the Earth. Light side of the moon would be the one heated by the sun. Dark side would be the side that's not hit by the sun. Those things are not the same. They're not the same.
But I'm saying from Earth, we can't see the dark side of the moon because it's
no. We can see the dark side of the moon.
You can?
Yeah.
From Earth,
we call it
observe it?
new moon. We call it new moon.
And you can see the dark, like the part that isn't being lit up by the sun.
Like, yeah, there's like a very small line of light, and everything is dark. Have you ever seen that? No, maybe.
Like no, I'm saying a half, where it's half and half. Half of the moon is lit up, right, from the sun. The other side that isn't lit up, can you see it?
Okay, let me explain this to you.
Okay.
This is the moon. Okay. This side is always facing
My
us.
moon's way better, by the way.
This side, yeah, I know, fine, but this is easier. This side is always facing away from us, right?
Yeah, number 2, always away. Okay.
This is the sun. This light here is the sun. Ugh.
Okay.
Okay. If I put it this way, it's hitting this side. This is the dark side of the moon, right?
Yeah. Can you
but
see it?
If I put it this way,
okay,
it's kind of hitting the. If I put it this way, it's hitting the dark side.
Okay.
Well, it's not
the
hitting
side
the dark
that's
side.
lit
It's
up.
hitting,
Yeah.
It's hitting the away side, the off side, and
Okay.
it's not hitting the front side.
Okay. So you can't see the front side in that scenario, right?
No, you can't see the front side, and we call it the
so-
new moon. When we have the face of the moon, that's called the new moon. That's what we see. Okay, we see the dark side of the moon. Okay, it's
No,
still
you
the front
can't
face.
though. You can't
It's still
see
the front
dark
face.
side. It's dark.
It's still
You
the
can't
front
see it.
face.
Right, but the side that is not lit up, you can't see. Do we agree on that?
Oh, okay. If you're being pedantic, then yes, you can see it.
What?
All right.
Okay.
Fuck it button comes in for 5, says, how can either of you sit up here and pretend to be correct when we've had the Iron Sky documentary for over a decade now?
Iron
True.
Sky. Yeah, I don't even know the reference. Nah.
The Iron Dome.
Oh, okay. Got you. Nice.
World Radio comes in for 5, says, if the U.S. government spends money to take your ass there to prove it to you, and they're successful, would you wager your lifelong freedom on this claim?
No, of course not.
Why not?
Come on, that's why I took this debate. This isn't
I
about
would-
like Christianity
would-
and like the war in Iran. I'm not dying over whether or not we can go up and around the moon. I'm dying on the people that
I
say
would.
we can to prove it to me. That's it. That's my job. I'm
I
just
would
an
do it.
observer on the. I'm just a
I'll lose
pleb,
my
a commoner.
freedom. I don't mind. Take me to the moon, government. I
No.
will be happy for it.
Nope. I'll let it be real and totally everything you said is totally true and I get to keep the life I have. You know what? Sure. Call me weak
Fair
or
enough.
whatever. But that's the one.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Cheers.
Gifted 1 membership comes in from a rule over 2. Thank you very much and welcome to our new member. All right. Fuck it button comes in for 5, says, no. You think you can have the moon, Emmet? The moon? No. Where, Emmet? Where is the moon in your Bible? Where, Bible? Emmet Menard, probably.
That is
Can I
what it
try
sounds
to
like.
read
That
it
is-
in the correct way?
Yeah.
No! No! Where's the thing you can have moon, Emmet?
We have the best clip.
What? What? Are you fucking kidding me? That's your argument?
And that was against Emmet too.
That is pretty good.
Ah, shit. Emmet had him lit up.
Where's your Bible?
Are you crazy? Comes in for 2, says Crucible now 1 step back, help easy hit 10K under 100 subs. That's true. We're at like fuck, I don't know how many we're away from it now. I'll take a quick look.
I'm
over here.
unsubscribing.
Yeah, you would.
We're
too.
61 subs away. 61
Oh my gosh, guys.
subs away.
Just
So
hit
close.
sub and then turn. Yeah, come on, guys.
So close. How long Nate comes in for 10, says, did you actually get through all of Eric Dubé's videos or did you stop once you agreed with him?
I don't know who Eric Dubé is.
Eric Dubé, he's a flat earth guy. He does
I can tell you the name of the guy that I was listening to when I was doing my research, and I realized how much I hate people working at NASA. Because they are the he's so on. Let me tell you, because you don't
It
know
makes it
anything.
seem-
It's like-
It makes it seem pretty illegit when they talk to you about it.
Yeah, Eric Dubé's like the flat earth guy. He came out with that documentary, 200 proofs the earth is not a spinning globe and shit. Like he's like the flat earth guy.
Yeah, and see that's like old too. Like I've been into that for I've heard the explanations for a lot of that stuff from a long time ago, and that's why I've just was like, oh my gosh, the Artemis too. Like this is nostalgia. This is nostalgia for me. Like
I'll admit I've probably watched all of Eric Dubé's videos because I like to know these kind of.
Well, it's like those panels.
It's interesting how much they
panels are
built
so fun to
around
listen
this shit.
to.
It's pretty crazy. Are you crazy? Comes in for another 2, says please subscribe. Less than 100 to 10K. Thank you very much. Are you crazy? Spartacus coming in for 5, says late tax. Thank you, Spartacus, paying the late tax. I appreciate it. Kyle Rand comes in for 2, just for support. Thank you, Kyle. Ran a mile. Joseph Romano also just showing support. Thank you, Joseph. Kyle Ran a mile says for $2. Remember when Elon sent a Tesla to space? Good times.
Yeah, where is that? Did you guys see the new video of it? Yeah, me neither. Yeah.
Well, it's not like they can send that by a
Fake.
videographer. They cannot send that by a videographer right next to it right now.
No. Where's all of the super
The
duper
guy that was
amateur
sitting in the
telescope
Tesla
guys?
fell out. He can't take pictures anymore.
Yeah, you don't take pictures no more.
No, but on a real note on that one, where's all of the amateur super duper telescope nerds? Super duper telescope nerds? Where's the video
I don't know.
of that
They're
Tesla?
fighting.
Where's
They're
it
fighting
at?
each other in Reddit right
Where's
now.
the app of it? Come on. They should have a full-time, 24-hour live stream on where
They're
it's
in a
at
Discord
least.
server somewhere arguing.
That's true. Or on Reddit.
We got $2 comes in from Joseph Romano, just showing support, and then a 5, and then another 2 as well. Thank you, Joseph. I appreciate that big
That's
time.
odd, dude.
Kyle
What's
ran a
up,
mile,
Joseph?
sends in 2, just showing support. Thank you, Kyle. Premonition comes in for 5, says, I asked the young not to forget human accomplishments. Hugs to Alicia. Thank you, Premonition. I
Yeah.
appreciate that big time.
Big
And then
time.
$5 comes in from Bad Cramps Gramps and says, Rowdy, is it not true the reason you can't see stars on the moon is the same reason you can't see them in a big city? Moon is like snow reflectivity or reflectively.
I don't know. See, I go straight to, well, it sounds like he's asserting that the moon is or has the reflectivity of snow on it. And in a big city, I'll go outside right now and I can stand under the street light and not see a single star. As soon as I cover that street light with my hand, I can see all of the stars around it. There's no light pollution that blocks the light source is
Wait,
right there. 20
where do you
feet from my
live?
face. What's up?
Where do you live?
Where do I live? I live.
If you don't want to tell me the city, that's fine. You don't have to.
No,
It's
I live in.
obviously-
I live in Utah. I live in Utah.
Oh, fuck off then. There's no big city in Utah. I live in Utah. Yeah. No, shut up.
Dude, I've been to the temple, dude. I know that there's a big city.
Oh,
okay?
no. There isn't a big city in Utah.
All the
Okay, it's
cousins.
fine.
All the cousins are down there, bro. It's a big city of cousins. I'm just saying it doesn't have to be a big city. And then let me guess, you get to the rooftop penthouse suite of that big city, and all of a sudden, all of the stars come back into play because the light source is 2 feet below your eyes, and now you can just see them all. That doesn't actually make any sense to me. How come you
Okay,
can?
No,
so-
it's pollution and other. It's fine. Doesn't matter.
That's it for super chats there. And then going over to the questions, 2 of them were questions that already got sent in super chat. I guess they decided to do it through super chat instead. But then we got a question here. I'm going to put it up so that you guys can
Hey,
read it.
I'm not
too.
here to educate. I'm here to entertain. All right. And Emmett's giggling over there. All right. So
This is
my job here
from
is done.
Chris Lestrange, and it says, if Artemis was legit and not a waste of money, what did it achieve to make it worthy of being considered legitimately necessary?
Great question.
Oh, what did it achieve? Nothing. I said at the beginning that the only reason why it was. I can actually answer that.
So not
My
legitimate?
bad.
Is that what you said? Did you just say that
No,
it's not legitimate?
I actually know exactly what it achieved.
Okay,
It achieved votes. Okay, votes for the party that is funding it. Because
Can you
what we
demonstrate that?
want, yes, of course, they are government. They are government employees. They have a vested interest of keep being employed. And whoever decides that they're going to be giving money so that they can be employed will be the ones that will be voted for.
Insider trading is legit. Okay, heard.
I mean,
it is.
Unless
Like
you
it-
say
like
that
it-
insider trader is not legit, right?
Well, no, it is legit according to that logic. Insider trading is legitimate.
No.
Yeah, it's
It wouldn't
legitimate
be. It
trading.
wouldn't be legit because the authority will be against it. Otherwise, it
No,
would be legit.
they're pro it, and that's why they all insider
Oh, then
trade. so
then
that
it's
it can-
legit.
Oh, okay. Okay, sick.
Yeah. There you go.
I appreciate the consistency.
All right. So it looks like that's it for questions. All right, that's it for questions. Still had a
My
little time to
soullessness
spare
scared
there.
them all away.
Are you a flat earther? Do you
You
believe in flat
scared
earth?
him. The hell, man. No. Oh, wait a minute. We got another one. Comes in from Josh, and it says, If I told you I saw space through special glasses that only work for me, would you believe me then?
No.
What?
If I saw space through special glasses
That only
That
work for
only
him.
work
that
for
only I
him.
could, would you
Would you
believe me?
believe him?
Who is that
I don't think
directed
so.
to?
I'm not sure. I think maybe
It
Rowdy.
doesn't sound legit.
Doesn't sound.
There's not a
legit.
preponderance of evidence
There's no
that would
preponderance of
lead me to
evidence.
believe that it's legit.
Fair enough.
Hey, I said preponderance right that time though, okay?
Fair enough. Fair enough. All right. So I guess that. Oh! We got another one.
Keep them coming,
Hold
boys.
up.
That bar's still pretty gray on my end. I can't really tell.
Let me see. Yeah, these are the free questions. These are the free questions. This one comes in from Teriak. Says, have you considered that denying? Oh, yeah. Let me put it over here so you can read it. Have you considered that denying the American achievements of traveling to the moon are demoralization attempts from enemies of America?
I believe I have considered that.
I just disregarded my considerations.
All right.
That's a good one.
All right.
Thank you, Teriak.
Yes.
He's so smart.
He's considered and
little
disregarded.
smarty pants.
That was good.
I use my authority to disregard your question anyway. Do you remember the fairy godfathers? They're like, I knock on the door because I respect your privacy, but I open the door anyway to assert my authority.
Can you pull that one up for me again?
Here's
real quick?
another one.
Oh, okay.
Comes in from Bad Cramps Gramps. Rowdy, if that's not true, then explain how you can see the moon in broad daylight. That's how much light it reflects.
That's how much light it reflects.
Yeah. Have you ever seen the moon
well,
in daylight?
I have. Yeah, I've actually observed it through this telescope right here, and it's actually sometimes you get better shots during the day, depending on like the cloud, how cloudy it is, and what time of day that is. Because I think like right now, the moon is just behind the sun, so it comes up a little later in the day, and you can actually get really good shots of it on a clear sky because it's just above the horizon, which some would say it seems closer. It appears to be bigger and clearer at that angle versus when it's straight above, it gets a little bit smaller or appears from perspective to be smaller. And I actually would discount this as can he demonstrate that the moon does not produce its own light? And wouldn't that debunk the other chat he sent in, which was if the moon produces its own light, then you would be able to see the backside of it from the backside.
Wait, but you said you can't see it.
No, but he said we can, so I mean that must prove
No,
it.
he's talking about he's talking about light reflecting on it. If it produced its own light, there wouldn't be a dark side of the moon.
Well, there would be if it wasn't diluted out by the sun's light, which is why during the day when you can see the sun and the moon at the same time, one side of it seems darker because the other side is being also illuminated by the sun.
I'm confused. You're confusing me. You're using this world of sorcery that some people have. It's called dumb fu, and you're actually
Am I good at
confusing
it?
the crap
Am I
out of
good?
me. Yeah,
Okay.
you're good at your dumb fu. Dumb fu. Dumb fu.
We got
Yeah,
another
actually-
question that came in. This one's for Emmet from Dad Bod Grub. It says, here, I actually put it in here. It's not really related. If you want to answer, you can though. Emmet, as a Christian, do you believe in the Book of Enoch? If so, does the firmament exist?
I don't. I'm pretty sure that it's not part of the canon. I don't have a huge. I don't have a huge judgment on it. Like I don't. I would defer directly to a priest if you want to ask that question, because I don't know much about it. I'm not a theologian, so it would be bad. It would be a disservice of me to answer that question to you.
Fair
If
enough.
a priest told you that space travel was illegitimate, would you believe that it is illegitimate?
I will ask why, and then if he tells me because I say so, because he's my priest, I will probably say yes. I agree. My soul is more important than fucking me.
Okay.
Okay. And then we got another a super chat here from Teriak. €5 says Spartacus bullied me to pay the late tax. Also, Rowdy, I'm roasting you for that answer.
I'll be here for a little bit. I'm excited. I'm so excited to learn so much. I'm gonna
Like
learn
it.
so much so fast.
K2 keep on chucking comes in for 5, says space is real because of Blue Jay space lasers.
Nice. Shouts
Okay.
out to Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Blue Jay space lasers. Okay, I mean, how can you
mean,
argue?
that's
with
I
Blue
have
Jay
the perfect
space
thing for that. Give me just 1 second.
He's got an answer for you,
Oh
K2.
shit. Oh shit, here we go. Not this.
He's got an answer for you, K2. The Blue Jay space lasers.
Yeah.
Go put that into an AI image maker, see what you get.
The cool thing
Probably
would probably
not
be a
much.
bird. Yeah, it's gonna be. Oh, not really. Is that a COVID?
Probably not much. But
Is that a COVID mask? Can't tell.
No.
It looks
What
like.
this
Is that an
is-
M95? Bro, you're not good if that's not an M95, dude.
It's not, but this is. Okay.
All right, full send.
I
We're
thought he was
doing
gonna
it.
pull out some curls to attach to the side of this.
I should. I'm gonna
next.
gonna get some next.
some like
Just
clip
grow
on
your hair out,
curls.
dude. Yeah, dude.
The clip on, yeah.
Put them clip them
Onto
on
your
here so you
headphones?
have the fucking.
I just gotta.
Shalom.
Ah shit, that'd be fucking great.
We got
Oh, what
it.
is
We
that?
got it.
That's pretty good.
We did it great.
Mine's not long enough to go up that far yet. But let me see. And that was it for super chats. Let me see. That's it for the questions too. Okay, I think we can wrap up the Q&A. All right. Oh wait, we got one more.
Come on.
K2 says never go full Blue Jays.
Blue Jays.
Never go full Blue Jays.
Is this also a Toronto joke? Is there some wordplay here? Is this like
Is it
Yes.
also a Toronto joke? Could be.
yeah, it's like the Blue Jays because they suck or whatever.
They
the
fucking
people
suck.
say.
They
It's
fucking
the Blue Jays.
suck.
The Blue Jays. It's the Blue Jays.
He's got
Yeah.
the whole setup there. I see what
Yeah.
he's doing. He wants his
That's weird.
7,000.
No,
Well,
no wonder.
I have the
space
Have
is
an
real.
Aquila rap,
Yeah,
okay?
Space is real.
I produced the
is
Have an
real.
Aquila rap. So.
He's looking for his 7,000.
With
All
that
right.
7K.
Oh God.
Nope, because
True.
that would be illegitimate, even if it was true.
Oh shit.
No, those shekels are
Oh, no.
legitimate. They're accepted everywhere.
He's pulling the legitimate card. All right, listen, that's going to wrap up the Q&A for tonight. I want to thank you to everyone in the chat for all the questions, the engagement, the support. It's what allows me to keep bringing you these debates and the entire Swords of Reason experience week after week. I appreciate every single one of you for that. And of course, a huge thank you to our debaters for stepping into the arena tonight, for sharpening their ideas in front of us all. Before I move on real quick, are you guys planning to stay for the open panel?
Yeah, what time we got? Where are we at here?
It is where I am 11:45 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah, I got like a good 45 minutes in me.
Okay. He said an hour 45, guys. So he's got an hour 45.
About an hour. Nice. Hey, we'll see if Teriak's gonna come up here and teach me
It
how
might be
all of
so
the things
good. I get
about
it. You know,
Yeah.
sometimes those panels you think. I always say, okay, I'm wrapping up in 10 minutes. An hour later, I was like, fuck.
Hot
what
seat.
happened? It happens. It happens.
Yep. I get
All
it.
right. So
I'm here
then,
for it.
what we're gonna do next is we're gonna roll the debate outro song and video. It's gonna run for about Oh, Spartacus says if everyone donated $1, we could do a hot seat. True.
Let's go.
That is true. Shout out to you, Spartacus. Thank you.
Spartacus.
But yeah, we're gonna roll the debate outro song and video. It's gonna run for about 4 minutes. You know, perfect time for everyone. Hit the washroom, grab a drink, stretch your legs, do whatever you need to do before the Chaos and Chill open panel begins. During that outro, I'm gonna drop a link in the chat for anyone who wants to join the open panel. You can come test your ideas, continue the conversation on tonight's topic. Anyone is welcome. But just, you know, come in ready to think, question, debate. And if you're coming to try and like troll, spurg over everyone, bring personal dramas, you're just gonna get muted and then most likely booted really quick. So while you're ahead with this idea, just quit that one, all right? And before we run the outro, one last reminder: make sure you all go subscribe to both debaters. All right, the links are in the description. Make sure you go and sub up to them both. Okay. And also, if you're enjoying these debates, subscribe to the Speakeasy channel as well so you don't miss any upcoming Swords of Reason battles Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. This is where logic meets passion. All right, let's roll the outro, and I'll see you all in a few minutes for the Chaos and Chill.
Step into the circle where the echoes collide. Truth through the static, no place to hide. Iron tongue, sharpen fire in our breath. We dance with conviction on the edge of death. Your words are bullets, mine are storms. Ideas forged where lightning forms. No retreat, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through lies with steel precision. No faith, no fear, just raw collision. We clash our swords of reason. Facts burn brighter than a prophet's flame. Egos crumble, but the truth remains. Every scar, a mark of thought's crusade. In the battlefield of minds we've made. Speak your truth, but bear the cost. Every claim can still get lost in the war of voice and vision. Feel the friction. We clash our swords of reason. No silence left for indecision. Ideas break with loud precision. We clash our swords of reason. Strike me with logic, I'll bleed my proof. We cut through chaos to cause clash our swords of reason in the storm of thought's collision, forged in fire, pure precision. We clash our swords of reason. Reason bleeds but never dies. No surrender, no retreat. In the war of words, we find a beat. Swords of reason.
And we're back. Welcome
yeah.
in, everyone.
Hey, buddy.
All right,
So-
show me your ways.
Yeah, Rowdy. What
So-
does consider mean?
Consider, I have no idea. To question, to wonder, to
Yeah, it means take time and like give like you know a lot of thought to it and all the stuff. Like you said, yeah, I have considered it, but I rejected it, and then didn't explain how you or the evidence why you reject that theory.
well, no, I didn't reject it. I just said that I have considered that.
Kyriak, I've got to talk. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm interrupting. Okay.
Ladies first.
Okay. Goudy. I've got a couple of things, and I'm really pleading with you. All right. And all of you young people. I'm old.
How old do you think I am? Just curious.
You're young enough to be my son or younger. You're what, 35?
Pretty close. 36.
Yeah, okay. That you're the same age as my youngest child. All
Nice.
right. Now, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. Firstly, all of you guys, everybody listening, in your lives, you have seen, all of you have seen something that you thought about, should I tell anybody I saw this or should I not, because I'm going to get ridiculed for saying I saw it? Anything. A ghost, or heard something, or saw a Bigfoot, or or caught a really big fish, or something that you said to yourself, no one's going to believe me if I say this, so I'm just going to shut up. I'm not
I
gonna
never
say
had that. I never did that.
Well, then you're a 1 in a billion, because 99% of the people have, and they, you know what? They shut up. You want to know why? Because they get shamed into shutting up.
Yeah,
Okay,
fear.
that's my first point to you.
Okay.
I personally I was extremely interested in the sciences for my entire life. I watched the entire space program, the whole thing, from beginning to end. I watched every launch, every moon landing, every space shuttle launch. I watched the Challenger blow up live. And for you to say that didn't happen, did you
I didn't
know?
say it didn't. I didn't say it
you
didn't happen.
did. Yeah, you did.
No.
And did you know that they've got a photo once they started going through the imagery of it? They've got a photo of the capsule breaking clean. The capsule broke clean. You don't know that, do you? The capsule
Nope.
sheared away clean. It was unbroken. It was in one piece. And if they had had parachutes attached to the capsule, those people would have lived. But instead, they fell 90 miles, or they were 90, it was the 90 seconds into the flight, so they were almost into the stratosphere. And as they were falling, okay, because once they found them on the ocean floor, all right, they were attending to each other. Their first aid kits were opened up. as they were falling back to Earth, they had gotten out of their seats, or the ones that could, and were trying to help each other, even though they knew they were all gonna die. Okay, it wasn't funny. I watched it with my 1-year-old son. Okay, the other shuttle that burned in. Do you even know about that one that broke up over Texas and all of those guys burned to death?
I don't.
Was it
I don't recall.
Columbia?
Yeah. Okay, that one happened. You could see that one burning in from California all the way to Texas until it landed. You could watch it going right straight over your head, burning in. Okay, all those guys died, and I saw one of the helmets. What they couldn't show what was left of the people. All right, there wasn't much. And they couldn't touch any of the stuff because it's all chemical, the chemicals on all that stuff. This is what I'm asking you kids to do. You guys, and if you're a flat earther, then you and I have nothing to say to each other, because if you believe that the earth is sitting on a table, I'm sorry. I don't even know where to go with you. But if you kids erase our history and all of our accomplishments and the work that those people did and the courage that they mustered to get in there and sit in these rockets, you just throw it out the window. You are taking us back 2,000 years to the Stone Age. You guys you're forgetting, you're throwing away our history, our accomplishments. And it's really horrible, because I'm going to die. And then
Aren't we all?
The people that watched it are going to die. And you guys are going to say, well, there's no proof we ever went. We didn't even go. We were never there. Also, every single question you asked, I have an answer for. Why the moon? I mean, are you serious about your questions about why the moon? Do you really not understand? Do you actually really honestly not understand how the moon is lit on one side and not on the other sometimes? Do you not understand how the moon actually works? I do. Okay. I understand physics.
Yeah, I don't know. I was just, there was like a bit of I was confused between whether you can see the dark side or you can't.
Okay, it's just easy. It's just easy. This is me.
Well, just to give like a little, like just like an example premonition, you'll help you understand quickly maybe why there's some people that.
And I apologize. Thank you for being patient.
Earlier, you were saying in the chat something. I think you said, I don't know if you said the moon does rotate or doesn't.
It does not rotate. The moon, okay, one side of the moon, okay, get this, guys. Here we go.
Number one.
Okay, you can explain it all, premonition.
Put your dumb ball down.
Wait, premonition. You can explain whatever you're going to explain, but that's one of the things that'll be like why people get controversial about it, because we've been taught that, yes, the moon spins on its axis. That's what we're told. That's why we only see the one side of the moon all the time. We're told
the moon is not spinning. Okay, the moon is just like Mercury.
Welcome in, Gio.
Okay.
Oh man, got that background noise though.
Oh yeah, you got here. I think.
Yeah, the title locked.
Oh, you got
okay. It. Mercury doesn't spin. One side of Mercury is always facing the sun. So half of Mercury is really hot, the other half is really cold. The moon is doing the same thing with the Earth. So we're always looking at the same part of the moon. Now, say you guys are the sun. Okay, you're the sun. The picture, me, my hand. You see how my hand's lit up, but you can't see my face. That is okay. So that's my head is the Earth. It rotates around. Now, when it goes this way, now you've got the lit up side that you can see from the sun. When it goes the rest of the way around, I'll circle back around this way, coming in. Now the sun is facing the back side of the moon. Yeah. And we're looking at the dark side of the moon. That's what the days that you can't see the moon.
Oh, so you can't see the dark side? That was my question, was can you see the dark side of the moon? You just said no.
Yeah, no, you can see the dark side of the moon when you're in space flying around it.
Okay.
Hold on, let me clarify something really quick because
You got
everyone's
wait.
getting hung up on the dark side of the moon. The dark
Yeah.
side of the moon
Front
does
side,
not
back side.
refer
Should we switch
to
it? Is it the
daylight or
word?
nighttime. No, what the dark side of the moon refers to is when the ship was on the far side and the moon was between it and us.
Yeah.
They would no longer have radio contact. And being without radio contact, the shorthand term for that is being in the dark.
In the dark.
Wait.
No contact.
There's another thing. Just
for radio communication.
There's another thing, okay? When we're talking about dark side, the light side was only where the light was hitting. Yes, you can see you could in effect see the dark side when you slide up, because it's not all the time the same, right? It moves. So
Well,
when it slide up, you can see the
no,
dark
you need,
side.
but continue.
If you fly around the back of the moon, when the dark side is when the side you can't see is facing us because the sun is behind it, you can see the ground on the moon and take pictures of it and get a map of it and everything, just exactly like what they did.
Yeah, so this is why I got confused in the debate, is because exactly what you just said. The part that you can't see, you can see. So then I was confused on whether you can see that dark side of the moon if the sun is on the other side of it.
Rowdy, the part that we can't see here on Earth, they could see in space because they were on the other side and there was sunlight illuminating it.
Facing it. So the moon, in other words, the moon is not like Mercury, where Mercury only has one side always facing the sun. The moon follows us around. We rotate and the moon rotates with us. So when the moon...
so it does rotate. Does it rotate itself or does it just... Is it locked in?
It orbits. It orbits the Earth, but it doesn't spin.
The moon...
Hold on. It spins, but it's rotation. It's the day, what you would classify as a day on the moon, is the same time as it takes to orbit. That's why we only see the same side, because when it goes around to the other side of the Earth, it has rotated 180 degrees, and now the side that was facing that way is now facing the opposite direction as it's on the other side of the Earth. That is what tidal lock is. Its rotation and its revolution are identical.
Right. Okay. So what other questions do you have so that we can help us, so that you can believe us?
That's all I want. I promise that's all I want. Okay. So give me like 30 seconds to go through this. I know it might be annoying. So side 1 is facing the Earth. I don't care where you are on the Earth. You guys can't tell that I'm rotating this ball, but if I get close enough, you can see that.
It has nothing to do with it.
Okay, so whether this Earth is rotating or not, regardless of where you are via perspective, does the moon side 1 stay facing Earth the whole time, no matter where it's at?
Yes,
the answer to that question is yes.
Yes.
So doesn't that mean that the moon has to rotate as well to keep side 1 facing Earth, no matter where Earth is at?
Well,
yes, and it does it at the same rate that it goes around the Earth, which is why the same side always faces the Earth. That is what tidal lock is.
So now we're going to run it back 30 seconds when you said that no, when side 1 is showing and it goes on to the other side of the Earth, now side 2 is showing.
He didn't say that.
I swear that he said that
No.
Okay, so let's go back then. You agree. Side 1 always faces Earth, no matter where you are on it. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And when the side 2 is on the side facing the sun,
yes,
we can't see it because
can't
it's
see the moon.
Us, but on the back side of the moon, it's lit up, And when they fly around the backside of the moon, they can photograph it. They can see it very clearly. It's as
Why
clear.
can't we photograph and see the dark side of the
because
moon?
it's because it faces the opposite direction. It's like, yeah, can I take a picture of the backside of your head without you turning around or me being behind you in your room?
Exactly.
Whoa.
No,
I don't
you
know.
can't.
I don't know. I'm just trying to say, if
Emmet,
when
you're
the
muted if you're trying to talk on the stream.
when the moon is in between my face, which is the Earth, and the sun, which is the light that you guys can't see, it's beyond. When the moon comes in front of the Earth,
Yeah.
and we can't see it,
Right.
That's called an eclipse.
so can you zoom in and take a picture of the
Okay.
moon when it's like that? From Earth,
Wait.
can you zoom in and take a picture of of the dark side of the moon?
Well,
I have a question, Rowdy, Goudy, real quickly. Do you
Yeah.
think that the dark side of the moon is always the side that doesn't get any light?
No, I don't. This is the confusion is I don't really care if the
No. I'm
moon
asking you.
rotates or not.
it's,
Yeah,
you're
again,
making it
I'm
too
asking you.
difficult.
Okay,
You're making
ask
it
me again.
Just a question.
Gio, we don't hear
do
you. You're muted, Gio.
you
You're making
think
it too complicated.
Yeah, I
It
hear me
just as it goes
Yes, sir. There
around.
you are.
Hold on, Emmet. I think you
If
had
I
a good
can just give
question
a
though.
mug-
Emmet, what was your question? Just real quick.
Do you think that the dark side is the side that is always that the dark side of the moon is always the same side, that it never gets light from the sun?
Like
That's what I just asked him, and he said yes. It's
No,
tidal
I'm
law.
asking you.
Oh,
Do you
from
think
Earth's perspective, you never see the dark side, but from the sun's perspective, yes, you light up
Wait.
the backside of the moon.
When
Which is
did
why
you
we
ever
were
find
Yeah.
yourself on the sun?
but
Yeah.
what do you call a new moon?
What do you mean?
What does a new moon happen? What is
What
that?
happened before that?
I don't
So
know
for
when
the
it's in
No,
beginning-
not
between,
before that.
when it's in between Earth and the sun, and you can't see it because the
Uh,
sun is on the
What
other side
part
of
of
it.
what part of the moon is being light up in the new moon? What part of
I
the
don't
moon is
know.
being light up? You don't know?
Couldn't tell you.
one of the
Couldn't tell you.
sides of the moon is being lit up. So instead
the
of having the
backside.
back of it lit up, the
backside.
side of it is lit up. So you get that little sliver of the moon because the sun is facing. I've got a really good experiment for you to do. I taught my granddaughter this when she was 3. You can go out and look at the moon at any time,
No.
and you can tell exactly where the sun is by the reflection of the sun off the moon. So if you have a sliver of the moon showing, you can say to yourself, okay, so I can see that there's a sliver of the moon bright. So that tells me that the sun is right over there.
Okay.
You can map where the sun is by the light coming off of the moon itself.
Okay.
Okay. So when they fly around the back of the moon, it's not complicated. They rocket up there, and all of your questions about the G forces and everything, you're completely wrong. They completely wrong. They've got 8 G's easy now. The SO-71, which I've
8
seen with my
Gs?
own eyes. I've seen the SO-71. My son was born on Mountain Home Air Force Base.
Okay.
It used to land there. The SR-71 was built in 1950s. Okay, that was supposed to be a missile launcher. It ran over its first missile. That was its first failure. It shot the missile out. It ran it over. All right, so that they had to just turn it into a high altitude observation post. That is what the SR-71 ended up being. But that is so obsolete. It's not even funny. These guys can do crap, and they can go, geez. The equipment that they're wearing allows them to tolerate G forces that are classified.
Okay.
The speeds that they can go at are classified.
Well, that's what's confusing is so let me ask you this question. You said 8 Gs. Yes, fighter pilots. This is just AI quick review or whatever. Fighter pilots can manage up to 9 Gs, but for a second or two, but sustaining G-forces for even 6 Gs would be fatal. Do you know how long it takes for the SLS, the whole rocket that launches Orion to the atmosphere?
Yeah, but you're not.
Do you know how long? Hold on, can you just answer the question? Does anybody else here know how long it took for Orion to get to the atmosphere via the SLS rocket that shot it up into space? Does anybody know without Googling it real quick?
Isn't the spaceship built
20 seconds.
to?
I think you said it was like 90 seconds.
They say it's 90 seconds.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, I
when.
was just gonna
that's
say
when
Gio's
solid-
been trying to get a question in.
Oh
there.
no,
Oh,
I'm a
my
mogul
bad. That's
here.
my bad.
I'm taking
My bad.
notes. I'm
Oh,
taking
okay.
notes.
I thought you were
Not
trying
a
to get a
subject.
question in there. My bad.
Okay,
my
yeah.
bad.
Well,
Yeah,
I have
hey.
a question to kind of like ask it in a
Please
normal way,
interrupt
like-
me, everybody. I apologize.
Well, I'm going to right now. Yes, sir. I'm very bold. Look at me. So, if I take a picture of my car, it's a matrix, right? I'm in front of my car. Am I making the claim that I can still see the back of my car in that photograph?
No.
Like, let's pretend that my car is the moon. Are you making the claim that because we can only see one side of the moon, you're arguing that the other side is still available?
I believe that there is an other side.
Okay,
Like
good.
there,
That is not
the-
dark.
this
and
is-
outside of our sight.
well, no, I believe it is dark. Like when you're saying if I'm looking at the front of the car, let's say I'm looking from the side of the car where I can see both doors. Let's say it's a 4-door car. I can see 2 doors, 2 tires, a back bumper and a front bumper,
Mhm.
and you can see the
Right,
shape and
because
the
you
angle
can't
of
see
all
the
the.
other doors. Do the other doors not exist because we can't see them?
No, I'm assuming that they do exist because I
Okay.
have this profile. I'm assuming there's probably a similar profile just on the opposite side of it.
Mhm.
You know there's a.
Congruency.
You know that there's an. You know that there's another side to the car. You're not assuming. You know that it is.
Exactly.
So-
Let's get to the part
Do-
exiting our atmosphere. You're wrong, okay, about the whole concept of exiting the atmosphere. All right, as you get higher, okay,
How high?
as the ship ascends,
As high as I am.
the oxygen content gets less resistant. Okay, you've got the gravity pulling down on you a little bit, okay, which is causing the G's, but you
Whatever
also
that is.
have the lessening of the oxygen content, which means you're entering space. Once you hit space, you're no longer affected by the G's, unless like in the space shuttle one time, they made a slight correction and they were filming from the inside of the shuttle. And they did a tiny little poof with their gas, and one of the guys was a little loose. He was just hanging in there, and the shuttle shifted a tiny bit, and his back went up against the wall kind of hard because the shuttle moved with him free floating inside of it. All right,
Okay.
but it is not that catastrophic on the human body to leave the atmosphere. Okay. And you're not always accelerating. You accelerate to a certain point, and that's where the acceleration stops, which is 22,000 miles an hour.
Okay.
Okay. So, and when you think that it's still going to be hot, okay, why isn't it steaming when it comes back in? The stuff that they've got on the bottom there, the heat shield stuff,
Yeah.
that's made out of a very porous material, and
Mhm.
it bleeds off heat. Okay, that's why by the time it hits the ground, by the time it hits the water, it's not steaming on you. Now, when the space shuttles used to come in, and you've probably never heard of this. Have you ever heard of outgassing?
Oh, I don't think. I mean,
Okay,
I went to high school with
I have no
boys,
clue what you're
but I don't know.
talking
I don't know what you're talking
learn.
about.
None of you guys have ever seen any of this stuff.
I just
Outgassing.
debate about Trump. That's it.
All right,
Alright.
hold on. Have you ever seen a box of bananas that comes in like in the crate, and they have to take the top of it off and open it up because all the bananas are green, but if they leave it closed in,
Well, that's
bananas
called a
naturally
plantain.
off gas a
Plantains are
gas
number.
which will cause them to ripen far more quicker than they normally will, which is so it just
I'm
gives
more
off a
confused now.
gas.
I'm sorry.
I'm
Okay,
still
let me-
confused. Premonition,
let me-
I have a question for you real quick. This is from my chat. People are asking if you also saw the Blue Jays on the rooftop.
I don't even know. What you're talking about.
It's a 9/11.
Put the mask back on, bro. Put the mask back on, dude.
I don't even know what you're talking about. Okay.
Juice box.
I think their
Let me-
ADHD is showing.
You guys, I'm really trying to pass on my knowledge to you. So the outgassing,
Hold
this is
on.
what the outgassing is.
Hold on, but when you say knowledge, you're making a statement that you know things. I need you not. I just need you to verify that you know these things when you say I'm passing on the things I know. Not like here. Let me tell you a good story of like the things I believe.
If
It's
I know,
the things that I know when you
I
say
watched
knowledge
this-
like that.
I watched this stuff live. Okay,
Why
and
haven't we gone
So
back
it's
then?
anecdotal.
okay, a little more proof that I'm sure you won't believe.
No, I believe it. That's
okay,
the problem is I'm believing you. Now, can you demonstrate that like you
Okay.
know that there were people on that? Do you know that there's people in the ISS right now? Do you know that you can see the dark side of the moon from the other side of the moon from Orion, not Earth? I don't care what side. I don't care if it's number 1 or number 2. Can you see the side that's not facing the sun
All
Well,
right,
right now you
From
couldn't see it
wherever you
because it's
are.
on Earth.
right.
when
it's
you're in Orion from the dark side and you look at it? Can you see it or can you not? Is it just darkness?
Depends on if the sun is illuminating it.
and it was
No, the sun is on the other side of it. I'm on the dark side. The sun is on the light side. I'm on
So
the
it's gonna
dark
be
side.
dark. You answer your
So
own
can I
question.
see the dark side or not?
Well, I showed
Do
you
you
the
have night
picture.
vision?
We didn't.
Serious
I showed
question.
the picture.
Are you
from NASA.
Batman?
You're right.
Yes.
You checkmate. I got
Do you-
checkmated.
do you
Emmett
have night
checkmated me
vision?
on the photo from NASA.
I did.
Wait a
Prem,
minute.
I want to let Prem go because I feel
Hang on,
bad because
hang
she's got a short time here. I'm going to let Prem finish her point because I feel bad for interrupting
you,
as well.
you just
but
told the
not-
whole panel you're Batman, and we have questions.
Yeah.
so sorry. Okay, this is
as
what
soon as she leaves,
outgassing.
guys, I got to go. Sorry. No.
No, let me explain what outgassing is. Outgassing is when the space shuttles used to fly upside down and backwards. Okay, as they orbited the moon. Actually, they
Yeah,
fall around
Less
the moon.
resistance.
You understand? No, there is no resistance. You
The rotation of the Earth, you go with it.
you understand that you don't float in space, you fall in space. But that's another story.
How do
Anyway,
you fall up?
Agreed.
Makes no sense.
okay.
There is no up.
There's no space.
Checkmate. Checkmate.
I'm
Welcome to
sorry, man. Go
Stationary
ahead.
Earth.
We're
Thanks
very
for
rude.
playing. That's what they say
Space
on the flat Earth
don't
thing.
exist.
Okay, this is what outgassing is. When the space shuttles used to, just like the one that burned in and killed all those guys, when the space shuttle
Do you know that?
came in for a landing, it was mega hot. Okay, hot.
Super. 5,000 degrees or something like that.
And for about an hour or so, you would hear this shh coming off of it, and you could see that's called outgassing when it's
Like an
bleeding off the
afterburner?
heat. No, when there was no fired engine when a space shuttle was coming in. They glided in. So, but they still had to go through the atmosphere. And what outgassing is merely the bleeding off of the heat of the space shuttle after it landed. It would outgas for about an hour. It'd have to cool down, and it made a noise that sounded like shh, shh, shh. That's called outgassing. Okay.
Yeah, there's a
If
chemical that they use for
so
that.
many questions. I mean, I got a really good understanding of this stuff. So you guys need to talk too. So go ahead
No,
and ask
no.
me something if you need to know something.
Look,
I
man,
just
I'm
wanted to
I'm
know
here
why
for-
we haven't gone back.
We never stopped.
How many times?
Didn't Artemis just go to the moon?
No,
Oh,
we
well,
never.
then the
Allegedly.
fucking the Blue Jays
Oh
gotta
my
have
God.
a base up there, though.
Wait a minute. For my own mental health, are y'all flat earthers?
Hell no.
What's flat
No
Earth?
one here is a flat earther, right?
No.
Mm.
Okay.
Mm.
My mom said don't talk to strangers, so I can't.
Okay.
That's what you meant.
No
So
flat
why
Earth.
did Artemis 2 not go to the moon? Like what? That
It
happen
didn't
and we were
land
all
on the
just
moon.
duped?
So
It didn't land on the moon, but it went
It
went
around
around
it.
it.
yeah,
I said
so
go that direction.
just like in the Apollo missions, they take baby steps. So
Yeah, it was a test.
Artemis
That's a
1 was
fallacy.
to
Like
If I
go
go to
out.
Speaks House, no, hang on. That's illogical and an insult to my baldness. If I go to Speaks
I didn't know
House,
JS was
I pick
listening.
them up.
The fuck?
Right?
I wanna
If I go
say.
scoop up Speak, right, and I don't enter his house, how you gonna tell me I didn't go to his house to pick him up?
Well,
I went to his house, picked him
but
up,
did,
but I didn't walk into his living room and shit in his toilet. You know what
It
I'm
was
saying? But I went to
yeah,
his house.
yeah.
The
So
fuck?
astronauts went to the moon.
They
They
had
went
to.
to the moon?
They had to do all of the experiments. They had to get in and out of their outfits. They had
Look,
to.
I don't know.
I made
Geoverse, forgive us.
double.
We've been listening to Rowdy
Yes,
for like
you
the
sure
last
about
50
that.
minutes.
Frog's gay.
I
Timothy
made
Frog's
double.
gay, man.
I'm saving this
I
till
can't
Saturday
tell
so
you
I
how
can
hard
learn
it
more
is to
about
bite
this.
my tongue
No, but
right
I
now.
believe that they are making the frog gay, but that has nothing to do with the moon landing.
I know JS is listening in there for some.
Oh, dude, he's so
Obviously.
mad at he big mad right now, dude. He's
JS
definitely
said some. Wait,
unsubscribing
JS
from my
said something. JS said something that I truly agree with him. It's like, why oh why would NASA save all of the astronauts from Challenger? You know, sprinkle them around the country, but not even change their name. And that is a question
I
that
have an
will
answer.
forever haunt
I have an
me,
answer.
Rowdy Goudy, because you did say that they had the same name, so it will forever haunt me. At night, I will
Hey.
remember that dumb foo that happened, and it will keep me awake because I
yeah.
cannot understand it.
I'm
don't
telling you, bro,
think-
dude, look into it. I mean, I had to be a flat earther about it, but just look into it, bro. I'm not here teaching you. I'm here to entertain. But I also, hold on, real quick, easy. I swear this will take 2 seconds. I apologize, but
Yeah,
it
go
reminded
ahead.
me of what Teriak said. And when he asked me the question, he said, have you considered that this is like a psyop to pull people away from like the American, I forget the exact wording on it.
Yeah, he's
Something
saying
about
it's a psyop to demoralize our country.
like the accomplishments but the hold on, just like a
Only
real quick
demoralize our country.
the only thing I have is I ask that same question but in the reverse, which is how doesn't space not demoralize a populace, a
Excuse me,
country,
sir?
a whole species?
Watch your mouth.
The idea of just infinite spiraling this is back to his libertarian. He keep calling me a liberal
man,
or a
you see,
libertarian. I can't
guys
remember which
with
one it
beards
is.
like that,
But like,
you can't
wait,
trust them.
you're adding in certain things, Rowdy. That's to be fair to the other side, right? I don't think you got to remember when you're coming into these things. So when someone's claiming like an affirmative on the moon landing, they're not affirming everything about space.
Exactly.
Right?
sure. Yeah,
So,
I was meaning more to his
they
like.
may not necessarily we're in like this endless fucking thing where it's just infinite fucking going forever. You know, they don't have to believe that to believe in the moon landing.
Well, but I mean, this might seem like I know I'm been ridiculous this whole time, but is it a crazy question to say? Can you separate them? Can
No,
you
it's not a
separate the
crazy
moon
question.
from
It's a good
everything else you've been taught about the universe and the galaxies far, far away?
Do you
Does the
know?
moon exist? Does
you
the
know
moon
that-
exist
Can you
in what I
separate
call
them?
the heavens?
Do you believe that we've got our little rovers running around on Mars?
Of course I don't.
Yeah, so
I've
just
heard
real
that they
quick,
have no
just to
stamp.
drill
No.
down on this thing, Rowdy, because you said
Yeah.
that you have considered this. You said yes to this question. So
Yeah.
just to give you guys a quote, this is from Milan Kundera. It's a book called The Book of Laughter and Forgetting. The first step in liquidating a people is to erase its memory, destroy its books, its culture, its history. Then have somebody write new books, manufacture a new culture, invent a new history. Before long, that nation will begin to forget what it is and what it was. The struggle of man against power is the struggle of memory against forgetting. So how do you know that this is not like the KGB or like China or whatever, like basically just trying to demoralize your people so you don't even believe in America anymore?
So
That's
you don't
what I
even
view
know what
feminism
I
is.
don't know
Feminism was
that.
definitely a psyop, 100%.
I've got
Just
another
let him
one.
answer. Let him
Yeah.
answer.
Go ahead.
Teriak has
I
spoken.
don't know that that's not the case, but that's why when I consider that as like, oh shit, maybe this is just a psyop to keep me away from the truth and actually lead me down these wild, crazy rabbit holes that keep me totally distracted, and it is the distraction that keeps pulling me away from the truth or whatever. It's the same thing as when I go down those paths, I end up finding out that it's like space and the opposite of that. There is no ultimate creator, that the possibilities are endless, and we can do all of these things like send remote control robots to Mars, and we can create a base on the moon to bury data centers or whatever the idea is. But as soon as I jump to that side where I go, You know what? Actually, I think we have been there. And I think we probably would have built a base in underground tunnels. Everyone calls me the same amount of crazy as the original position I held, which was I don't actually know. I'm here to learn from the experts that seem to know the answers. Yet, if it's just the same exact rabbit hole, then I actually don't know. I'm here to try to determine the difference between the
Rowdy,
two and which
but if
one I
the
decide.
Creating your own
if
rabbit
the
hole.
experts work for the government, can you truly believe them and learn from them?
Yeah, Fauci was so based. I believe everything he said.
No,
Hey, didn't I bring
the
that up in
evidence,
my
Rowdy.
opening statement? What about the Tuskegee experiments? Was the government
Yeah, but
was
real quick,
everybody
Rowdy.
Seems
super
like
clear
you're
on that one?
defeating your own argument.
Rowdy,
but I'll see it.
listen to me, right? The evidence
Yep.
for like the demoralization is you have college students in America burning the American flag. Like
yeah.
the evidence for
But
or
is that moon
supporting that America.
landing?
Yeah,
Feminism.
do
Yeah,
they
no, but what I'm
believe-
saying is
do
like
those people
demoralization is
believe in
currently
space
happening.
and moon travel?
Listen to what I'm saying. Demoralization is currently happening in America. It's already been happening in Europe and all this kind of stuff. But the evidence for America actually having the sophisticated technology, rocket technology, because that's how they go to the moon is through rocket technology, is because you have the best missiles, you have the best weaponry, you have the best
Yeah.
rockets of all
Which is-
militaries.
Which is why you would spend billions of dollars to make sure that the whole populace is convinced that that's true. When you say that these like blue hair, septum piercing liberals are coming out of college and burning the American flag, what do you think that the chances are that we go and we interview those people and we say, what do you think? Do you think that the amount of money spent on space travel is a problem and why you hate this country so much? Do you think they would say yes?
They always
think-
say yes.
Do you think they would agree that spending money on space travel is the reason that they're burning that American
Well,
flag?
they would say yes because Trump
Yes.
is president, and anything he does, like spending money on space program, is bad.
Well, if I
Perfect.
can-
So then,
I think
would
it's
it,
irrelevant. I don't
does
think
this
people
follow that
believe-
you would cancel the space programs to then not lead to these people leaving college and burning the American dream down?
What's his
They
name?
canceled
Rowdy?
the space shuttle program. Did you know
Hey,
that,
Rowdy.
that up until Musk? Did you know that until okay, they canceled the
I
space.
hear you though. I hear you though.
They canceled the space shuttle program completely. Obama did. Okay, no more space shuttles.
No wonder he won.
We had to catch rides with the Russians up to the ISS.
Oh yeah, did you guys see the new video that they just released? Yeah, me neither.
What are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
If
I
you
got
I don't
that.
believe
Russians aren't
them either.
worried about Russians
the
aren't
same
worried about
island with
showing
the
off
same
what
people,
they've got.
right?
All right, Rowdy, can I ask you a question, brother? And I'm
Go
not
ahead.
a scientist. I'm not.
Me neither.
What was that you just
said
said
wait.
that Obama canceled? What was that say?
Yeah, Obama canceled the space shuttle program, and we had to hitch a ride with the Russians to get up to ISS for like a decade.
Wasn't that a movie called Armageddon with Bruce Willis?
Up until right now.
Was your question about Armageddon to me?
No,
Up
my
until
question to you is
Musk.
that. But I'll wait
Yeah.
till you finish.
Started getting us back up to the ISS, but until Musk started getting us back up there, Obama canceled our
Please,
space
Musk.
shuttle program. We
Yeah, what a hero.
Yeah, it wasn't. Just to
Yeah,
be
but it
sure,
wasn't-
it wasn't. Obama
Yeah, I was
didn't
gonna say, it's
start
not
it. Shutdown.
Obama
It was
alone
Bush.
that
If I can
did
ask
that,
Rowdy
right?
a question, because he
Oh,
seems to have
bummer.
human nature in a carfuncle. Is it
It was
a
a
bad
plan
concept?
that was done before Obama, though, and Obama just.
I got you,
continued
Gio.
it.
I'm gonna let them
There was
finish,
no
but I got
reason
you.
to cancel it.
What?
There was no reason to cancel it. We had it was a working system. There was no. They canceled it to get this outcome, to where people don't even believe. Those people.
They canceled it.
Well, I think it was
Did you
more
do
about
that?
backlash after Columbia because the public had enough questions about the safety of it moving forward. Because the same shuttles that we had been using were all made in 1972 or something like that. So
Wait,
inside the space shuttle is Doobie Brothers 8-track tape and shag carpet.
And
were
also,
other
real quick, if you're a socialist or a communist and stuff, and you want to make yourself look good and you want to get past Obamacare and all that stuff, you say we cancelled this, so we're not spending any of the budget on this anymore. We're spending more on healthcare and all this kind of shit.
Do you
Well,
know why they
not-
canceled it?
wait.
Though? I'm wondering if there's a reason to why they canceled it.
That's how they
There's
trick you.
another reason why at the end of the Bush administration they were giving contracts to create the new shuttles that were going to replace the old space shuttle program.
They didn't build
But
them though until Musk
they
came
were
along.
canceled due to the 2008 financial crisis, and then up to this point it never started again. But that's part of the reason why.
You know what
So-
caused the Columbia
I know I'm
burn-in?
a guppy in this pond, but if I can ask a question, that'd be great.
Yeah, Geo,
Uh,
Geo, go.
So Rowdy, is it a far off concept to identify anyone that would think space travel was silly to also call them nihilistic in nature?
You're gonna have to tell me what that means. I don't know what nihilistic means. Is that like nothing matters?
Hey, Terry, can you give me a summarized definition of
Yeah.
nihilist,
Oh, Terry, here we go. Yeah, teach me.
please?
Yeah, that
Right,
basically everything's meaningless. You go down to a downward spiral, kind of things like that. There's multiple types of nihilism, but the whole kind of concept of life is meaningless. Like that's nihilism in a nutshell.
Right, and you see that with
Meaning.
I saw a debate where I think it was Rachel that debated an anti-natalist or natalist, was it? But there are people that don't
Anti-natalist.
see any benefit to life, preserving life, having children, going to space, believing in God, eating healthy, living a good-natured, moral compass lifestyle, right? So I agree that these people exist, but would you trust them as being the authority on something that we can barely fathom, like space exploration?
Would I trust like nihilists on space
Because-
exploration? Like,
Because you appeal to a lot of authorities, and you also told her, don't tell us what you anecdotally have experienced, don't tell us
Or
what you think,
believe.
tell us what
Right.
you know. And you also claim that you don't know a lot of claims that you make, but you make them anyway. So
well, no,
are you a
no.
nihilist?
These
I
are all
guess
the
is my question.
questions I have. These are all presented as questions. This is why I say, like, do you know how fast the Blackbird can go?
Mhm.
The
Are you a
SR-71 Blackbird. Do you know how many pilots there are? These are all questions.
Yeah,
Are you
some
a
of these-
Okay,
nihilist?
there are a lot more
I'll show you. One sec.
Not a
I'll
bad
show
thing.
you I'll show you how this like propaganda and all this shit works. Did you ever meet your great grandfather, Rowdy?
Of course not.
Yeah, so you've never met this person. There's no evidence. You just have to believe that your parents are telling you the truth that you had a great grandfather, correct?
Well, yeah.
So
Based
you
on
can't actually
logic-
prove that
logic
you
and
had a great
reason.
grandfather.
Well, if I use logic and reason and deduction or induction, whichever the correct one is, because I'm sure you know which one I mean when I say it, then you could arrive at that. You could arrive at that conclusion.
But there's no actual like physical evidence though.
Sure. Yeah, I would probably.
Yeah, so
agree with
that's the same thing with these. I'm just asking questions, all the stuff about the moon thing. It's like, oh, well, like, have you actually been out there? Have you actually been to outer space? If you haven't been to outer space and you can't prove that there's space.
Yeah, I don't think I ever said anything like, "Have you ever been
Like
there?"
that's been your
No,
response.
I'm telling you how
Well,
this
I-
works. Where it's like
that-
I'm just
No,
asking
because
questions.
they're
It's
already
gonna be
making.
kind
He already
of,
made the positive
I haven't
claim.
been
It's
there.
gonna be
The
kind
rocket
of maybe
goes and does the
gross,
thing.
but there would be
You know how heavy
physical
the rocket
evidence,
is?
wouldn't there be, Terry?
Go. Wait. Say that again. Sorry, Easy. I was interrupting you.
I was gonna say it's kind of gross, but there kind of would be physical evidence. Like he could technically like dig up his grandpa's bones.
Yeah, but how do you know that that's your actual great grandpa's grave? You have
I
to
saw a
believe
picture.
somebody that
No.
that's your great grandpa's
Yeah,
Yeah,
grave.
it does have to be
AKA my mom
DNA
showed me the
still
picture.
attached to it. Yeah.
But the experts could be lying.
when they choose.
Oh,
this is
shucks.
your
How would
point,
you, so
is
now
what
is it
you're
up
trying
to
to
you to
say?
decide who you
Dinosaurs came
believe?
from
Well,
reptiles,
If
and now
there's
they're
only
birds.
one source of experts, I guess sure, yeah, that makes sense.
Oh,
Someday,
Ruh-roh.
I know they're going to land in different places because they're looking for
They're going to the moon
water
next year.
ice and things like that. They're going to be landing in different places, but that flag and that picture of the guy's family that he laid on the face of the moon, and the feather and the bowling ball and the golf ball that the guy hit up there, all those things are still sitting there, including the little platform that the limb lifted off from. It's all still sitting there, and someday they're going to land back there and they're going to go and look at all that stuff, and they're going to see all the footprints and all of that stuff. And what I'm trying to do is get you guys to believe that these people did extraordinary things, and they were
Well, I
incredible.
do deny the first moon landing. I'll be very upfront with you.
You
we
deny
have
it?
Hey, but we're not spoiler alerting Saturday. I'm gonna
And my
learn all
source
the
is
information
the
I need
Red
to
Hot.
know on Saturday,
I
right?
know, but my source is very, very credible. It's a band called the Red Hot Chili Peppers, and he said
Dude.
it was shot in a Hollywood basement. The song was very, very clear, and
Ooh.
if you can debunk
Checkmate
that song,
again.
A premonition. So
you know,
we have orbiters that
You can't
fly around the
debunk
moon right
anything,
now,
kid.
and there have been posted for public consumption the pictures of the orbiter flying over the original moon landing sites, and you can see where the platform for the limb still stands there.
that's
The
awesome.
equipment is
I
still.
remain unconvinced, but I would love to be convinced. That's beautiful. It's powerful. It's
Well,
art.
I mean,
Powerful.
there's nothing. And
That's that propaganda Teriak's talking about that pulls you away from God and actually following the one true light and the way and the
Said the
truth or whatever
atheist.
he talks about every single time.
How
The
does-
logos, the logic, the uncreated,
So, Rowdy,
unchanging,
What you talking
changeless.
about?
how does Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin landing on the moon disprove God?
Well, it doesn't.
all of
Because
those guys.
No, that was your
Yeah.
claim. That was the claim you just made, that
came more
them
with it.
landing on the
It's a
moon
meme about him not
pulls you away
swearing on
from
the Bible.
God. So how does them setting foot on
I see.
how does
Another
them setting
definitely-
foot on another planet or on the moon?
Another planet.
I was trying to say another body.
I got you. I'm fucking with you, and I apologize. I have more of a lightheartedness, and people like Teriak could probably bully me around for not taking it serious enough. And like I could have worn my suit jacket, but I thought my tropical
Oh, we're
shirt
all-
would be
we're all
mean
having fun
business
here.
enough.
Yeah.
I took my hat off. Okay, I tried to play my part. But
I was hazed for a
when-
while. Trust me.
So back to what you said, is it you saw photos again of this? What was it? The claim was that there was
There's an orbiter. There's a
Okay.
satellite that's just going around the moon.
okay,
And it flies over the landing spots from the original Apollo missions.
They've got
And it's
photos.
taking pictures.
you can see the
of-
boot tracks and the flag and all of
Yep.
that sort of thing. Okay, yes.
This
Here's
just
what's
reminds
crazy.
me
This
of
might
something
trick
funny.
premonition, but I have also seen with my own eyes in real life those photos and those videos. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Wait, real quick. I got this is like 2 minutes. I want y'all to listen to this real quick. This is just
go.
funny.
Let me get a beer.
This is just funny.
Show you how the fucking moon landing was fucking bullshit because everyone's telling you I was fucking wrong. Yeah. So fucking explain to me. Here you go. The guy's getting off the rocket ship. Who the fuck is filming him? Who's filming him? How'd the fucking guy get up there if this is the first guy supposed to be on the fucking moon? A different rocket ship? I don't know. So they sent the rocket ship up there. He got off and he's like, all right, come on up now. I'm ready to fucking film. Are you fucking serious? He's supposed to be the first guy on the moon. It's bullshit.
He's not wrong,
the car. How the fuck did the car fit in that rocket ship? Look, how did that car fit in the rocket ship?
Protect that man at all
Okay,
costs.
right. More bullshit. Then the guy's floating around with a big fucking cord to his stomach, and they're
More
telling him that's his
bullshit.
fucking life
saying.
support. What's it give? Was it fucking feeding him through the fucking tube like a baby? They're bouncing around like a fucking jerk off. Yeah, watch. Let me show you. There it goes. Bye-bye. You know what? I'm going to stay behind. You
Sure.
guys go back to Earth. I'll fucking die up here. And how the fuck did he get the film back to Earth? Yeah, look, the fake fucking parachute.
Even
Hey,
turn the
go home.
You're gonna have
What
to
happened to
wind
the guy back
again,
on the moon?
grab the camera,
They just
and
left
then
Yeah, everyone guesses they don't have any fucking facts. Bullshit.
Let's go. You
gotta love Italian
Hey,
guys.
hey,
It was
Hey.
uploaded to the cloud.
so based.
don't
He made a better.
Ah, I'm gonna fucking die up here.
Yeah.
But hang on, to be respectful, can I ask you a question, ma'am? Is hearing people laugh about this subject matter, is it offensive to you? Honestly speaking.
Clearly.
Like, is it insulting to those that do believe we did go to the moon and all these things are happening?
I mean, we
Just
did
like
go
when
to
we
the
talk
moon.
about God like
No.
this in front of Christians, they get upset by it. Or
We
they
can-
argue
we
us
can
and
joke
defeat
about
us,
it, but
destroy
still,
us, right? They
we-
destroy us in the blood
We
sport
go to
debate
moon.
gauntlet, and they change our minds and they bring us to the
No.
dark side with
No.
facts and logic, and they just
No.
totally destroy us.
Yeah, that.
But when it comes to space, why don't they ever do that?
It's because it's the final frontier, you know?
When you bring God into it, this is how I see it, and God. God intended for us to do absolutely everything that we've done. That was the intention from the very beginning. We were not always supposed to be hunter-gatherers and chasing each other around and stoning each other. He knew, like I've said
that I would
before
have a
on here,
PS5.
like I've said before, he knew. You believe in the Shroud of Turin, right? Okay.
What did you just call me?
Shroud of
sorry.
Turin. I don't believe it. I don't believe in the I don't believe in it like I would.
Okay.
Like the Eucharist, I guess you'd say, but like it's a very, very prominent historical piece of.
This is how I view the Shroud of Turin. The Shroud of Turin was only it took us to build AI to look at the Shroud of Turin and tell us exactly how that went and that it's legit. So it took 2,000 years. So God knew that in 2,000 years, these people are going to advance enough to understand the Shroud of Turin, which was a message that I gave them 2,000 years ago. So
didn't the Bible say to not rely on our own understanding?
But it was created 2,000 years ago to be understood 2,000 years later through our tech that we created, that he knew that we were going to create. Same thing applies for getting up to the moon. He knows that the moon is there. We've been looking at it since our inception. He knows we want to get there and look at it, and we found a way to do it. It doesn't take away from God at all. I think that it fulfills what he expected us to do. We were not always supposed to be cavemen and, like I said, stone each other and hang each other from crosses.
Right, but nothing would take away from the thing that is. So as a Christian, I believe that God is true. And Jesus Christ is the Alpha and Omega. Therefore, if your preference is opposite that.
But he illegitimate, according to Emmet. There's illegit.
Like,
what do you mean by illegitimate?
Doesn't convince
well, because it can be.
Wait. You made a stupid assertion. I wanna think about this real quick. What do you mean by that?
Because you said it could be legit and also not true. So if it could be true, then it could be not legit.
No, I said that the guys in power, that are the guys that are giving, that use the force, they give legitimacy to the things.
Hang on.
Even if it's not true.
Muggle question.
Even if it's not true. And you agree with me because you said that. Because you literally said that OG legitimately was let go free.
Rowdy, can a lie be logical?
A lie be logical? Yeah, I mean, sure. You're in a hostage situation, and they say, "Tell me where the money's at," and you say it's in locker 33, and they're like, "Thank you," and they leave, and you totally lied to them.
Morning, Rowdy? I'm just kidding.
What's up?
No, all I'm saying is that I
blacked out for a second. What happened?
Statement. I can hear someone say, "You know what? I don't believe God's real." I can hear that, and I can say, "Okay, great. That's your opinion, and I respect that." And if that's it, that's it. But to have an argument, like I learned that I can't even give a good syllogism on an argument that would prove God. I'm not there yet, but that doesn't shift my preference. Your preference is not the same as having an argument that would disprove or prove God either being connected with space exploration or not. It's just me. Like I would appeal to maybe, our God Teriak, something like that. But I digress.
For sure. I just want to say, I think if we could get some more donos in the chat every single time Emmet giggles at one of my silly nonsense jokes, because man,
why do you giggle? That's kind of. I'm kidding.
I got my mind. Well, just the
I
way
giggle anytime I want.
I'm trying to catch him off guard, and it lands every time, and it makes me feel good.
You know what it is?
If we hit 300 before the before 1:30 a.m. Eastern time, we'll do a hot seat. So if you guys want a hot seat tonight, chat.
Where are we at?
Let me see. What are we at right now? 139. So if you wanna a hot seat, we got to get up to 350 or 300. Sorry.
Oh, that's pathetic.
I read the 50.
They want us to fight.
300.
I don't know exactly. I don't know exactly what happened or where exactly we come to the idea of a space has to do with God. I don't.
Well, he made a statement about
I just had a question. I had a question
when they mentioned science and space.
Let's bring it back to the moon.
Goku.
Yeah. What is? Yeah.
What Goku?
I ask you directly. Like, does
Are you talking to me now?
Goku
talking-
Yeah,
turns into a big
what-
giant monster when he sees the moon.
I mean, I did ask directly if going to the moon would disprove God, and I don't see where is the logical entitlement there that it would do that. And I think we agreed that it wouldn't.
So watch, because then what I do is then I could spin it into my own beliefs and ideas, and I could pull the flat Earth, because it's weird that everyone just kind of went to that, right? Like I think I had it written down in one of my notes here was drink every time someone calls me a flat earther or asks if I'm a flat earther.
You're a flat earther.
Because the idea is could you have a local moon, the moon still be real and legitimate, and going up and around it legitimate, while also still being within the firmament and by the Bible and whatever the story
Rowdy,
of God.
disregard that. You're a flat earther. Drink, please. Get drunk. It's the only thing that matters at this point.
Remember, I got to work in the morning. Remember, we're responsible. The girl, everybody's
drink that, man.
asleep.
You're good, man. Drink water.
Maybe you don't have an actual understanding and with respect of. And yes, I know my son has taught me about the firmament. Okay, I would
I'm
prefer
asking questions.
He prefers not to.
Can you have God and outer space, infinite galaxies at the same time?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect.
Why not? He created everything.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, of course.
Okay. Well, see, look at here we go. I'm just here asking questions. Yes.
Yeah, like when an atheist asks me, "Is God a righteous God, and did he do bad stuff?" I'm like, "Yeah, the Creator can do whatever he wants with his creation."
But yeah,
I'm still confused what we do with the information of me being taught in school that the moon rotates and you being taught it doesn't.
We didn't have dial-up.
Okay,
nobody gets my
same
experiment.
thing.
They won't let me explain it.
Wait a minute. This is really easy, speakeasy. For your whole life, you've only seen one side of the moon. It always looks the same.
Then it rotates.
Indoctrination, then?
Because
it's never turned.
rotates.
It's never turned. You've never seen the other side of it.
No, it does. It has to turn.
If it didn't rotate, we would see the other side of it.
No, it goes with the Earth.
Speakeasy.
That would be rotating.
In her defense,
the moon rotates on
she's
its
trying to
own
explain it to
axis.
someone that doesn't understand shadows.
Yeah,
So the moon rotates on its own axis.
The moon does not do this as it goes around the sun. It goes around the Earth, just like Mercury. Please.
It has to. It has
It
to.
would have to.
No,
For what you're saying, it has to.
But it does.
No, you don't understand it.
No, you don't understand. I'm trying to show you a simple.
Wait.
They both rotate on separate axes.
This guy's head is the moon, all right, and this is our Earth. So this has to be spinning, right?
Yes.
Think about it.
See this side of the moon if it didn't spin?
You're having the Earth go around the moon. The moon.
Hold on. Wait. You know that the Earth and the moon rotate on their own separate axes?
Yeah. Okay, so this is.
We didn't help anything out. It's my bad.
For you, okay, this will be
I
the
take the
moon
blame.
for you. It's got the face on it there, the face of the moon. Okay.
Yeah, number one.
All right. So you're telling me this? How could this go around and not spin, and we don't see the other side of it?
Because you're not showing the face. It's tidal locked. The face is always facing
because it has to be rotating for the face to be facing us.
Right? Looks like both of them would be rotating.
I don't move
this. Yes, they're both rotating.
I agree with her.
Okay. This is rotation. This is rotation.
Yep.
This is rotation.
Oh man, I broke my chair.
Like this, if it was rotating, it is tidally locked to the Earth, where you
while rotating with it.
Hang on, I have a syllogism.
One side of the moon for your whole life, and Mercury, which is the planet closest to the sun, is tidally locked to the sun, meaning one side of Mercury is hot, the other side is cold, because it is never turned and faced its back to the sun before. And the same thing is happening with the Earth and the Moon. That's why
Okay.
every time you've
So
ever
guys,
looked at
what
the
she's saying is this. Hang on,
same-
I'm just
because
gonna
I now
Google.
I'm now on
Does
her
the
side. Hang on.
moon rotate?
I
I
just
have
looked
the
it up.
answer
Yes,
to
it
Yes,
that.
it
does
does.
every
Right
30
here.
days.
It
Yes.
says premise 1, the moon rotates.
Okay, we're gonna do this
The moon
live,
rotates.
baby. We're gonna
Premise
do this
2,
live. Hold
it
on.
rotates
I
easy.
can't.
On its own axis.
per orbit.
I showed I linked the video on the back chat that basically just shows how the moon goes around the Earth.
Yeah, Rotary. She's 100% correct.
It rotates, but it rotates very slowly.
Does the moon
Uh-huh.
rotate? Yes,
27
the
days.
moon spins on its axis. It
own-
rotates at the same
That's what I
speed it
said.
orbits the Earth.
Have you never
roughly
Googled this?
27.3 days.
I
known as
have.
tidal locking, which is why the same side always faces us. If the moon did not
Not
rotate,
rotate.
we would see all sides of it over the course of a month.
Exactly.
Yep.
See?
The gravity
Yep.
slows it
And,
down.
and everyone tried to checkmate me on this one in the middle of the debate, yet no one
That
could
wasn't
actually
your
decide
argument.
on whether or not it
That
did
was
or it
never
didn't.
your argument, sir.
He
I
was
explained.
trying
I
to
told
dumb
you it
it
was
down
tidal
for
lock, and
you.
I said that it does rotate.
Okay, this
It
is
does.
semantics.
But
It's
you
semantics.
also said that you
Semantics
could
are
And,
see
good.
I
the
just
other
have to
side.
say,
You said that you could
JS,
see side 2 when
I
it's on
have
the
to
other
say
side
to
of the.
JS, are you
No, I
crazy? Is
didn't.
the
You
one
said that. I
helping
don't know
you
why
with
you
your
think
moon
that.
debate? He just said it does not spin on its axis, and it just told you it spins on its
Spins on
axis.
its axis.
So
It
just
does.
remember, that's who's helping you with your moon debate coming up, JS. Good luck, my boy.
Yeah, no. The confusion is that like it in terms of like to us, it seems like the moon does not rotate, but it rotates so slowly, so that one face is
Exactly.
always facing the Earth.
27.3 days. You are correct.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
a
that's
gravity
what
Now
I was
faces,
arguing the whole
now
time.
it's going slower.
So, in conclusion, as a flat earther denies gravity, why would he contend with the gravitational force that would compel the phenomenon known as
Well,
tidal?
hold
what is it?
on,
Tidal
hold on.
flattening?
Wait.
What is it called? Tidal.
Gravity. What's
Tidal
Tidal
that?
locking. Tidal
What's gravity?
locking.
Let me guess. Oh no, you drop a
Gravity
pen.
is a huge
Oh,
variable
that's
in tidal
gravity.
locking. Is it not?
I mean, when you looked
How
it
come-
up and it said it fucking spins on its own axis, it said tidal locking.
Is gravitational force a variable at play?
Sure, but why wouldn't the Orion shuttle get sucked to
That's
the
not my
moon
question. My
immediately?
question is to probably flat earthers like you deny gravity.
Orion
So
shuttle
to
gets sucked
contend
where?
For the same
You
reason.
don't even know what gravity is, so you can't just keep saying I deny gravity. What's gravity? Can you answer the question?
I'm saying that as a flat earther, you do, sir.
Oh, so I'm a flat earther because
You
I
get to
deny
drink.
gravity.
Drink again.
What's gravity though?
Gravity is you not drinking. Now it's gravity. It's going down. You see? Down your throat. So
Yep.
gravity,
Down.
I would argue, has a lot to do with mass, density, even, right?
Density.
And yeah,
He's right.
certain things float.
What's the density of the moon?
I couldn't tell you. We can learn together.
But
Not
Pull it up.
extremely.
Pull it up.
wait a minute.
Easy
what difference does it
uppies
make?
for the density of the moon, please.
No, I can give it to you. I mean, I can give you the
Going out like you're using AI for the whole
the
debate.
gravity
Gravity
on
phenomenon.
Earth.
Probably.
I know. That's why I can't. You tell that I haven't used AI for the whole debate. I'm here. Look, I got my paper notes. that
Yeah,
I wrote
I
with
know for a
pen.
fact you never Googled if the moon rotates on its axis.
No, I did. No, I have. I have Googled that. That problem is all these people come in here and tell me they know things, and then I ask them, how big is it? How tall is it? How fast does it go? How far away is it? They have no answers for any
If
of
I
these
told
questions.
you I owned
They
a
just
Mustang,
defer to
would
the
you have
AI.
to know how
If
fast
you-
it goes?
But you've done the
Rowdy-
same thing. You
Rowdy-
just said I googled all this stuff beforehand, so it's like you basically used the AI beforehand.
So
And then you're
now
saying,
how do
well,
we
then,
decide
but your
who
accusation
believes-
is these people just rely on the AI, which is an
These
accusation
people,
that you're guilty
basically.
of.
So now we're both on the same page. How do we decide who's true and who's false?
Because
We're not
you're the
even
one
on-
that's doubting the
We're
page.
not even on the same.
We're on the same page, and now you're doubting that you're on the same page as us.
The gravity on the
Pretty
moon
much.
is
So in case anyone doubted my source, here's NASA.gov, your guys' favorite people. All right.
Yep.
.gov,
That's what I
tidal
believe
locker,
in.
explaining to you about
Tidal
God.
locking fucking goes on its own
So
motherfucking
again, people that don't
axis.
believe in God would
Rotation.
believe anything else.
Ruh-roh.
It's cute little
You
images
see-
they do for us. It's amazing.
Izzy, why are you doing this to me? Now I can't. Now I don't believe in tidal locking. The government said it must be false.
They said it's false?
That's like the
I
alien.
better believe it.
I call it the
Wait,
triple G paradox.
Wait, if
God
he
ain't
shifts his
real,
goalposts,
gravity
me
ain't
too.
real, and
Actually, NASA's a
doesn't exist.
private entity. Actually, they're contracted through the government. They're actually a federal branch. It's like a funded. It's like a weird funding thing.
Well, now he should believe in title locking then.
Just like that.
Conspiracy thickens.
Look
The
at us all go.
conspirants.
Like you said, we could all learn together. We could all Google the answers together.
Hey, speak. How much?
We can do this together, bro.
How much to pit Teriyaki against Rowdy, real quick? How much?
To pit them against each other?
$1,000.
I mean, we don't do 1v1s on
combat.
Chaos and Chill, but I mean, if you want to hear them go at it, I'm sure we would.
Just Rowdy, come back for
let
verbal
them
combat, and I
go
will
at it.
invest in seeing your work further.
Dude, we don't even have to go. Look, all my work here is for free, man. I'm here for fun. Teriyaki,
Yeah, Rowdy,
let's get a solid like couple minutes. Let's go 2 minutes on the timer. Let's just ask me some questions and I'll field them. Like I don't even know what
point
the
me
issue is.
point me on the doll where
believe that
NASA
you
harmed
have-
you.
So, Rowdy, first question, very, very simple.
I went to space looking for my dad, never
you're still
found him.
speaking.
Okay,
Got it.
Space is
So
fault.
first question, very, very simple. I think we're all asking this in our minds. Like
For sure.
Speak, you have what's called beard privilege. Do you find that your beard goes against logic sometimes, and it just gives you this endowed, self-entitled notion that you're correct?
Well, I had to make up for all the soul that I don't have, so God granted me with my magic beard that matches my hair color perfectly. I mean, I could go emo on this one, and we could get all sad about it.
It's because I'm bald, isn't it? Well played, sir. Well played.
Duh.
Dude, I don't believe in anything.
I'm gonna go
bro.
now because
I'm
I'm so offended and insulted directly to my person.
I'm
looks
a,
like a
I'm a
man.
nihil- I'm a nihilist,
we,
dude.
We bald men are a proud race, Vikings, if you will.
But wait,
Not
but
cool.
I'm black.
I'm pretty
so
sure
does
my
that
Vikings
count?
have lots of facial hair.
I'm gonna do the braids. Either that or I'm gonna be Jesus for Halloween. How many people does that make?
Took it too
upset?
far, man. Took it too
Oh,
far.
I knew it.
Yeah, kinda. Yeah, especially not on Halloween.
But I would like pull it off though.
You might have to dye your beard for that anyway.
All right. Well, anyways, Teriyaki, did you? What's the issue? Like, where am I just
Yeah,
totally
no, that's
wrong about all of it?
that's my question to you. Like, why? Like, you seem to like ask a lot of questions and all this kind of stuff, but when you get the answer, you're still not satisfied.
Well, because what? Can you give me
like
an
an
example
infinite
of like
paradox.
what answer I get that I'm not satisfied with?
Everyone.
Like the photos that you got from NASA, and you're like, this is the proof. Why don't you?
Like
Yeah,
how sunshine and shade works.
People watching things with their own eyes.
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
but
they
just
don't believe
Like objective reality. You question it.
Objective reality?
Hmm?
I question it. Okay, I'm still confused because now I don't even know what that means. What are you talking
yeah, no,
about?
okay. Let me. Do you know like skepticism? The whole thing of like to be skeptical, like to ask questions, all this kind of stuff.
He's
Right?
a
There's a branch of philosophy that's part of postmodernism, like this whole shtick that's basically plaguing the whole thing, where it's like the ultimate skeptic, where it's like I don't even believe truth anymore. Like the whole like erudite thing off the Agrippus trilemma and all this kind of stuff. Certain truth is impossible and all this kind of shit. Even though you have to take Agrippus trilemma, it's like a self-refuting position. You know what I mean? So the whole kind of aspect that you're doing here is that it's like you just like keep asking mindless questions just because you want this to not be true. That's your desire for it not to be true.
Hey,
There's
I
no
know
amount
why.
of
That's an assertion.
it seems
I don't
one sec,
actually-
it seems like
I
there's
don't
no amount
actually-
of evidence
I
that we
don't
could
believe
actually
that's
put
true.
forward for you to actually believe.
What are you
that
talking about? I
this-
gave
this was an
1,000
actual
examples.
legitimate mission.
Hold the shut up and hold the GoPro to the
So-
window and show me all those magical
So,
stars
Rowdy,
and
earlier-
Earth from the
earlier,
angle. And
Rowdy,
it's like
hang on.
that's the answer. I know that you can't be like, well, look, that was like months ago, and we can't actually give you that evidence. So like, you're just gonna have to take our word for it.
Rowdy,
But like for the future, next
you're making
time,
his argument.
show us.
And remember
Well,
to hit like and subscribe.
Well,
Yeah,
really,
exactly.
if
Well,
they did,
well,
if they
Real quick,
did-
real quick, just answer this question. What amount of evidence would satisfy you that like this was an actual legitimate space mission? Because like bear in mind you are taking the stance that this was not a legitimate space mission.
Yeah.
And while you think about that, Rowdy, I actually think for the whole panel, This is a kind of a good question, or I mean, I just want to see what you guys think of this. To watch vids here says, as someone who works in the aerospace industry on real projects, many of us in the field think a lot of it's bullshit, and it's not extremely hard to explain why. I can say that much. What do you guys think about that?
It's easy. They don't know what the person next to them is doing. They
called
believe
clearance.
that they're building a pizza, right? They're in charge of pepperonis, and they're like, we're fucking making a pizza. But they're in charge of the pepperonis. They actually have no idea what that pepperoni is even for. They're
That
just
makes
under
no
the
sense,
assumption.
and I have to stop you, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
As a veteran, I know things like secret, top secret, things that I myself would never be in the same room in certain conversations. I have to assume that in that industry of aeronautics or aerospace, there has to be a certain level of clearance that a lot of personnel will only be washing toilets and never hear or observe. So I just feel like that's just how certain systems are in place. Every corporation has levels in clearance.
Okay, well, so watch. Now I'll spin it that way. Okay, fine. Then I believe that there's secret underground tunnel bases on the moon. Can
Great.
you? Is that even crazier, or does that actually make more sense to you?
Phenomenal.
It's
Earlier
just
you
as
mentioned,
crazy.
hang on.
Do we
Rowdy,
have
Wait,
access to time travel?
The only way I could believe that.
Did the Malaysian airplane just disappear with the spinning
Rowdy,
orbs
you're doing
around
it again. You're doing it again.
Rowdy, the only way I
Earlier
could,
you-
the only,
hang on, 1 second. Hi. Gilbert.
the only way I would believe about in the tunnels. Okay, the only way I would believe in the tunnels is if Pokemon and Asmongold made a full on.
Asmongold
You
didn't
know,
see it didn't happen.
podcast inside of them. Otherwise, I can't
podcast,
believe in
okay,
it.
I'm glad that's
It's
where that
impossible.
went. I
No,
thought
but
that was
if,
going somewhere
if I can
else.
make an allegation, I have an allegation
Did a
here.
full
Because Rowdy
blown-
earlier,
I was like, oh
Yes.
shit.
Rowdy, earlier you mentioned the Crucible and how they're blood sport debaters, and this is how
Wait,
it is. And
Wait,
one thing
did I
that
say the
Andrew does a
Crucible?
lot.
Hold on a second. I want to just want to
Yeah,
make
you
sure. Did I
definitely
ever
said
mention
blood
the
sport
Crucible?
debates. You definitely said this is in the sport of blood sport debating. Now, when when someone hears
so
that,
not Cru. I
hang
never
on,
mentioned the Crucible's
relax.
name.
5 words.
Well, but I
maybe
just wanted to
6.
make sure it's clear for the record for everybody
5
on the
words,
panel.
maybe
I
6.
never mentioned the Crucible.
So when somebody, right,
Wait, can you
who's
answer
a
the
popular
question?
debater,
I
would
never
like to
said
finish
that.
mine first.
I never said
When
yeah,
somebody-
because I never
when
said that
somebody-
shit, dude.
When
That's
somebody,
crazy.
when somebody takes an approach to a debate and only asks questions and never allows someone to get their internal critique done, like who? Like who? Say it. Say who?
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm the negative. I don't have to have
You
a
were gonna
claim.
say
I
it.
don't have to have stance.
So
I don't even know what you're talking about, bro. You won't even tell me. You
No,
won't even
if
answer.
you're the
questions.
negative, no, you're the neutral.
That's
the
what
only
I
way
said.
for that to
I'm
work
not
is
the,
if
I'm
you're
not
the
the affirmative.
neutral.
I don't have any burden of proof.
All
It's
I'm
not
saying
on
is
me.
that it's boring
I'm here
to
to
debate
poke holes.
someone that only asks
No, if you're the
questions and doesn't
negative,
justify anything.
no. If you're the negative, then you have to make a case.
No, you don't.
Exactly.
Didn't you already lose this argument?
What?
You don't have to have a claim to make an argument against.
If you're
the
neutral, if one sec, if
said
you're
the artist's
neutral,
mission didn't
No,
happen.
I'm
no,
the
one sec,
negative.
one sec,
I'm
one
in
sec.
the
Shut the
negative,
fuck up
not
and let
on
me
the
explain.
fence. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Yes, there's the positive, there's the negative, and then there's the neutral. If you are the neutral and you're being good faith, you have to then take whatever evidence is proven to be logical and true by the positive, which you're not doing. So you're being
What if
bad
it's
faith
proven to be
definition.
logically true on the negative? Can I take the negative?
If you take the
The
negative, then
negative-
you have to make
Yeah.
a case.
No,
the
I
negative's
don't have to
case.
make. You didn't say that about the positive. Do I have to make a case for the positive?
The
If I
positive makes
choose-
Yes.
the positive makes their claim. Yes.
Okay, and the negative makes their claim, and I choose the negative.
So
Yeah,
what's
you
your
make a
claim?
claim.
Well, I'm just making sure that I can do that. If I choose the positive, I'm on the fence. Let's say I'm on the fence, and
If you're on the
choose
fence, then you're
positive.
neutral.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. I'm granting you. I'm on the fence. I'm neutral. I don't, I'm just kind of in between. I don't really know which side to pick. And the positive makes a thing that I go, okay, I believe them. Then it's my responsibility to give you like a burden of proof for the positive.
What the fuck did you just say?
I'm
know
on
what?
the
I was
fence.
thinking
I'm
the same thing you're
undecided,
thinking,
and
too,
I
yeah.
pick a
I
side.
know
Do
what
I
you're saying.
have to defend that side now?
If you yes,
Whether it's the positive or the negative?
Rowdy, is God real?
Yes.
Yeah.
If you what he's trying to explain to you, Rowdy, is if you take the negative stance, it's still like you're making an affirmative claim, right? Your affirmative claim would be the Artemis mission was not a legitimate space mission, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's an affirmative claim.
Yeah. Like you wouldn't
Is
raise
that-
your hand in class without the answer. Hey,
That's
teacher,
what he's explaining to you.
I don't have the answer, by the way. Thank you for calling my name. Like, would you do that?
No,
I just
think
wanted
that
to hear you say
that would
me
be silly.
name.
But it would be me to be like, how fast can a rocket go with a person on it? Would that be a fair
Yeah, and-
question to ask?
Yeah, and if the person says, I don't know, 40,000 miles an hour,
I go, huh?
you would accept it, right?
Well, I accept it because I
I'm
asked them a
asking
question, they told
you.
me.
You don't know better, so you have to accept it, right?
Correct.
Why is he
Well,
saying
I just go, okay, that's your answer. I don't go, okay, now that's what I believe. Is there a difference between those two things? Or am I
Yeah.
confused?
You know, I've lost a lot of debates in this great channel that we call Speakeasy. And I understand it was all lessons that made me grow as a man. You know? Thank you guys. My hat's off to you.
Thank you, Gio, for sharing.
Yeah.
So are you saying
Damn,
I'm doing a
Lord.
good thing here right now, or is that am I a net negative? Do you wish that
I'm
wouldn't
neutral
have taken
on
this
that
stance?
stance. Therefore, I don't have to defend. You know,
Yeah.
anyway,
No
hello,
self-victim
everybody.
claims, dude.
I don't know you, man, but I would love to see you grow with your content if you have any. And this is what we do here. We discuss, we pinpoint holes in logic, but we all get better as we argue more often. Amen.
Yeah, well, and I think so, and I've gotten a lot of shit for that because I ask a lot of questions, right? I'll admit guilty.
You don't
as
ask
charged.
enough questions. Are you
I
kidding?
ask a lot of questions, but yeah, I mean, this is an old one. I keep doing it for Emmet because he giggles every time. But a long time ago, I just had those same ideas.
Because
of
I
like,
just see
man,
your brain fall off.
How do these people know these things? Like these guys are so freaking smart.
Do you know what the word epistemology means? That word changed my life.
Wait,
Epistemology.
we did this earlier.
changed
I
my
probably
life.
forgot.
You
It's
know
like the idea of how to know, or where does knowledge come from? The ability to
Where's
Yeah,
know.
like how you arrive at what you know. Like what is
Actually,
the
it's the study of the
Drink
epistles.
for every time Easy laughs at one of my stupid jokes. All right, dude. Come on, chat.
Look,
Dono's
Rowdy,
still great. That's
one
great.
girl, one time a girl was asked that question, and she said it was the study of the epistles. Okay?
Yeah, I watched that
You're
one. That
okay.
was good. That's classic.
You're okay,
bro.
buddy.
She did right. She was
It was
right.
great.
That was the best.
Epistles.
That was the best. Whatever.
I don't know
episode
whether
ever
to
said.
not to take the like crucible like sneak in there as a compliment or like a a jab or something like that. But
I see somebody that would love to debate somebody that's a conservative or a Christian, and you want to be challenged, and you're honest enough to have that engagement, and I like that.
I don't think so. I don't think I want to be challenged. I like the idea of like the competition behind those.
You
kinds
don't
of
want to be
things, but I'm-
challenged, but you ask questions.
No,
No,
Gio, he's actually
I
being
mean-
real. He doesn't want to be challenged. That's why he's trying to just do the, I'm just doing the internal critique. But it's like, he doesn't
Oh,
no,
realize
I'm
that
just-
it's like you're actually
it's the
taking an
opposite.
affirmative position. Because if you do this whole like ultimate skeptic thing and all this kind of shit, what you're doing is you're taking the negative on dogma, and no matter what evidence that you're actually shown,
He just
you're still
rejects
just
it.
going to keep denying the positive claim and the positive evidence for the evidence for the positive
Yeah.
claim, and you'll never actually grow because
Yeah,
you've
like
already
faith
taken
would
the
never
negative on
exist.
dogma.
No,
Like,
but
faith
isn't it the
has to
same? If
exist.
you just automatically take the positive, aren't you also limiting yourself to growth? If you're like, well, it's true, they went there and I saw the videos and all the math makes total sense. I don't have to look into it anymore. Aren't you also withholding yourself from actually finding the truth?
Yeah, but if
that
you're, no,
thing you
but wait,
believe
he's
isn't
not
true,
saying this. He's saying if you're gonna question it, right, and you're making like a claim about like the opposite, like I'm trying to give you something without giving away something from my debate, but like,
yeah. Well, then, hey, I don't want to mess with that too. because-
I can
no,
use
no,
the
no,
the
no,
example,
use
the
it.
atheist example. Real quick,
Yeah,
easy.
you
I can
use
use
the
the atheist example. So, like, for example, like I could make a logical, empirical case for God, right? The atheist will sit there and say, well, I can't disagree with that. That's sound, reasonable argumentation. It's empirical, but I still just don't believe it. But I don't have a reason of why I'm not believing it. That's bad faith.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say so, but I think you can say you don't have a reason, but or I can see when you would say you have a reason for not believing it. But yeah, if you say you
Can
don't
somebody
have a reason
tell
and
him
then
about
not,
Papua New Guinea?
It's
for a
not even
second?
only about not believing it. Like,
that's my favorite chat. I should have dropped that one in here. Yeah. What the heck?
Have you ever
I
heard
You
don't
have
of
believe
no
in
justification to
Australia.
deny it.
Well, I'm just saying, like, I think my whole like real beef with these kinds of debates, as far as like, is the Artemis a real space mission, is more along the lines of my curiosity. Like, it's not that I just want to believe what I want to believe.
Wait,
I'm more in search of the truth. And then when you're like, well, we give you the truth right to your
So you're
face,
like
and you
the
just
X
still
Files
don't
TV
believe it.
show.
And
So
it's
you're
like,
doing
but
the
then every
Bigfoot
time I
one then?
go, is that true? And then you're like, well, we don't actually know for sure.
Rowdy,
And
change
then
your
it's like,
name to the
Rowdy,
X Files, brother.
but they ask you, they literally ask you, if you quest for truth, will it end up in you losing your freedom? Will you take it? And you said no. So you're not actually that into finding out the truth. You just kind of like to steer a little bit of shiver here and now and
You like
then, okay?
dancing.
Well,
You're a
hey, Rowdy,
dancer.
Yeah.
let me
so
ask you a
the
question.
super chat was, I would give
Well,
up my freedom to defend the claim that I am for the truth.
If
Yeah,
people
because
were
it
to
would
ask me,
involve
would you be for losing your freedom for something you truly believe, like God? I would say yes.
Well,
Yeah.
so truly believe is different than like the truth. Okay, let me
Yeah,
see if
do
I
you
can
believe
say
that
it
the
this way.
truth exists?
Like
I
objective truth.
believe, yeah, there you go. I
Yeah,
know
you
the
be-
truth exists, actually.
Okay, yes. You know that the truth exists. Okay,
Can
in
you
this
say it
case
with, like-
specifically, you
Hang
want to
on.
go on all the way to know if the Artemis
Respect to
mission was
Emmet.
correct.
Emmet, real
If
quick, Emmet. With respect to you, brother, can you answer Emmet respectfully and not be just a hyperbole machine? Like, are you nodding your head joking, or are you actually engaging with Emmet? Is what he's saying.
Well, no, I thought he picked up on it. Yes, I believe that truth exists.
yeah,
That,
so
that
but
I'm
people,
being
but,
honest when I nod my head and say I
That's
believe
cool,
that
man.
truth
perfect.
exists.
But people ask you like, hey, let's say that we spend all of this money and prove you that the Artemis
Objectively.
mission was real, objectively, that they went up there and they're gonna take you up there, but you're gonna lose all the rights. You're gonna lose all the right to vote forever because we don't, would you take it? And you said no. It's like, okay.
Well, hold on, because the presupposition there is that it's like we don't know if I'm gonna go up there, right? Let me see if I can say
you
it this
would
way.
go up there. That's the presupposition.
They would take
The
me up and
presupposition
around
is
the
they
moon.
take you up around the moon, prove you, directly that first-hand knowledge that they can do it, and once you're back, you will lose your rights. You will lose your rights.
Oh, okay. Well, so then, yeah, that's a good question. Is it the same as this? Somebody asked me this question a long time ago. If you can know the truth, to everything, would you accept, like, would you obtain that knowledge, but then you forfeited the rest of the days at that moment? Like, you just went away at the moment, but at least right before then, you gained all of the truth and all the knowledge? Or would you continue on wondering and stay where you're at? It's like, I think I used to always answer that question with, I think I would stay where I was at in wondering what the truth is versus know it and have to forfeit
That was
continue to get it. I know. I was trying to create an analogy because.
Okay, I've got one for you. I have one for you, and I want to know if you accept this at all. And
yeah, I don't think I would give up my freedom for to actually know the truth, because that sounds kind of like coercion. Like, there's 5 lights, aren't there? And then I go, yes, there is. Oh my gosh, I found the truth. And then they're like, good, you now know the truth.
You're adding stuff to the hypothetical in the weirdest way possible.
I lose my freedom. My freedom if I don't if I accept the truth or whatever. And it's like, that's
you're
the same thing with your legitimate argument.
And you won't be able to have some jobs. That's the point.
It sounds like a hostage situation. Continue, Prem.
No,
Sorry,
it sounds like you don't care about the truth. That's how it sounds like.
When my son was born on Mountain Home Air Force Base. That's where I saw the SR-71 and the EF-111As, which they converted from the F-111As, which was the million sortie jet, and they turned those into jammers. Those were top secret. They still never talk about those, even though those are outdated. Anyway, Then we went to San Antonio, and my son was one. That's where we watched the Challenger blow up live. And so I saw all the pieces falling into the ocean. And later on, I was driving with my son right outside of the base, and right over my head flew a 747 with a space shuttle.
I'll be right back in just a second. I just need some water.
I don't know which space shuttle it was. A space shuttle riding piggyback on the 747 flew directly over my head. It was coming in for a landing at the base we were based at. And that was the coolest thing I had ever seen, because I've always been into space. Right over my head. And it was just right up there. It was a couple 100 feet up. It was landing. Do you believe me?
Yeah, I believe you. I would have no reason to disbelieve you.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. No, like that's my whole argument is, it's like, literally, I have a telescope. It's right here. I legit try to find these things. I have an app that tracks the ISS. I'm constantly doing my own research and looking in and searching for it. Literally trying to watch it, trying to track it, doing the things, doing the math, looking into the claims they make, looking into the claim the opposition makes, and trying to discern between who I actually believe or who I believe knows the truth.
So during the Artemis mission,
that's where my frustration comes from.
So during the Artemis mission, why didn't you take that telescope out there and point it up at the sky and see the ship out there?
You know what? When I looked into it, it's moving too fast. This telescope, I'm an amateur. Like I said, have a full-time job, wife, kids. My bills are paid on time. This telescope was a gift for my birthday. So it means the world to me. It's priceless.
Stop.
It's probably not that expensive. It probably isn't that good.
You say so.
But if you follow me on YouTube, I have a good YouTube video where you can see the footage that I get just literally holding my camera on my phone to the lens of the telescope. It's very shaky. It's very hard to get a good 1 minute.
So what you're telling me is you did see
now we
it up
can't
there.
believe anything that my camera.
No, I'm not saying that. As a matter of fact,
I was talking to Gio because he's telling me my phone tells me what I'm seeing. Well, then sure as hell NASA would never do that to me.
But no, with what you just said, you just admitted that you saw it up there. So how is it not? How is it fake?
I never said the moon was fake.
No, not the moon. That Artemis was fake.
Cheese.
I couldn't find it. So when I was tracking,
you said it was moving too fast. So that
when I looked up the flight path to try and track it with my telescope, you would have to so because of the resolution and the degrees and the lens size, you would have to be like this. Like it would be like, got it. When trying to track it when it comes over the area that I was during the 10 days. And so then what I did was I was like, okay, well, I'm just going to watch the moon. And then if I get lucky and see something zoom around it or by it or something, I would just be like, well, you know, that could have been Artemis.
It's close to 4,000 miles. It got within 4,000 miles, flew around the back.
Within 4,000 miles. See, and this is the problem too, is I bet everybody in here either wouldn't have any information on how close Orion got to the moon, or they would get conflicting information. And then me as the learner that knows nothing would say, can you guys go ahead and argue on which one of you is the correct one so that I can decide which one I believe? Or choose to join the side of.
We weren't inside of the Artemis ship.
Was the distance that they flew around it at? They got within 4,000 miles.
Well, how do you know they should have done it that way and not like the other way? You know, it's like you're moving too fast. How do you know how fast you have to do it?
The telescope.
To see it, yeah.
Because I'm rocking a PL 26 millimeter zoom with a 2x Barlow on the. I don't know what the actual model of the telescope is.
Actually, though, it was moving.
I
and
replaced
it was-
the lenses and I 2 times it. So I think I have it's 9 times according in the corner of the map where it gives you that little line where it's like this is the scale where
It's
this
not
much
enough.
line equals 500 miles when you put it on there.
Oh,
I mean, he's looking for something the size of a.
I can get into 56 miles. So when I forget the names, of course, because like I said, this isn't my fucking top priority, and I apologize that I'm not
But just
spending more time.
let me ask you this question,
Rowdy.
Rowdy. Let me ask this question.
Go ahead.
When you see the video of like the self-landing rockets that Elon has, like, did you trust that, or do you think that's fake?
The rockets themselves, I think.
Yeah,
that's
when
real.
like the video of
Yeah,
like
no.
the 2 rockets that like land down at the same time, and then the other one where he basically catches it and all that kind of stuff. You believe all that?
I have no reason to disbelieve that. I believe I have observed enough preponderance of evidence that is the case.
One of those
so
rockets is
if
in
they have that
Colorado.
level of technology, would you not then say, okay, maybe they have enough technology to go to the moon?
And build bases underground?
No, just to go to the moon. Just the Artemis mission.
Especially the bases underground.
See, this is why I find it weird, is because as soon as I go to the next step where it's like, yeah, we probably have bases underground and we run giant Bitcoin data centers there, then everyone goes, oh my gosh, you're silly conspiracy theorists. Just because we touched foot on the moon.
But I'm just talking about the Artemis mission.
Well, no, you said assuming that they have the technology to do just whatever that is.
No. I'm saying like in order to have 2 rockets land at the same time, self-landing, completely autonomous.
Yes.
Right? Would you not also like, because like that level of technology, one could argue is far superior in terms of like actually just like putting like manned people doing a moon mission.
Yeah, he's right. The tech to do that is as much, if not more, than just
to fly around the moon. Yeah.
I don't think so.
Just real quick, I just want to let the chat know real quick.
Fire a lot more,
one sec. I just want to let the chat know real quick that we are 9 minutes away. If we don't hit the 300 by 1:30, we're gonna be wrapping it up. All right, but if we do, we're gonna do a hot seat. So if you guys want to continue this with a hot seat, get those donos in. If not, we're gonna be wrapping up in the next 10 minutes.
This is where the truth comes out.
We'll run to the washroom, so everyone behave.
I just wanted to make sure that you guys understand that if you throw away our history, then you've taken us back to the Stone Age, and you've thrown away all of the work that these people put their lives into, and we were badass. We were badass.
In the back of Christian engineers, by the way. In the back of Christian
agreed upon
engineers.
set of lies.
Well, what? I'm sorry, I didn't.
I've heard the quote when I bring my questions in where I have no answers and only questions because I don't know what that is, but you're presupposing that like history itself is true. Do you agree with the statement?
I watched it. I'm talking about the history I watched.
No, but when you say like to the Stone Age, you're like referencing a time that you definitely didn't watch. Is that correct?
It's an expression.
I'm saying that you guys are willing to throw away our history and all of our accomplishments just because, rather
just because.
Hey, Rowdy, let me ask you this: is there going to be one thing tonight that we don't have to explain to you?
What does that mean? No, I'm just fucking with you. I'm playing, dude. What do you mean by explain? Well, what I was meaning is I'm going to go get a dog, and then I'll have a meaning for life.
What is that
If I
word?
tickle you and you tickle me, at what point does it become suffering? Is it suffering or pleasure?
Who's the one suffering?
It's not the
Who is the one suffering?
That is your argument.
The tickler or the tickly?
No, I'm sorry. I just cannot read the name. It's really hard.
Me and Benjamin
Bandit?
Netanyahu, we tickle each other.
Here, I have an idea. Before we go, let me mention this to you. Do you guys remember Jacques Cousteau. Do you guys know who that was? Jacques Cousteau.
Is that the chef on Ratatouille?
Negative.
Fucking
All right.
love that
So,
movie.
okay, there's only one person here who knows who
Dude,
Jacques.
look it up. Somebody in the chat's gonna be like, "Holy shit, that's the name of the chef on Ratatouille."
nobody's- Okay, let me.
Jacques Cousteau.
It all makes sense.
This is important. This is important.
Uh-huh.
Jacques Cousteau, when I was a little girl, he explored the ocean, and he had a son who drowned, by the way. And High Calypso was the name of their ship, and there was a song made about it. Anyway, Jacques Cousteau taught us so much about what was under our ocean. They went down and they revolutionized the gear and everything. And he had series after series after series of what was under the ocean. And that is where I learned everything that I know. And then at once he retired because he was French, and he retired, and then that stopped. And how much do we know about the oceans now? You guys don't know anything about the oceans.
Nothing. Zero. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yep.
But see,
except for that one guy in the submarine with the remote control that killed a bunch of people or whatever.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
They stopped talking about that immediately.
What I'm saying is,
died.
Jacques Cousteau taught us all of this information live. We were watching it. You could see it. There was no AI back then. And then when Jacques Cousteau stopped, all of that scientific study stopped, and none of you know anything about it because it disappeared. And what
I know there's 7 oceans.
What I'm trying to prevent is you guys forgetting our history, just like Jacques Cousteau, who was he was a revolutionary in the way of science, and nobody even knows who he was. And if you're not careful, you're not. Someday people will look up at the moon and they'll say, "What is that? What even is that?" And they won't even realize that we've been there. We've walked on it many times.
Well, I would say, premonition, that it is kinda like it's part of the 3rd commandment. I think it's the 3rd commandment, which is, respect your forefathers. In the sense that you have, you are part of a culture, you respect your father, you respect your mother, you respect their culture, and you have to be able to sustain the culture that you're respecting. So it goes all the way up. So when you're like the ultimate skeptic, as Terjak was saying, in the sense like, how do you know you have a grandfather? How do you know that was your grandfather? How do you know that the grandfather you had and their values that you had are the ones that you should follow? And that leads you away. That leads you away from the actual culture that you're living in. You're not doing this thing about actually finding the truth. You're just getting away from the culture that you were born in, and you ought to preserve and be part of.
Exactly, Emma. And what this leads to, Rowdy, is with that same mentality, you've no reason to, like you're saying, you've no reason to believe that this was a legitimate space mission. You've no reason to believe that 1776 actually happened.
No, hold on, because
do you see where that takes us? 1776 never happened. That's all a psyop, and that's a lie too.
Oh my gosh,
Rowdy.
Okay, like I don't know. No, it isn't like that. I don't know what to say. Emmet said it in a good way because he said, "Oh my gosh, I wish I could say it the exact same way." If we're the ultimate nihilist, oh my gosh, let me run it back.
Well, Rowdy, if you're going to be the person that's just asking questions, you should try listening to debates about this before participating in a debate about it.
Okay, this brings up a good question. I had this for Teriak the other day. How much knowledge do I have to have before I can participate in learning about the subject?
Enough that you can't
What's
use.
enough?
Well, I'm trying to answer it for you. Enough to where you can't use. Well, I'm just asking questions as a to move the goalpost as a get out of jail free card. You actually have to come with some evidence, some reasoning, not just not just poking holes or poking
COVID
at Emmet and then whenever
screens.
anyone has an argument against you, you say, "Oh, well, I'm just asking questions."
Motion trackers. The shadow of the plushie didn't hit her leg, but there was a shadow of her hands on her legs. Let's see. You have to reach Mach 4.5 to get out of the atmosphere. There's no heat shields on the service module that magically made it through that point. They're going
It didn't
4,000
need
miles per hour.
It
Yeah, it
didn't
doesn't
need
need
heat
heat shields to get
shields
out of the atmosphere. You're right. They're not going fast enough. Except
No,
for
no,
the
no, because
SR-71. Oh, the metal expands because it gets so hot. But yet they don't need heat shields on the service module.
No. When you're leaving the atmosphere, the oxygen is falling away. The resistance is falling away. You're not dealing with the heat aspect of it.
Yes, you are.
The front end of the
you're in a vacuum. When
does the vacuum? How high does the vacuum start?
what's the Kármán line, like 80-some thousand?
Between 90 seconds and 120 seconds up. The stratosphere is at 16 miles.
Premonition, we just got
how
played.
How long does it take
we
to get
just fell
to
into
zero
the
gravity?
same trap that he's been doing the whole night. Is he comes up poking at us?
Oh no! And now it's a trap.
No, I'm.
Can I ask you
62
guys
miles
something,
above sea
though, just
level.
real quick? I just kind of, I mean, it kind of seems because you're like, well, there didn't need to be heat shields for it to leave, but doesn't it need to come back? Or
Yeah,
Wait a minute.
the heat shield is on the back of the back of the capsule. It needs it to come in because it's like a giant brake pad. It needs it to slow down.
I thought Rowdy had said there was no heat shields at all. I was going to say
No, it has.
It's not on the service module. It's below the Orion that has all the heat shields.
The heat shields are below it. The going out at the tip,
No.
the nose, you don't need a heat shield.
you.
It's getting colder and colder and colder as you go up and thinner.
I know what you're saying, yeah.
No, we're on the same page.
And it
That's why they have to dip.
Listen, it is 1:31, and listen,
Okay.
as you all know, I am a man of second chances. I'm gonna give you guys another 10 minutes. That's all we're getting.
Oh my gosh.
Right? Another
You were
10
right,
minutes.
too.
If we don't hit the goal in another 10 minutes, we're wrapping up for real this time.
Oh
Right?
no, and it's okay to wrap up because we have tomorrow and the next day and the next day and the next day and the next day and the next day. To make
And then premonition.
Don't count the days. You just make those days count, okay? We're not.
Yeah, that actually is pretty deep, dude.
There are.
As people said on my end, the heat shield is on the dark side of the capsule. Okay. So
That's actually
that's actually
that's all I'm saying. Okay.
Oh, dude, got me, dude.
That's where it is. Okay.
All right. Settles it, dude. Debate over. All right. Another
We
soul
got
ad.
you.
Oh.
I got you.
That's pretty good.
Yes, you're.
That's pretty good. That costs $50.
I'm gonna go to bed, but you guys, if you really
Hey, Prem, I really will think about it, whether you believe me or not. Out of all of this chaos, I really will think about the things that you've talked about because I promise, I'm taking it all in, searching for the truth.
thank you. Just don't forget our history.
Please.
I'll try my best.
American history is pretty base.
They'll say it depends on which part.
Yeah. Oh, well, what about the slavery?
Yeah, what about when they helped that one guy with the super small mustache?
Well, okay.
Oh, yeah.
All right, wait a minute. Okay.
What about it?
Yeah, no, the slavery,
Yeah, I know. I wonder.
the slavery was hundreds of years ago. We all know what happened, but we don't know to what extent. Really. None of us were there.
Uh-oh. Well, there goes the history you were just talking about.
We believe in that more than we believe in what's happening right now. And nobody
Just
saw
like
the
moon
slavery.
landing.
Nobody saw the slavery. Nobody.
I never saw it.
Dude, Brian Shapiro was like, slavery happened 50 to 100 years ago when he was talking to Rachel. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
The JLP interview with him is also classic. For sure.
Yeah, you should watch the. He gets so mad. He gets so pissed off.
Of course he does. especially when
Just
it
as a
comes to the
as a
Wilson.
true ginger
Who,
with
JS?
loving with
No,
He's
Brian
not one of
Shapiro
us.
gets super mad
Oh,
at
one of
Justin
us.
no, dude.
Peterson
I have a
at the
friend
mention
who
of his
I
he looks
slavery.
exactly like my friend who I don't
I thought
am
you
not
guys were
friends
talking
with.
about JS
No,
because he was.
no,
in there
JS is
getting
gonna get
murdered.
pissed. Next. He's next after me.
He's already
JS.
pissed.
No, dude, with what I've learned here tonight,
JS
I'm gonna
doesn't
hop
even
on and
know
take
what's coming
JS's back,
from, let me
alright?
tell you.
Oh, I
Do it.
See, I feel bad because JS does his debate prep publicly, and I don't usually, right? But
You're like, nah.
yeah, usually I don't do it just because, like, I don't know, I don't see an advantage to that or anything,
Well, it's
No,
like
there's
using
no
AI.
advantage.
I
Well,
feel
then you
like
might
I
as well
could give
watch his.
JS maybe a little cheat sheet right now, and to
Yeah,
get
just
all
watch his.
Tell him.
you moonwalkers a little more upset. All right, so
Okay.
what I've put together here is the math.
No, don't. Nope.
So
Still
what
legit.
we're gonna have to walk through
Fun.
here is how the fuck was he able to walk for 2 hours and 31 minutes on this fucking backpack with the oxygen tanks that they said they used? All this information comes from NASA,
From
by the way.
NASA.
All
Yup.
this information comes from NASA, by the way.
Yep.
Okay.
Allegedly.
So
I'm
there's no
about
this right here. This right here is it needs over 5 times more volume to actually hold the oxygen that would have been needed for that walk. Just let me
Ruh-roh.
tell you that, all right? Let me tell you that. Listen,
Just a little
JS,
seed. Just a little
get
seed
ready,
planted.
my boy. We
Right,
get
bro.
into
Soon.
it.
Ready to see some
I ain't
destruction.
sending you shit. Do your own math.
All you guys.
See some destruction.
Screenshot,
Prem.
motherfucker.
Good to see you.
Thank you. You too. And I, again, as
I
always,
appreciate your support. You're always rooting easy on. Let's go 10K subs. I pay attention to those things. I read those things. I see those things. Don't think that energy doesn't matter. As hippy dippy as I am with like the moon landings fake and all that stuff, I do appreciate that energy and the positivity and that kind of manifestation or whatever you want to call it.
no, he's
Yeah,
gonna
get in the crystal.
Speakeasy's
Get in
gonna go all the way up. You guys, it's so nice to see you. Daniel,
See ya.
everybody. Teriak.
Good night.
Yeah. all you
Thanks
guys.
for tuning in.
Take it easy, Prem.
Bye,
Appreciate it.
guys.
Have a good one.
Oh,
Hey,
hey, hello.
cheers to her, dude. Let's go.
Welcome, Carolina. Welcome.
How are you? I had to jump in just really quick, just to ask this guy up in the right hand corner. His name
Me?
starts with a B. Yeah, you.
Bandit.
What's his name? B. Starts
Rowdy,
with B.
Goudy.
Right hand
Hey,
corner.
hold on one
Bandit.
second.
Up in the upper right hand corner now. Okay, because he was
Mhm.
saying, well, you can't enter a debate if you don't know anything about the subject, and how dare you ask questions? Like, yeah,
Bandit.
So my question to you is,
No,
I mean, are
what,
you
what I was saying to him was he comes in here as a to have a debate, but
A learner.
he's coming in like he doesn't know anything about the subject. You should at least have some sort of knowledge about what you're going to argue for or against if you're going to debate a topic.
maybe
Like
that's so
in
on
this kind of platform, we're not talking about like two people talking at the bar discussing some random topic. This is a show put on for people, and you would
So it's a reason.
expect there to be two people
Reason?
to have a idea what they're going to argue about, not just what do you mean by this? Oh, well, I'm just asking questions. Like it's a
So-
complete disservice to
cool.
the
Let me show you an example of
entertainment.
what he's talking about. Okay,
Okay,
is your name
alright.
Carolina?
Yeah, that's me. Yeah,
Are
Carolina.
you sure about that?
What do you mean?
No. Okay. I mean, I'm just asking
Checkmate.
questions. Okay.
I'm not sure about
You might say you're Carolina, but I'm not entirely sure that it is Carolina. Especially,
Right.
it was given to you by the government. Your name? Like, did you put
Why
in
are you
a
asking me those
birthday?
questions? You should already
Oh,
know.
well, I don't know. I don't know. It's kind of weird.
No,
I'm just asking questions, okay?
Given by her parents.
Yeah. But the point, the
No,
point
It
is,
was given by her
maybe
parents.
by the government. If it was by the government, I don't trust it.
No,
Me
the,
neither. I don't
the parents
trust
submitted
government.
it. The government approved it. Now it's
But
not
the point of the
true.
series is a lot of people tune into this show for entertainment value too, and
It is
a
entertaining.
know-it-all.
Thank you.
I mean, he. I mean, I don't want to hear two know-it-all people arguing like that. I like the entertainment part of it too, and so it just seems to me that that's a little bit of arrogance to say, "Oh well, I'm
You don't
going to
know
be on the
enough.
show because I know about." Yeah, you don't know enough about. I mean, we could have a debate
Well,
about.
I don't know if you listen to me,
they're
but
not
I
gonna listen to
literally
you anyway.
said that every time I hear somebody from NASA, I just want to give them Swirlies because they're so unlikable.
Give them a what? I'm sorry.
Swirlies. I
a
want to
swirly.
put them face down
head
in the toilet.
Yeah.
Where are you from? Mexico
Okay,
City?
because they're so unlikable. Yes, I'm from Mexico.
Now he's
Mexico
from
DF?
Jerusalem.
DF?
Do you
I saw
like
the
it
outfit.
there?
No.
He had the outfit on.
I wouldn't either.
But hey,
So-
speakeasy, real quick. I was looking up the answer to your question about the oxygen on the tanks. They had carbon scrubbers, so as they're
Yeah. Fucking duh. Easy. Fucking idiot.
Yeah,
do
that's
you know what a carbon
that's what we're
scrubber
calling
does?
out. Like
Do
that
you know
when
what
we
it
go
does?
to answer.
No, go
Rowdy.
ahead, keep going.
Yeah.
So what it does, since Rowdy knows everything, is
That's carbon.
when you exhale carbon dioxide, it chemically changes it so that it can be recycled. So you don't need an oxygen tank large enough to sustain the whole thing. And also with if they didn't have carbon scrubbers, you would actually have to have two tanks because you would have to have one that would take in the carbon dioxide that you breathe
Oh,
out.
shut up, you fucking
Bricky.
will you? For fuck's sake, get a fucking
Let
life,
him
will you?
finish,
I think
Brick.
he was
Let him
saying.
finish.
I think he put that question out there to prove that there wasn't a moon landing at all.
You'd have to have two carbon
Yeah,
scrubbers.
but you see the way you
to that
just
mass
you just
in
got
there.
given the answer and you still denied it.
I didn't deny anything yet.
No,
you
I'm
just
talking to
like,
Carolina. That's
not-
what we're talking about. Like
Oh.
when you say that we're arrogant for saying that like the
Not you,
attitude's wrong,
Not you.
that's
you
not
guys.
arrogance.
That guy up there.
Well,
That's
yeah,
none of
hold on. So, okay. Well, so
Yeah,
see
see the
how
way
I get
like
my
he explained, he was like he even didn't explain it fully. Like he got the first sentence out, and then both you and Goudy both scoffed and laughed at your head. Like you are the arrogant ones. That's what we're trying to point out.
Where
That's
did you get
not-
this
that's
information about
this guy
the
up
carbon
here.
scrubbers?
He's smarter than the rest of us.
Where did you get the information about the carbon scrubbers?
I just Googled, did they have
Why are you asking questions? You should just listen to him.
carbon scrubbers? Because I know what a carbon scrubber
Smarter
does.
than the average bear.
Do
We-
scuba
Can I-
divers use these?
I just
To
want to
stay under-
answer
to
this
stay
real
underwater
quick.
for longer?
I just want to
They
answer
use
this
them in
real quick,
subs.
boys.
Do
I
scuba
have the
divers use
answer
it?
to
Do
this.
parachute
I can
jumpers
step
use
into
it?
This debate. I'm doing this Saturday. So the carbon scrubbers are not used to store oxygen.
No, it
It's only
converts
to
it.
clean the oxygen you are already breathing in.
Is that what I use in my grow room
So,
to
like,
filter the fucking
What I
tank?
did is I took what NASA provides. It's 0.84 pounds of O2 per hour, right? At rest. That's what the suit consumes at rest. That's what they've provided. So you do that times the 2 hours, right? That's 1.68 pounds of O2 needed, right? That would be 269 liters, right? But at 14.7 psi, that we're already way too low. The tanks they said they used, can hold 3.9 liters. That's the internal tank volume. And the capacity is 5,000 psi approximately because they use a high pressure oxygen tank to save space. They're short by like 218 liters. Where are
What
they
if I
putting
had
all that
multiple
oxygen? That doesn't fit in that bag they have.
What
There's
about
so much
multiple
shit they have to
packs?
fit in there?
What about spare packs? Did they not just
Well,
have
hold
spare
on.
packs?
Teriak, Bandit, do you guys have an answer to this question? Or the rebuttal?
He gave so many numbers there. I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to look it up.
Oh, you see how you guys just deny the truth? He
No, I
gives you
did-
the answer, and you guys just jump to hurrying and searching for another one. You know,
I don't know anything about what
that
he
was the
just said.
example.
But I know
When I jump straight to like, oh, well, then that proves it. It's because
Yeah, and when Speakeasy gave those numbers, I didn't just shit on him saying he was full of shit and lying. I took what he said, and I'm trying to find out the information for myself, see if he's either right or if I can find the information.
Yeah,
it
see the
wasn't
way
my
this
whole
Scott
argument.
laugh.
Why would, so you're
I'm
going
a
to find
denial
the information
denier.
for yourself, like a liberal or whatever Emmet kept calling me? Oh, you're going to be all libertarian and just open your mind and explore for the
Yeah,
new
just open your mind, bro. Just
Yeah,
open your
dude,
mind.
Bro.
All you have to do is open your mind, bro.
Keep searching.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
We're all
easy.
together, man.
The simple counter is that like you're factoring in like normal air versus pure oxygen,
Wait, is Speakeasy really
Sorry?
debating jazz?
and it's low pressure in space.
Okay, listen. Can I say
You're
something now?
debating
Can I say
jazz.
something now before I leave? I'm going to leave anyways, but I just want to say something before I leave. I don't
Hey.
know anything about what Speakeasy just said, or what this guy that knows everything said, or what any of you guys are saying. All the numbers.
Why? Thank you.
The point of the whole story is that Speakeasy is using that to prove that there was no space landing. All right, that's the
Oh,
point
woman,
of the story.
please.
Not
I like
the
tomato
numbers, not
and
the
sandwiches.
Oh my
numbers.
God, yeah.
Come
That's
on.
what the point of
Hurry
the
up
story
and
is.
make me
Not
some
the
Yes,
numbers.
Oh,
Are you sure you want to have that debate? Just look who you're empowering right now.
honestly, my
Just
God.
here right now.
Doesn't he kill
I'll be
you
right
inside a
back.
little bit to
Right
know
here.
that?
Right now.
This guy's up here checking the
15
math. to make
minutes,
sure
I'm
that
out.
Speakeasy's numbers were correct. Like, what? That's just so weird.
Yeah, because
Like,
I'm
to see
saying
that.
the critique he has is a myth in terms of what they're doing is they're trying to factor in normal air versus pure oxygen. You
Emmet, is
understand the
that your
difference, correct?
sister?
But that's not the point.
My
of what
sister,
he-
no.
No, the
Sounds
point
like
is the moon landing was fake because she's believed this on dogma, guys. That's the point.
Yeah.
And all these little
Yeah.
things.
See the way
point
she's
to that.
agreeing? Yeah.
All these little things point to that, but to figure out the math and all that, I mean, why don't you go figure out the math that it took for them to hit the moon and that kind of stuff? Like, what?
Lady,
I mean,
you should not be talking
we had
about
so
math.
much
Right?
proof
You
that they
shouldn't
did
make
not
me
land, so
emotional
it's not
right
really
now.
the point of the numbers he gave. It didn't matter. We didn't have to know what the numbers meant, or even if they add up to the correct thing. The point of the story is he's using that as proof of why there was no moon landing, and that's what you accept. You don't accept the numbers are exactly right. They might not be exactly right, but that wasn't the point of what he was trying to say. But whoosh.
Would you say the
sound
same
like Kamala-
thing,
You sounded
Caroline?
like Kamala Harris
Yeah.
there.
Okay. Go ahead.
Would you have say given that same diatribe if Speakeasy's evidence had been in support of the moon landing?
What? Say it again.
It-
In support of the
Beautiful answer, Caroline.
Yes.
Beautiful answer.
Yes.
I expected
I
nothing
doubt
else.
that.
Yes.
I
I'm
doubt
gonna
that.
say- I'm gonna answer why I
Because
Yes. Can I
it
explain
would
why
go
I'm gonna
against
say
your
that?
dogma. Because if Speakeasy's evidence was in support that the moon landing actually happened, you would be calling it out as bullshit because you don't believe in the moon landing. You got your dogma going.
But I wouldn't be taking the numbers and adding them all up and everything. I would just be listening to his reasoning and say, okay, that point may be a reason, and this may be a reason, and this
His
may be a reason. That
argument
there
was
was
based on
a
numbers.
landing. That
His
there
argument
was
was based on numbers that the equipment that they had couldn't do what he says it does. So it's dependent upon numbers.
Yes, but why are you going like in the background to check his numbers? Like, don't you just believe his numbers?
Because it's a debate, Caroline.
I know, but
because people want to know if he's correct or not.
Guys,
I thought this was a discussion.
why don't you just
not a
believe everything you're
debate, like
told?
someone's gonna be a
Why
winner.
don't you just
look at it?
Why don't
I
you
mean,
just
I
open
didn't know
your
that this was
mind
a
and believe
debate.
everything you're told? It's that simple, right? It's
I
the
know,
way
for
to
real,
go.
for real. That's how
What
I
I'm
feel.
saying is that I don't
tell
understand why
us
he's
the
going
Earth's
around
flat.
to
Tell us
grab
the Earth's
numbers
flat.
to check.
For fuck's sake, this bitch should be
strange to me.
thinking the Earth's flat once easy tells her what. Honestly.
I mean, a lot of these people
don't
that are
just
checking the
believe
numbers believe.
everything.
I mean,
Listen,
I thought it was a
listen.
discussion. I didn't know, like, oh, it's a
Don't
debate.
believe
Oh,
everything
okay.
everybody tells you, right? Okay, because some people may be lying, right?
I was just
Think
wondering
of
why.
that one.
I came on here to say that he
Bro,
was
just
arrogant.
open your mind,
I was
bro.
debating, just that he
I'm a
was
denial
arrogant, saying that
denier.
this guy was
You're
asking
muted,
questions
easy.
like,
Oh,
Mute.
nobody knew what
Boys, I'm
Russia
It's a
drink
was.
it up.
speakeasy
drink it
show.
up, nerds.
That's usually what happens. But yeah, as much as I'd love to continue this, there's never no good time to do this. But we didn't hit the 300 goal. We hit
My
people
fault.
in the hot seat, and we're gonna be wrapping up
My
here.
bad.
So does anyone? Well, first for the debaters, why don't you guys go ahead and tell everybody in the chat where they can find you?
Okay, I'll start real quick. Thank you for having me on, Easy. You can find me at Count Emmet. I have different debates. I do different things over there, including art. I've been building Warhammer lately. You can see
Oh,
a
hell
tank
yeah.
right now. Look at that beauty. So I've
You
been
paint
doing
your
that.
miniatures.
I did paint it.
Hell yeah.
And I will be continue to do debates and just entertaining stuff for the people who watch me. So
Fuck
thank
me, I'm
you
doing an
once
Irish
again
club
to
by me.
Easy, and thank you to Rowdy for the debate, and hope you all had a good time.
Thank
For
you,
sure.
thank you for coming. Great job tonight.
Yeah. Same exact thing. Thank you, Emmett, for participating, giving me the time to vent my insecurities, my delusion. I don't know, whatever it's going to be classified on that side as. Thanks, Easy, for allowing me the opportunity to try to make my claim or poke holes and ask my questions. And I think, I started a channel so I could try to get to 50 subs so that I could live stream these kinds of things. I really like these conversations. But as he said in the intro, I have a full-time job. This is not my priority. I just find enjoyment in VK, got me hooked. And just this kind of free thinking, open your mind, man, kind of
Stop your
mentality.
man.
It
Yeah,
helps me learn,
open.
right? For every door that doesn't open, I learned from that. So I appreciate everybody's patience, and is a good conversation.
That door of your mind.
Well, I'm just saying, man, you look into it, bro. I mean, these people that claim the things that they know, and then I ask 2 questions, and all of a sudden I'm the bad guy, and it's like I actually just don't understand you. My mom might have had too much Tylenol, like Teriak says all the time. Like I maybe I just actually don't know, but it's just interesting that when I poke a couple holes, ask a couple questions, these people actually don't even know why they believe what they believe, and so I just have always been fascinated by that idea of trying to figure out why people believe what they believe and where it comes from.
Why?
Why, oh why?
Well, I
Yeah, man.
appreciate that, Rowdy, and thank you for coming. You did a good job tonight. Does anyone
Hey,
else have
thanks, man.
anything they want to shout out to the chat before we wrap up?
Yeah, just real quick,
Give
Carolina.
Speakeasy more money.
Carolina,
Yes.
do you know what an Irish goodbye is?
Irish what?
I
An
do.
Irish what?
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah.
No, I
God,
don't.
cook.
I
I do
don't.
want to say I'm mad at her for stealing my answer, which the whole debate was.
I don't know what it
What?
is. But you don't need 50 subs to get on StreamYard and have debates.
No, that's true. I just like the idea of like
No, to
streaming these
to
on my
YouTube,
channel
you
or
say.
whatever.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. I rollerblade for fun. I rollerblade with my
Where do you
dog.
work?
Hey! No.
Yeah. Hey, I'm working on a debate with JS about this. We'll save that one for next time. but
Lord.
yeah.
Can I shout out my channel to everybody?
Fair enough. Fair enough. Bandit, you got anything for us? Carolina, you got anything?
I do. I want to shout out my channel. It's called Carolina in Fort Worth. It's cop watching. It's government accountability. And we just lost a guy from Mexico DFA. So he said he was from Mexico. I don't know where he went. But yeah, please come over there if you want to see some good cop watching. If you want to see me get my ass kicked, that happens too. Been in jail 10 times last year. Come see what we're doing. That's all I got to say. Yeah, really.
And actually, I'm gonna respond to your email too. I didn't.
If you want to
forget it.
stay after real quick,
Favorites there. I'm gonna respond to it.
I can stay in the basement after everybody leaves real quick if you want.
Off to work. You guys have a good night.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I got some things I got to do, but I will
All right.
respond to it. I
Cool.
promise.
All right. Thank you for having me up, and don't quit
Thank
asking
you
all
for
those
coming.
questions. I don't answer questions. Oh, okay. It's just you, dude. I mean, I hate it when people laugh at jokes they don't know they don't understand. So that's why I don't mind questions. But thank you. Bye, guys.
Take care.
I'm trying to find the X out here. Let's see. There.
And chat, you beautiful chat, you. You failed to hit the 300 for the hot seat, all right? But you know, I still love you. You guys are always killing it and smashing it, all right? So I get it, all right. Every now and then you get one, all right, chat. It's okay. It's okay. Every now and then. I don't know how the mods will feel about it, but I still love you guys, all right? Still love you guys. Listen, chat, I'm gonna be sending you guys over to Teriak. He's doing the Wheel of Madness. All right, so he's gonna have the panel opened up for you guys to go up and take part in the conversation. The chat can spin the wheel. They can pay 10 to spin the wheel and get a different topic going. There's 1v1 sometimes, stuff like that. All right, there's a bunch of different stuff. He'll explain it when you get there. All right, he'll explain. Tiny said, "I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed." Fair enough. And Bandit, I don't know. I know you didn't get to say nothing but before you left, but thank you for coming up. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. But yeah, I'm sending you guys over to Teriak's tomorrow. We're doing an open panel purge, baby. We're doing an open panel purge. So get ready for that, all right? I'm going to find some good panels to purge up. It's a Wednesday, so it's a hit and miss on Wednesdays. It's either going to be really fucking great, we're going to find some really fucking awesome panels, or we're going to just have to open up the panel over here, all right? Either way, it's going to be a good time, all right? Either way. But yeah, and then Nowhere Prep debate on Thursday, verbal combat on Friday. Oh yeah, I got to put a poll up for what you guys want on verbal combat. I'm gonna get that up for you guys. I'm gonna put it up in the posts. I gotta get you guys a theme poll for the week. I forgot to do that. Shit, I was supposed to do that yesterday. I'll get that up for you guys too. But like, listen. Blakethy, you're right. I've done some revision on it. I've done a little revision on it. Okay. I've done a little bit of revision on it. You guys pointed out something that I needed to do and fix, and I fixed it. Okay. I fixed it. All right. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm gonna figure. I got you. All right. I got you. Yeah, I see what you guys were pointing out. But I got you. Listen, chat, like I always say, it can be 30 in the chat. It can be 2,000 in the chat. Best chat on YouTube, hands fucking down. All right. Love you guys. God bless you all. Have a beautiful morning, evening, night, whatever it is, wherever you're at. All right. And oh, we gotta switch to the one that's got the outro. What the fuck? And for now,
This is Sparta! Spartans! What is your profession?